what is happening, guys? Hey, what is going on? The Vodka Stream Lounge is now open. If you could see it, you could see the reflection right there, at least. It washes out. Fucking cameras. What is happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka Stream. It is Friday. TGIF. Yeah, that's right. What is going on, guys? How's everybody doing? Where's everybody at? Greetings, everybody. Yeah. All right. What is going on? Who's out there? Who's out there? Yes, Mr. Diesel. What is up, bud? Yes, it is happening. We're doing it. Ahoy, ahoy. Yes. Happy Friday there, Jose. What is going on? All right. This guy, this guy right here. What's going on? What's up, my dad? Whoa. Oh, we got Mama Film Junkie here. Hi, Mom. Hi. Love you. See you tomorrow. That's right. Having dinner with the family tomorrow. What's going on there, Ram? My week was pretty good, actually. Not too bad. I mean, like I said, with the new job, I'm just kind of enjoying the freedom I have, and the extra money too. It's weird how it's like now that I'm kind of like working for myself a little bit, and then like home and then out. It's kind of nice because it's like, hey, guess what? Now I have more time to concentrate on certain things and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, it is pretty nice. And then all of a sudden it's like, wow, I'm not stuck in an office just trying to like survive 8 hours, try to like, now I'm like, I just work. And then when I'm done with my work, that's it. Pretty awesome. So there you go. Yo, what is up there, Mr. Legend? Ray Fisher says hi. Well, that's hopefully he does. Because we stand. Hey, what's going on there? What's going on there, Mr. J? What's up? All right. What is good, Evan? Friday, Eric. That's right. All right. Hey, hey, what's going on there, Brad? How you doing? Brad, I'm not going to be able to get your video submission. You were a little too late on your video submission. So I'm sorry. I saw the email, but it was a little too late. I already had everything set up and ready to go. So I apologize, my friend. What's going on there, Nick? How you doing? Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Andrew. That's right. Yeah, I know. I kind of brightened it up a little bit. I think I kind of like made it just a little bit. I figured it was a little too dim. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to like brighten it up a little bit more, just a little bit. It is kind of weird because it's not too much more, but I don't know. I think something with the camera, I kind of like did it. Moonstrimes, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't think it would last 4 hours. That's for damn sure. Probably wouldn't last an hour. What's going on, Andrew? How you doing? All right, what's going on? Alakzu, Eric, what's up? What's going on? Damn, you have lost. You know what? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I did, because, like I said, now that I'm not sitting on my ass in an office all during the week anymore, like when I go out and I do my fielding and I have to go to certain locations, take some pictures, do some stuff, now it's like I'm out and about, I'm physical, I'm not doing that. And you guys have heard me before when you hear about my diet plan. I don't eat breakfast. My breakfast is just black coffee. So I'm out there hustling and bustling on like an empty stomach. So there's a possibility I've probably slimmed up in the past 2-3 weeks. So thank you for noticing there. Well, what is good? Whoa, what is going on? Whoa, everything jumped real quick. What's going on? Okay, we got, hey, what's going on, Mike G? Man, it's not one thing about StreamYard. It needs to fix. It's like, because I look at the live chat right here, live on YouTube, and it's going smooth. But man, with StreamYard, it jumps. So then when I try to click on something, it like goes crazy. Yes, I have. If you see I did my little mini review today on today's episode. I did it today. It was one of those things, guys, where it was like, okay, it's just like the Mandalorian now. WandaVision is now the new Mandalorian, because it was like last night at midnight. I guess the new episode showed up at midnight Pacific time. Usually, I thought it was always Eastern Standard Time, but I saw people going like right at midnight, because I was like up pretty late because I didn't have to do really that. I didn't have to do outside work today, so all I had to do was like at home work. So I was like, so I stayed up a little late, and I started looking at Twitter. I'm like, oh shit, everybody's starting to talk about WandaVision. I better log off. And sure enough, like when I woke up this morning, just like the season finale, the last season finale of season 2 of Mandalorian, I woke up, did not look at my Twitter. I went immediately to my my Keurig, to make some coffee, of course, and then immediately to my TV and to my Disney Plus app, and I watched the episode. I was like, all right, I better watch this before I get spoiled. And hey, we'll try. We're not gonna really probably talk about too many spoilers, guys. But even though it's pretty much everybody knows what happens at the end of this episode, so it happens. Hey, what's going on, Jonathan? How you doing, bud? Shout out to the boys. Yes. Released a film Junkee OnlyFans cut. You're funny. Will. Jeez. Yep. Up there it is. Yeah, Miss Colbert's right here. If you guys go to the Twitter, you should see the video she just she just posted. Everybody chill. That's for sure. That's pretty funny. I think what made me laugh more about your video, Amanda, was certain other elements too. Like what you did too, especially when you broke the snow into your glass and it perfectly like made a nice little snow cone and you just immediately went for it. That made me laugh. And then just because I know Steven was filming it. So there's just something about it that made me laugh too. You could hear his footsteps. It was funny. There was everything about it was great. What's going on, Superior? How you doing? Yes, everybody ready to chill at the Vodka stream. There we go. What's going on there, Comic Book Craig? Happy Friday. All right. Well, yeah, cheers, guys. Of course, I got the vodka poured. It's not as cold as it should be because I just bought the bottle like 3 hours ago, so it's not as cold, but it's okay. Woo-wee. There it is. There we go. So everybody's good. Everybody's healthy. Everybody's fine. What's going on, Amen? Ra, how you doing, bud? What's going on? What is up, JD? How you doing? Trying to say hello to everyone right there. So namaste. Oh yeah. I saw that. I did see that. Of course, man. That's just what I did. You know what? I like it. I do. For some reason, I just got used to the cheap vodka. What can I say? I'm cheap, and I like I like it. I just do. I like it. I can't complain. It's like you get a big bottle. It's like $17, and it lasts me a couple of weeks, couple of vodka streams, couple of few. So, happy Friday for you, Jason. Got my little casual Batman guy that you made me right there, chilling. Oh yeah, guys, I got some, I went to, like today after I got my work done at home, I decided to go to the mall, and I was like, you know what? It was payday, like I said, with this new job, getting a little bit more scratch. So I was like, you know what? Yeah. Rent's paid, beginning of the month, bills paid. And I was like, I'm going to go to the mall and see what I can find, see some Funkos and stuff like that. So look at this. I don't want to move him because he's propped up where he will not fall, but I got a new Marty figure right here. If you could see that, you probably can't see it too well, but you patrons, I for the patrons, I sent a picture of the 2 purchases I had today, but I have a Marty figurine right here that I posted right there. So he's right there. It's from Back to the Future 1. The detail is great. He's of course got a skateboard right here. That's why it's a little iffy. Like it took a little bit to make sure he wasn't going to fall. So if he ends up falling, and then he's got his little backpack right here. And also with the figurine comes like a guitar and like other hands and faces. But I thought that was perfect right there. So I have his backpack that's also like chilling right there. It was hanging on his hand, but it was causing him to fall too much. You have to balance it out. And then I got right here, Mr. John Wick. Look at that. Got a John Wick finally. I've been wanting to get a John Wick Funko Pop. So got the John Wick Funko Pop today as well. So, why not? It's cool. Yeah, Oh yeah, trust me. When all the Zack Snyder Justice League Funko Pops and whatever the hell comes out, I'm going to be purchasing some of those. But yeah, so there's my new added little figurines and Funko Pops right there. The 2 right there. This is heavy. Yeah, exactly, heavy. Hey Dave, does Marty's board hover? No, it does not. But there is a 2015 Marty figure like this that I'm probably going to end up getting. Because I saw it. it was there at the FYE that I was at. You know, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the FYE store, but that's where I got this. That's where I got them at. And I was debating. I was like, oh shit, they had, of course, just the standard Back to the Future Marty right here with the fucking vest and everything. And then they had the 2015 version as well. And I was like, oh, you know me, I love that 2015 stuff. You know, I love the hat and all the way that they approached 2015. But I went, no, I got to start with Back to the Future, the first one. And then next time I will get the 2015 version. And they have a Doc version. They have a Biff also. And but yeah, that's my new added little figurine right there on the shelf. I need to get more shelf space. I'm probably going to get something right here. There's like a big empty space right here that I need to fill. Okay. Need to fill. Either it's going to be it's probably, I'm thinking about getting something like something similar to this kind of shelf right here. And I'm going to stack like bottles of alcohol as well as more little figurines and statues and stuff like that, just to make it more, like the lounge. So it's going to be good, man. And you know what? At the top of the show, I meant to be like, as I like came in, I meant to play some of this. Give me a playback error. Are you serious? Man, stupid freaking, man, I was going to play, man. Well, that was anticlimactic right there. Jesus Christ. Where was it at? Was it at one? Oh, you know what? It's probably because I had it muted. Let's see. I was going to play some of this. Oh, you know what? Okay, that's just enough of that before I get a copyright strike. But yeah, new Foo Fighters, man. New Foo Fighters album just showed up last night. The Medicine at Midnight. And yeah, I've listened to it probably about 4 times now. Like last night when it showed up at like 9 o'clock my time, I freaking, settled in, reclined, had a little, had some wine and listened with my earbuds. I didn't want to blast it, of course, because I live in an apartment complex and I'm considerate of my neighbors, even though sometimes my neighbors aren't considerate of anybody else because they tend to slam their doors a lot, It's like, how do you not realize that you're slamming your door and it shakes the whole fucking building? Come on. I don't know. But anyways, so Medicine at Midnight showed up last night at 9 o'clock my time and listened to it all. It's a unique album if you guys are Foo Fighters fans at all. But there's song like that song right there is my favorite song, Waiting for a War. I mean, that's probably the best song I think on the album currently. But like, it is a unique album because that's what I love about the Foo Fighters. Dave Grohl, he always tries to do something different. Each album tries to do something different. And this one, yeah, they take some like, hey, let's do something different. Let's make it funky. Let's make it something that people can dance to. So it's a little jarring at first when you hear some of the songs, but as I've listened to it like throughout today also, I'm like, I'm digging some of this new sounds. But I think when it comes to that song that I just played right now, Waiting on a War, that's like traditional. Even though it has a little additive of like their new sound, like a little new sound to it, that's like Foo Fighters right there. That build up, he's playing the acoustic guitar and you get that build up and it's just really great. So yeah, so Foo Fighters, guys. So fantastic. So I was going to play that as in the opening, but I totally forgot because, it happens. All right. So anyways, guys, hope everybody's doing all right. We're doing good. Everything's good. All right. I'm probably going to let's get my guest in here. Let's get things started. All right. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Passing it over. There we go. Right there. All right. Link has been sent. So we'll get the guest in here. Obviously, you guys know who it is. Oh, geez. I just saw a tweet right here. Timothy, what's his name? Colafant, what's his name? Timothy, whatever, skinny kid who's in everything. Somebody just was like, hey, cast him as Nightwing. I'm like, come on. Guys, I mean, him and Tom Holland just get cast in everything, don't they? I tell you what. All right, here we go. All right, so let's post some links here. All right, guys. All right, so my guest is he has arrived, and let's bring him in here. You guys know who he is. He's actually a returning guest. A returning guest. We don't get too many of those when it comes to returning guests. He's been on the Vodka stream before, and now he's making his triumphant return. Author of Release the Snyder Cut book, Mr. Sean O'Connell. What's going on? Whoops, there we go.
Mr. Charlie Hunnam. That's Green Arrow, baby.
That's right. Can it be? Is that what he said? Can it be? Can it be?
Hello, David.
How's it going, Sean? How you doing?
I'm so happy to be here with you, man. I have been so looking forward to this hang. You have no idea.
That's what the Vodka stream's all about, you know. And you're going around, you're promoting the book, you're promoting whatever. It can be, you know, I'm sure it could be pretty much of a struggle. So like when it comes to this, it's like, hey, chill, let's have a drink, let's talk.
That's the thing. Everybody has been incredibly awesome, and everybody has asked really great questions. But I just know tonight we just get to, you know, really let it all hang out, you and I, and just. I'm going to point out something too that I can't not see now. The purple reflection, which I now know says open, really looks like it says Vero. Has anyone told you that?
No, I didn't think about that. It kind of does.
It's like Nero. It kind of looks like. And I was like, damn, he's got a Vero sticker? Like that'd
be pretty sweet.
That's hardcore.
It'd be like, I have my connections with what's his name from I can't even remember his name right now, but
I know, Zach's friend.
Yeah, Zack's friend. There you go. No, but it was funny because I got the open sign. I thought, perfect. You know, I want to get that lounge type of like, I got the table and everything. And then when I turn on the camera, I'm like, it's totally washed out. I'm like, damn it. But at least you could see it in the reflection of the Spider-Man.
You do need a bar cart in that empty spot, though. That would be ideal.
I know. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I need something right here that has, you know, some bottles on it and maybe some more little figurines and statues with it. So, and there's needs to be that because I have like the extra chair that's like right here that I like have, you know, my notes and my phone just like chilling right there because there's no room up here. So
eventually you're going to have like an Ed McMahon or an Andy.
There you go.
After your jokes.
Just somebody that just, that's hilarious. And I'm like,
and refreshes your drink.
Exactly. Just, hey, another one, please. I don't want to move. Come on, refresh the vodka. But anyways, cheers, sir. What are you drinking?
Oh, cheers to you, brother. I am drinking Shinerbach. Shinerbach out of a nomad land. This is one of those free gifts that they send you in the mail during the award season, and it keeps everything nice and cold. So I brought Shiner to the Vodka stream, but
there you go. There's nothing wrong with that. Like
can't wait to just unwind and talk this wild journey.
Yeah, I know, this fucking wild journey. I love your shirt, by the way. The stash shirt. You got that stash shirt going on. It's funny too because I actually made like I think I made a mustache shirt too a long time. It was like the first shirt I ever made that was that I put in my little film Junkee closet, and it was just like a drawing of like, okay, it was Cavill, but it was like a basic drawing, like a minimal drawing with the mustache,
right?
And but that one is a lot better. Yours is a lot better.
This is excuse me, Max from comingsoon.net. Max Avery sells these online, so I'll find you the link if you guys want to DM me. I'll get you the link on how to get one of these.
For sure. And then of course, Sean, wrote the Release the Snyder Cut book, which is available for pre-order.
Which Dave read.
Yes, I read, and which we'll be talking about. But here it is right there. If you guys, I provided the link down below, guys. If you want to head over and pre-order this, it's available on March 1st. Release the Snyder Cut, the crazy true story behind the fight that saved Zack Snyder's Justice League. I love the fact that you put Zack Snyder's Justice League right there on the cover. Because at first, you changed the cover from the last time I talked to you, right? A little bit?
I did. One time I thought it was called The Inside Look at the Lost Justice League movie. That might have been what it was called. Then I just thought that subtitle was too long. But, you know, then the way that they designed the book cover, it screams Release the Snyder Cut, and then you get down into the nitty gritty. And they were like, no, that's perfectly fine. You can keep it that way. So obviously Nick Ingram is a tremendous artist who designed the initial cover. That's what's over my shoulder there. He sent it to me in a poster, and then the book publicist ran it through their graphics department and just did a little bit more tweaking on it, and that's the that's the final cut. So
there you go. Yeah, I mean, the last time you were here on June 12th of 2020.
Good Lord.
So it was like, May. Yeah, it was almost like a month after the announcement of Zack Snyder's Justice League on HBO Max. What a journey, huh?
It's been crazy. And think of how much stuff has even happened just since then.
Yes.
With the additional photography and all these activations that he's been dropping, he's not afraid to show off anything now at this point, which I guess I give him a ton of credit for, because the HBO Max and Warner Brothers are not doing anything to help him promote. So he's a one-man promotional machine.
Well, I mean, they must have been like, when they finally agreed to do all this, they must have just looked at what he was already doing and went, man, we don't really need to put so much into marketing. As soon as he drops something, it literally blows the internet up. Like, no matter what happens, okay, then something's going to trend. Either it's Snyder Cut or Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Right.
So, it doesn't matter which one you choose. I mean, I said in my video, I don't know when it was, or maybe it was my last Film Junkee Live. It's like, you know what? I know there's like squabbles about like the title, which of course it's never a dull moment in the Snyder fandom when it comes to certain things. Yes, which we'll talk about. I know you've
please.
Yes. But it's just kind of funny because, even him, he when he tweeted out when he posted on Vero, well, he did he eventually tweet it out? I don't know.
Which one?
The Nightmare Batman from behind.
No, he didn't. That only went to Vero.
He didn't tweet it out, right? It was just all Vero. Mm-hmm. But I mean, he put hashtag Snyder Cut, hashtag Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yes. Because, and I said too, I was like, when it comes to Snyder Cut, that's the marketable hashtag right there. That one's going to trend more and everything like that. But we got to remember that he wants this title right here. He's wanted it since this shirt came to be. As soon as I remember when the shirt came to be, I was like, wait a minute, something happened. Right. Because this was like December of 2019. And I was like, something happened because that shirt has, first off, it's got all the freaking, trademarked logos, and it's got this title. I'm like, I think he wants it to be that title. So,
right. Whoa. Yeah, you don't blast out merchandise unless it's the branding that you want it to have. My question to you, though, Dave, since I'm the one asking questions tonight, is how much of that is getting outside the bubble? Like, I'm not concerned about the people who are aware already. Like, I still hear from more than enough people who are casual movie-going fans who don't know what this is. There's still some deep confusion, and I think that that's what they need to be going after in order to make this as big as it can possibly be. Yeah,
that's always been the concern for a lot of us, when it comes to, at least within the circle, with the panel that'll show up. And even me, before it was even announced, what was it? 2019, early 2019 at D23. I went there with my buddy Justin, and we held up a release of Snyder Cut sign just to get it out there in reality and to try to talk to people who are Disney and Marvel people. We were there for half a day, just standing there and seeing if anybody wanted to talk about the Snyder Cut. And there's some people that knew what it was that walked by. And then we had a couple of people sit and talk, stand and talk to us, be like, what is this? And then we explained it to them. Yeah, it is it's always been a concern for me with whether is the general audience are they gonna know what exactly this is? Because I even reference when it comes to Wonder Woman 84. My aunt and uncle, they were looking forward to it, and back in December, I don't know if you know this, I actually got COVID, and
I didn't know.
Yeah, got COVID. It wasn't that bad, it kind of just blew through this area and friends and family. Both my parents got it. My mom, she was, she got over it. It took a little bit, and my dad had no symptoms. I had some symptoms. It was crazy.
That's how you lost all your weight. You're looking good.
Exactly. Yeah.
I wish I'd get it.
Somebody pointed out. Yeah, that's what it was due to. So, so when it came to Christmas time and everything, I stayed away, did my quarantine thing. And it was funny because my aunt and uncle called me up to talk about Wonder Woman 84. They were not fans of it.
Okay.
And it was just kind of funny because we were talking about it, and then he was talking about, well, there's no reason for me to keep HBO Max. And I almost wanted to be like, well, come March, there's like this Justice League movie coming out. And I almost wanted to explain it to him, but I was like, maybe I'll wait. I don't know. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like, when I go to the store, I have a Zack Snyder Justice League mask that somebody made me and sent me. And, I almost want to just like put it out there and hopefully maybe get some, what is that? Or something like somebody looks and like, what is that? And then I can be like, well,
I heard you raving about the app in general, though. It is one of my favorite streaming services. Like it offers a true wealth of content, and it's super easy to manage. They've done a pretty good job of rotating stuff through. As a film nerd myself, like the Turner Classic Movies section is unbelievably great.
Dude, seriously.
And it's they have the MonsterVerse, they've got all the Die Hard films, they got the Lethal Weapon films. Like there's a number of great movies on there you would want to get just for that stuff alone. So
yeah, it's I like the interface of it. I've never had issues with it at all. And I hope it just continues to grow and grow and grow, and hopefully we see a good spike when Zack Snyder's Justice League comes out. But yeah, it is going to be it is interesting, like trying to get it out there to the actual public. And obviously there's going to probably be billboards and everything. And hopefully, like even like with one of the things I enjoyed about your book that I think I even said in my review was like, obviously when I was reading it, I was, I'm part of this. So when I saw the quotes, I can hear that person's voice because I've talked to that person. I've heard of that person. It very much played out like a documentary in my head, which I really enjoyed. It made it just really easy to read and everything. But, of course, there's like chapters where you have to compare it to Marvel and see the decisions and the analytics and stuff like that, which you did a very good job with. But then I was like, okay, I already know this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but the general public is not going to know this. So
that really was the hardest part of walking the line of doing that book, because I had to make so many decisions throughout the course of it of who am I writing to here? Who's going to be reading this at any given point? And a lot of it too was advice from my agent and the editors in general, who often said, I know you know this, but, and they would say, legitimately try to pretend you're telling it to somebody who doesn't know what's going on, kind of thing. And that's when they would really try to ask me to give more color and more detail to, a lot of the situations, because you can tell the shorthand version of everything that's happening to somebody who This is why it's fun to come on this show, because we can do shorthand talk and just go through stuff. But if you want the book to get to a broader audience, and if you want to get the message out to more people, I've been told to write a little bit more general, a little bit more mainstream, and approach the material that way. Yeah. So listen, I'm fully prepared when the book comes out to hear from people who are like, I didn't learn shit from that book. And I'd be like, more power to you. Hand it to somebody who doesn't know any of this stuff.
That's, and I talked about it in my review. It's like, it's all about balance. And that can be just an impossible feat, to be honest. The fact that, I know some people are like, who's this guy? Some blogger that decides to write this book. And I'm like, okay, obviously, when it comes to past experiences, when it comes to Zack Snyder and the way that he's been, written about by critics and bloggers and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I understand when the fandom can be a little bit defensive and be like, wait a minute. But, obviously it can get a little too extreme at sometimes. Trust me. I've even seen I've been on the receiving end of that many times as well. But at the same time, it's just like, someone was going to write this book. Okay. Someone was going to eventually write this book. And it's like, okay, but let's get an outside perspective. Yeah. Maybe somebody who was within the fandom will eventually write their side of the story, their perspective, whatever. But at the same time, it's like there's nothing wrong with having somebody from the outside that just decided to be like, wait a minute, something is like going on over here in this fandom that's never been seen before in other fandoms. I think I'm going to tackle this. And the fact that you already have writing experience and you have these connections and you could do everything together. The information, like I said, and the balance. I thought you did a pretty damn good job. And I can only imagine the hours that you spent and just like trying to piece it all together. I mean, holy shit, man.
Well, it's a lot, like you say, like, and you know all of this knowledge, you know, like you can go back through and talk about Nolan and his Bat franchise and him hiring Snyder and Snyder putting Man of Steel together and the mounting of BVS and the buildup of Justice League. Like, it's all knowledge that everybody has, but trying to find a narrative through it, you know, and trying to find a through line that also, in my hope, you know, connected the fans to it. Eventually got to the point where you drew the fans in. That to me was where it got to be more exciting, because then I was learning something as a writer, you know, because I didn't know the story of the movement and I didn't know the story of the individuals in it. So the chapters that I enjoyed writing the most were probably some of the most painful chapters for the people in the movement, which is the night that they went out on November 17th and watched the theatrical cut. And I tried to get some really, a few of the questions that I directed specifically at people who I interviewed was just like, tell me what you remember about when going to see theatrical cut. And people's stories were tremendous. Like, you know, people, I forget whose story it was. Someone came out of their theater on opening night and they were like confronted by theater employees who were wearing like
Justice League
costumes, and they were handing out posters. And I could just imagine that. Like, I can imagine the poor schmoes at the theater who had to wear the costumes and hand out the, you know, these marketing posters provided by Warner Brothers. And the fan was so embarrassed. Like, he didn't even want to take it, you know, like he didn't want anything to do with it at that point. So he just like refused to make eye contact and grabbed the poster and like walked away. So heartbreaking.
I mean, like, you know, I saw it on the Warner Brothers lot, which was pretty funny. And it was just like, you know, I fought for that press screening and I was like, I need to see this. I need to see it as early, you know, I want to do it. And it was very exciting. And I remember like the anticipation. I had people just like, oh, I can't wait for your first reaction. And then, of course, you know, I'm sitting in that little that little screening room. I see like, you know, I see Christian Harloff like right over there. I see a couple other people that I recognize. And I was talking to, you know, some dude that was right behind me. And then all of a sudden, you know, obviously when that first scene, which you have a dedicated chapter to, which was a pretty funny chapter when it comes to mustache gate, which is, right there on your chest. You immediately you go, oh, shit. And, you know, even like quoting, you know, some people in there, I think maybe even Swenson, or maybe I just know like Swenson. I think Swenson quoted this in your book too, was the fact that you know, when it came to some fans, and of course, like when you have like voices like me or Swenson or whatever the hell, you have fans that are anxiously waiting, and you're like, what the fuck do I tell them? You know, that was like the thing. And I've said it time and time again. When I walked back to my car feeling like I got punched in the gut because I knew they de-Snydered the absolute shit out of it, I sat in my car for 10 minutes going, how do I approach this first reaction? Because I don't want to give people like a crazy, super like negative thing, but I want to be kind of positive. And I'm like, it was a big time struggle, man.
So that's interesting, because I've been asked this a lot of times from people who have been interviewing me in the run up to this, which was like, what was my reaction to the theatrical cut when I first saw it? And I was coming at it from a completely different perspective, because I wasn't as bought in to, you know, the movie continuing Snyder's approach. And I don't think I even heard the quotes or paid that much attention to the quotes of the fact that Joss Whedon was going to continue Snyder's vision, because I understand that a lot of people in the movement bought into that idea, you know, and that was what they were that felt like the biggest betrayal to them, is that he didn't do that at all. I went into it just really curious about how the guy who did 2 Marvel movies was going to try to do a DC movie. And it didn't hit me till much later that you would never hire Joss Whedon to finish a Zack Snyder film, because I never thought of how different of filmmakers that they are and forever will be. You know, like, if you want to maintain Zack's voice, you don't get Joss Whedon, kind of thing. So on the surface, it always seemed to make sense to me, where I was like, all right, at least you're getting the guy who's juggled a superhero ensemble film. You know, yes, it's for the company across the street, but I understand why you might hire that person. 3 years later, you understand what all the fuckery was. But I went into it wondering just like, oh, how is Whedon going to pull this off? And then, you know, the opening scene was just like so jarringly bad. And then the Batman on the rooftop scene is so jarringly bad. And then, you know, it never recovered from that point. So
no. And I mean, You covered that
and
pretty
the rest
well.
is history.
Yeah, you covered that pretty well too. Like when you talk about, bringing in Whedon in the Justice League chapter. And, I mean, like you said, it almost seemed like, okay, yeah, this guy could do it. I remember even when that news broke and I thought, hey guys, it's cool. The first Avengers movie, come on, that is amazing. Like he juggled all those characters, even though I said it time and time again, it's like Avengers is essentially another Iron Man movie, but the balance shifts so much with the other characters and it's perfectly balanced. It's like it's mainly about Tony, but it's got the other the other characters too that he gave a really great balance to, and I was like, it'll be cool. Even when Danny Elfman got brought on, I was like, hey, why not? I was trying to be so positive, Sean.
I know.
Back in those days, you could go back in my videos and see the positivity, but then you can almost see the unraveling of that positivity in real time. Because I remember when they first released some of Danny Elfman's score, and you hear the Batman theme, and I'm like, I love the Batman theme, of course. And then all of a sudden it transitions to another theme that sounds so much like the Avengers theme that I could not help but make fun of it. And I started going, maybe something's not right here. And then when you watch the movie, it's like, okay, yeah, those themes are great, they're iconic. They don't work in this universe. They don't work with Henry Cavill's Superman. I mean, the John Williams score, yes, it's great, but it just doesn't work here. Well, when it comes to Danny Elfman's Batman, it just doesn't work right here. We've had two movies that established like this Hans Zimmer just opus that just works for these characters. And just to go back to what we know, it didn't work.
I even just recently put on just the Doomsday fight in BVS just to see how it's choreographed, and it's literally like a feast and the kid table. Like you can't compare them. There's nothing in theatrical cut that comes remotely close to. So when Hannah Solik and myself were doing a video over on Cinema Blend about like the scenes that we're most looking forward to seeing in the Snyder Cut, things are going to be improved, things are going to be better. And we didn't get into the specifics of we got into like some specific unique scenes, but to me, just the overall third act I want to see, because when you tell me that it's going to be the way that Zack choreographed Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman taking on Doomsday, but now you're telling me it's the entire league working together, to take down Steppenwolf. It's going to be next level. So
it's going to be magical. And then the fact that Superman's going to join in his, black and silver suit this time around. And it's not going to be a cheesy line that says, I'm also a big fan of groceries. It's like, oh man. I mean, it is going to be pretty magical. Oh my God. I mean,
don't you get the Williams score at that moment too, after he says it?
I think there was. After he
the Williams score.
Yeah, there's a little
bit. It's like a Kids Bop version of it, though. It's terrible.
I know. I plan on doing a live watch of. I haven't watched it. I don't know, since probably 2017 or maybe 2018. I don't know. I can't remember the last time I watched it, but man, I'm gonna do a live watch again before watching Zack Snyder's Justice League, and it's gonna be grueling. I'm gonna probably have a lot of alcohol. I'm probably gonna pour some bourbon. That's gonna be a bourbon kind of night, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. But then again, if I do some kind of drinking game, I might actually die. So I might have to stick to beer. It's because there's probably gonna be so much to just be like to drink, to have a drink on, just like, hey, let's drink when there's a bad edit. Let's drink when we know it's a Whedon scene. It's just like
but I will defend. I won't defend that movie. What I will say is,
I was about to kick you up.
No. That movie still needs to exist though, because you need to remember how bad it was.
Yes.
Because, and I've said this a couple of times recently too. At that time, and I write this in the book, when they got to that point in the cycle of the DCEU, whatever movie was next in line was going to get messed with by the studio, because the studio made a calculated decision to go from the more serious, somber tone to go after something a little more audience friendly. And it just so happened that it was Justice League that was up next, because they were keeping Zack's production cycle running at full steam ahead kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But if it was Shazam or Wonder Woman, you know, I don't know if people would have been nearly as upset as having a horrible version of a Justice League movie. You know, like I think the fact that it was Justice League annoyed the fans so much. And also I think the fact that it was a Zack Snyder movie, and Snyder's fan base is far more passionate than, with all due respect to David Sandberg and Patty Jenkins. If it was either of those two whose movies got butchered, I don't know if 3 years later the fans of those filmmakers would still be fighting nearly as hard as Snyder's fans did.
No, they wouldn't be. I mean, I think it's just, it is interesting. You know, like I said, I mean, I've been here, you know, I was hitting the YouTube heavy when BVS was announced. It was just like, all right, I'm going to concentrate on this movie. Anything I can find out about this movie, I'm going to talk about it. And, you know, so I was just like, and then, you know, when BVS came out and then the Ultimate came out, and then it was like, okay, what's next? Oh, hey, he's doing Justice League. Yeah. Obviously that's going to be great. And then all of a sudden when you hear all the rumors about like, oh, you know, they're going to reshoot all this and reshoot all that. It's going to cost $20 million to wipe out a mustache and everything like that. It was just kind of like, no, that's not true. It's going to be fine. It's just light. It's just light on the reshoots. We heard it from those Warner Brothers execs like Toby Emmerich. He's just going to say, you know, it's just, and I love the fact that you covered in the book that it was a flat out fucking lie, you know, and they try to reshoot Zack's movie completely.
Yeah. It was Charles Roven who said it at the time too. I think it was Roven who said, we're going to maintain Zack's footage. And the way that he sold it, and he wasn't lying, is that it's the same characters, it's the same actors, you know, we're not changing anything. You just put those actors through, you know, hell reshoots in a truncated amount of time. And again, you know, listen, Whedon gets a lot of shit. Whedon deserves a lot of shit. But whoever got that job was going to fail. There was no time given to them. Like the minute they decided to change filmmakers, they needed to push the release date back for anybody, you know, they should have said, and nowadays we see, because COVID is forcing everything, it's very easy to change your release date. You know, a couple of years ago, it was more moving a mountain to try to switch off of a release date, because so many other films behind you had their dates circled and carved out. Nowadays, you can move at any time, and that release date needed to move. It should have moved. And the reason it didn't was because of the AT&T merger and the vote.
Exactly. Money, Sean. It's all about money. You know, those guys want that money.
It's constantly, everything is about money.
Oh my God. I mean, like when we all heard about that, it was just like, it was like the knife just got twisted in even deeper.
Yep.
Because when you find out, it's like, oh, the reason why they decided not to, and they rushed everything and tried to get it out on that November 17th date, was because they wanted to secure their bonuses, because they were worried with the merger, they were going to lose it if they got pushed to 2018. It's just like, wow, really? I mean, it's unbelievable. But at the same time, you go, yep, well, that's not unheard of. It is a business, and these guys want to make as much scratch as possible. And it's just sad that, you know, one of the guys, Sujihara, is now gone, and the other guy is now got a little bit of power right now. And it sucks, the fact that he still kind of does. And hopefully, I mean, obviously he doesn't want this movie to come out. I mean, he hates the fact that it's still going to end up coming out. And
because people are asking, like, how come Warner Brothers is not doing anything to, like, why is Warner Brothers silent on social media in terms of promoting it? It's not a Warner Brothers movie.
It's not.
Like, in any way, shape, or form, it's not a Warner Brothers movie. Like, Warner Brothers, even when they did a thing to promote their day and date stuff, and they talked about the little things in Kong versus Godzilla, like, I've talked to people on the Warner Brothers side where I was like, who's handling press for this? And the people who are handling Warner Brothers theatrical, they're like, it's not us. We have nothing to do with it. So they're not concerned with it in the least bit.
No, not at all. And then even like when they release little trailers or TV spots that talk about the dual releases, and it always seems like there's always some fans that go, "Where's Zack Snyder's Justice League?" It's like, hey, remember, that's exclusively on HBO Max. Mm-hmm. That is like an AT&T Warner Media thing. It's going to be on there. They're not going to talk about it on this. You're not going to see that on there. You'll see it for promotions for HBO Max. Like I still see commercials for HBO Max where they show Zack Snyder's Justice League. And they don't give two. They wanted this thing to be buried. I mean, they didn't want it anymore. They wanted to move a different direction. And I think partially, like, you know, some of those guys over there, like Hamada and Emmerich, are worried that if it is a huge success, that, oh man, we're going to have to like revert back, or can we do our own thing? And they could. I just hope they could separate. But I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Well, here's an interesting question, too, because we just got a press release this morning that Disney's Raya and the Last Dragon is coming to Disney Plus through their premium service in March. And it's going to be $30. But they are also having a theatrical release for it. It's going to be, and that's the first Disney to go day and date theatrical and streaming, because Soul went right to Disney Plus, and Black Widow is the one that everyone's sort of circling, like, what are they going to do with it? So Raya and the Last Dragon having a theatrical release made me think, and Kong is going to have theatrical, you know, in places where it can. So is Zack going to be able to pull off his IMAX theatrical? Because if he can, the minute you get into that, like, that's where it gets really complicated and really interesting, because HBO Max does not want it to have theatrical and at all. HBO Max wants you to stay home and watch it on their streaming platform.
Of course.
But the minute it goes IMAX, then Warner Brothers starts to pay attention and say, oh, wait a second, there's box office numbers to be getting here? Hold on, we do like this property. Let's get a little piece of that pie. Because I even went around to HBO Max and I was like, hey, let's put together a project where I'm going to sponsor a bunch of theatrical screenings of this. And I want to pack it with fans and watch it with people, you know, as much as we could, socially distanced, you know, and whatever capacity that the theaters would allow.
Yeah.
And HBO Max was like, okay, we'll talk about it, and we're going to talk next week about it. And then when I hung up, I was like, oh, that's kind of weird, because you guys don't want it in a theater. I didn't make that connection. Like, to me, it was just like, it's a movie, let's get it in a theater. But HBO Max does not want it there. They want you to watch it at home. So I don't know how that's going to play out, and that's going to have to get decided in the next few weeks.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting, because obviously Snyder has expressed that he wants to put it out. I mean, obviously he's remastering the thing to be an IMAX, you know, event. And right. I've always thought, like, too, like, even like with talking to him, it's like maybe he's going to like hold some kind of events where maybe it's just a single weekend or a week. I don't know what exactly is up his sleeve, but it almost seems like, and I think the worry that's also there too, especially for Zack, you know, because he's got a lot of fans that are international. I mean, India, he's got a huge fan base in India. I mean,
you're telling me, I get hits every day asking if the book is available in India.
Oh, you don't even, I mean, like, that's, I mean, when I look at like analytics for even my channel, it's like, it goes like USA, Canada, India. And India is a close, like, you know, third to Canada. It is funny, like, when I see that. That's why, you know, when it comes to the merch that's not available for international, and we're doing like this merch mates thing, and I was like,
that's such a cool thing too.
Yeah, I told Scott, I was like, just give me people from India, because I know, like, that's like huge. Just let me work out with some of those people out there, and it's just like, I mean, and I know he wants everybody to see it, and I'm glad that, like, I think Crave for Canada is going to help them out.
Mm-hmm.
There was something talked about today too about people in India are gonna be able to see it. I don't know, like, it's so, the logistics of everything, it's just so up in the air, and I couldn't even like tell you like how it all works, the negotiations for all that, the properties and all that. It's crazy.
Well, that was something that I was totally naive about going into this. Into this project was Zack's global draw.
Yeah.
And I just had no idea. And when I threw the net out, you know, to address one of the criticisms that I've been getting in the run up to the book that no one's read yet, is that it doesn't feature any international voices.
That's not true.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, I've heard the criticisms, I have, and, you know, it's just kind of like, well, wait a minute here. I'm like, when I'm looking at the quotes, I'm like I said, you gave a pretty, I could only imagine like the process of going, okay, you know, you outline your chapters and this is where this is going to go. And then you're like, okay, I got quotes right here. Obviously you can't use them all. It's impossible to fit them all in here. I mean, I'm sure you only use like a, you know, probably like 20%, maybe 30% of the freaking quotes that you got. And but the fact of the matter is too, is like at the very end, you have pages and pages of letters to Zack, which I thought was There you go. I mean,
And so everyone who sent me one is included in that book.
Exactly.
I didn't omit any fan who included a message. So if you sent me one, it's in the book. But even more than that, at the beginning of this process, I threw an open net out to anyone who would talk. Like it's hilarious to hear anybody say that I would omit anyone's voice, because I legitimately wanted and needed to talk to everybody I could get my hands on to get the true picture of what was going on. And I heard amazing stories from so many people and included all the great ones that I could fit in. So that criticism in particular, when it was leveled, I was like, it's hard because people don't know the process that you went through individually. So it would be exhausting to try to go after every single critique. At a certain point, you just have to let the book sort of stand for itself. But I learned about Zack's global fan base and the power of the message of his movies connecting to people in every corner of the globe, because I talked to all those people in the movement to get their stories, to put them in the book.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when you started reaching out to me, you sent me an email too, and I mean, just reaching out to everyone and try. I mean, that's why when I talk about like having somebody write this book that was an outside perspective, who wasn't within it at first, who maybe I mean, obviously, you know how the internet is, they dig up those old tweets and they're like, wait a minute, this guy, he didn't like Man of Steel at first. Yeah. It's like, okay, but eventually he went, okay, wait a minute here. What the heck? Maybe I should revisit this. And this is something different. Yes, I like what Marvel's doing over here, but this is something different that maybe I should take another look at and everything. And of course, I mean, obviously that's what the internet does. And I know they get defensive and everything. But
also, when those people, if anyone else wants to write their own book on this movement, I'll be the first in line to read it. I can't wait.
No,
Give it a shot.
Yes.
I mean, if you have 2.5 years of your life to dedicate to writing it and selling it, great. Go get them.
Yeah. And
I will be your loudest cheerleader.
Exactly. I mean, like when I was reading the book, I was going like, man, I mean, I can't even imagine. I was trying to imagine me trying to write this book, and eventually I'm like, damn, maybe one of these days I'll get involved with that. Maybe not so much of like, factual stuff, and maybe stuff like, Justin's book, The Cut, which is a fictional tale. Yeah, a fictional tale that's about the circumstances here. I'd probably be more of line doing like that, because I mean, like I said, the process of, like I said, gathering all those quotes and fitting them in where they should, and then taking Snyder's quotes and fitting them in where they should, and then you got critics, you got bloggers that are not fans of Snyder, and then breaking down analytics between what's going on with Marvel, why Warner Brothers decided to go the direction that they try to go. I mean, man, that's tasking right there. You talked about, like, I think the last time, hours and hours just sitting in front of your computer, just trying to do all this.
And trying to make it interesting, to also try to make it interesting to people who are on the outside looking in, and also try to get enough of an insider story for people who have followed every step of it along the way. So, I'm at the point where I just hope it reads well. I hope people enjoy it. And then of course I hope they enjoy the movie. I still cannot wrap my brain around the fact that the book dropped 17 days before the movie arrived.
That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, timed perfectly.
All this stuff about trying to exploit the movement. Like when I started writing this book 2 years ago, like the cut wasn't coming, there was no exploit what? We were all, shouting into a void still at that point. You guys were shouting and I was writing it down. That's all that was happening at that point. So, but it's crazy. Like you could never, at the beginning of this, if you had said to me like, oh, by the way, when you finish all this, it's going to land like 3 weeks before the cut arrives. What are you kidding me?
Did you always have the March 1st date?
It was February 15th for a long time, but that wasn't my choice. That was the publisher. Oh, okay. And it's really just how long it takes on their end to produce it. I turned the manuscript in last July.
Yeah, I remember that.
I haven't touched it since then.
Yeah. Because you were on here a month before that, and you even said like it's pretty much, your book is like pretty much done. And then I mean, obviously, like you ended up going back and adding some little things here and there, right? Or
a few things, but really, like I had to just make the decision that the May 20th announcement, and then I got to talk to Zack on June 3rd, and his was the last. And then like I did like a victory lap chapter of people sort of just talking about how they felt knowing that it's coming. But then I had to just sort of say like, that's it. It's done. And whatever happens after this, because some people would ask like, oh, are you going to watch the movie before you put the book out? And I was like, it's just not possible. Like the production cycle doesn't allow it to do that. So.
And then speaking of like Zack's quotes, I mean, I know you've had, I mean, when we come to criticisms, you've posted on Cinema Blend a couple of like quotes from the book, you know, that turn into articles. And I know some people are like, well, wait a minute, why are you doing that? Are you just trying to like, you know, boost your book? I mean, what was your response when it came to writing those like Cinema Blend articles about the fandom and the toxicity, and then of course him walking away fully and the whole real reason?
Well, of course I'm trying to boost my book.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, because like legitimately once the book is out there, those quotes will be fair game for everybody else.
That's what I was thinking, you know, and I was talking with other people too. It's like, well, I mean, once the book comes out, there's going to be other, you know, sites that are going to pull stuff from there and be like, hey, Zack Snyder said this, Zack Snyder said that. And it's almost like, well, yeah, Sean probably has the right to do that because his book, get ahead of it. And make sure that, you know, and then it becomes, I mean, to the point where it's like, okay, I mean, I've even said it's like, okay, I get some people's concern because they kind of look at it like, oh, is this right? Is this what somebody, you know, in a journalistic fashion should do? And I'm like, you know, and I kind of went like, maybe not. But then at the same time, I'm like going, well, I mean, that is the site you work for. And like, you know, you're ahead of, and it's like, obviously you want to boost your book. And then, like you said, like we were talking about right now, it's just the fact that, you know, other sites are going to start pulling the quotes and being like, oh, this is what Snyder said about this or that or this. And it's like, yeah, well, let's get ahead of it. I'm going to post some of the stuff that seems crucial when it comes to fandom or the fact that the real reason why he walked away. Well,
and a little peek behind the curtain as well, too.
Yeah.
You don't get a book deal unless you have an outlet. Like it's almost part of the contract.
Yeah.
That when the book comes around, you'll use your outlet to give a tease, you know, to give a sample chapter, to give an excerpt, to get it out there. Like they're not signing a first-time author who has no book experience unless you have some sort of platform to boost yourself up. So I've seen the debates about whether it's journalistically integral. If I were trying to, I think personally, if I were trying to posit it as like breaking news of some sort, but the way that I wrote those articles were very clearly like, I have a book coming. This is something Zack told me for the book. I think it'll be interesting. Here it is. You can make an argument that the book is for profit. Yes, proceeds from the sales of the book are going to go to AFSP, but of course I'm going to try to promote the book as much as possible. And I did see the videos of that guy who really doesn't like the fact that I'm writing stories on Cinema Blend. But it was tough because before I got to his video, I had to go through his links to his Patreon and his Bitcoin and his Please Give Me Money on his website that he's using to talk about me, talking about the Snyder Cut. So I didn't get through all of the video because it was hard to get through all those links of you asking for money. But I guess once I get around to finally getting through your ask me, you know, please give me money, I'll get to watch the rest of your video.
See, I mean, I'm glad you I'm glad you like pulled that out of your side holster, because it is kind of like a weird cycle when we talk about all this stuff that we do, because you get YouTube channels that are like, you know, their main shtick is like, I'm going to like talk shit about this person. I don't like what they're doing because they're making money off something. And then I kind of go like, yeah, but you're also making money off of what, you know, it's a vicious cycle. And I get that too. Like trust me. I mean, Sean, you know, like I've gotten where there's a certain sanction of the Snyder fandom that goes, oh, you're just trying to profit off the movement and this, that, sure, and this, and you know, and I constantly go like, dude, I've been here since the beginning. I followed like ever since BBS was announced. I mean, like literally one of my, I think either my first or second video I did on this channel was when Henry Cavill was cast as Superman, and I called him Henry Cavill. I didn't know how to say it. You know? Sure. And it was just like I had a piece of shit camera that was not HD, and my closet was my background, you know, and it's just like, I've been here, and everybody just always says you're trying to profit. And then I kind of go like, well, what do you want from me? I'm trying to just get information out there. Do I make some money on the side? Yes, it's always going to be the case. It's fun, but it's just that's the way the world works.
But I don't understand. So maybe I'll get crucified for this. I don't understand why that's wrong. Like, you could argue that Cinema Blend as a site makes a profit off of the film industry.
Oh yeah,
like, we cover the film industry. It's a job. It's work. And we are lucky enough to make revenue off of it, Well, so here I turned around and sold a story, sold a book, and it's, people are going to pay some money to buy the book. And I don't understand why that's wrong.
Well, I mean, I think sometimes people don't realize the work that goes into it. I mean, like I said, when I was reading it, I'm like, I can't even imagine like the hours and, just to get like all these quotes, have them all written down and contacting this person and that person. And just, I mean, it does. I mean, it's not just like, you're not just going like this in a night. You're not just typing away and going, well, this and this. I mean, it is so much research, so much of this, that, and this. And that's why it's like, okay, so why can't this person who put all this hours in get some kind of reward from it? I mean, we live in a country that, hey, that's what the American dream kind of is, right? Anybody?
Also, you don't have to buy it.
Exactly.
That's okay.
Yeah, exactly. That was one of the things I said too, because I mean, obviously, when some of the criticisms came out, I was like, I'm like, interesting, cool, that's fine. And I like the fact that when those criticisms came out, first it was like, it was like boom, 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 and then it was like, then all of a sudden it was like it got laid back and said, hey, I'm not saying that you don't have to read it. And it's like, okay, thank you for saying that, because everybody has the choice to read it. It's not like this is like recommended reading because you're part of this movement. If you want to read it, go for it. I even said in my review, I was like, hey, if you don't want to read it, because you feel like this is like something that you don't want to support, then don't do it. I'm just telling you that I enjoyed it. I thought it was a nice read, and it felt like it was like a documentary. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a documentary that ends up happening and they reference this book, because there's a lot of information in there that they could use if they wanted to actually bring it to the screen.
Well, and honestly, when I wasn't getting Zack for the longest time, what I kept getting told by his reps that he couldn't talk. Part of the reason was I just assumed he was doing something himself. Like, why wouldn't he do a documentary on this? Like, he obviously has more information than any of us. And I hope that one day down the line, he does do something like this, because I'd love to see his side of it. So believe me, this story is so massive that it can be told multiple ways, and I'm sure it's going to be told multiple ways. I just happen to be one of the early ones to get here.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Like, I mean, I got sources to the business, and I've heard that there's already been pitches. There's been pitches since, 2019 about all of this. I mean, somebody's going to secure a documentary, and I'm sure, like, when it comes down to all that, people are going to be like, fuck this director who did this. He's trying to cash in on this. It's like, can we just celebrate the fact that, eventually, and you even said it in the book, was like, release the Snyder Cut ended up becoming like mainstream. It became a slogan. It became a saying where it was used for, I mean, it was almost like, and I hate that I'm going to compare this to make America great again. But I'm just saying, like, a lot of people chose that slogan and utilized it with other things. Just like release the Snyder Cut. It was like, okay, release the Ayer cut, release the JJ cut, release the butthole cut of Cats. It was just like, it's when Seth Rogen is literally using that saying, it's out there and it's so mainstream that people, oh my God.
And that's a happy accident, like I know when the movement adapted that slogan, they didn't know the power that it had. They couldn't have at that point. Like, it just was catchy at the time, but it has legs, it has such staying power. And it was a godsend, honestly, because it helped the movement continue and sustain and get to the point where they got to.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things that people don't seem to realize when it comes to all this. And I mean, what was I gonna? There was something else I was gonna. Yeah, I think I pretty much got all the. But no. Like I said, when it came to the book, I mean, the biggest thing that I thought was a big, like, salute to the fans and pretty much like a handshake or a high five was the fact that there's pages and pages and pages of people, just a letter to Zack. And I hope that he gets the book, and even if he doesn't even read everything that happened, because maybe he won't, maybe he doesn't want to like see all that stuff, but I just hope that he can actually just turn to where all the fans write what they appreciate from him and everything they've taken from his movies and everything like that. If I can just ask like that from, hopefully he sees that, and that would be pretty fantastic.
So I want to ask you a question, because I saw some people in the chat go past there that they brought up the Death in the Family title.
Oh yeah. That's the thing I was going to ask you about.
Let's get into that chapter,
because obviously there's some controversy because it is a title of of course, a very popular Batman story. And some people are like, why would you do something like that? Yeah. What was your mindset when it came to that?
I honestly, so it is a reference to the comic. Like and someone else pointed out that like the chapter titles do kind of have a bit of comic reference to them, or something to do with the movement. And I really just took it literally. I mean, I wasn't trying to, and I would like you to, because I really want you to tell me if in context, when you read it, if you thought that I was, diminishing Autumn's loss in any way, shape, or form, because that was not my intent in the least bit. And I showed that chapter to multiple people and never got any pushback who maybe they aren't as immersed in the movement. Maybe they were just more cursory comic book fans or journalism type folks who read it, so it didn't stand out to them. Look, I'll embrace anyone who tells me it's a bad title. I can see how it can be translated that way, but my intent was not to diminish Autumn in the least bit, and I don't think that the chapter does. No, it doesn't. Like when you read the chapter, I have never lost a daughter or a son, or I've never lost a child. Okay, there are people out there that have. And I'm sure they didn't care about the title at all when they read that chapter, because, I mean, that happens it happens all the time. People lose their children, and, people out there that have, and I know people that have lost children, and I'm sure they didn't give two shits about the title at all. It's like, I think I even said it. It's like, it's an artistic, choice that you chose. Yeah, it does. It's the same title as this Batman story. Sure, I could see why people are offended by it. Sure, I could see that too. But at the same time, it's like but then when you go and read that chapter, I mean, even like when that chapter shows up in Justin's book, like when he does like a fictional telling of what possibly could have happened, that was a heartbreaking chapter in his book. I remember reading that going, holy shit, and I could only imagine reading, your chapter about that and his chapter about that, having lost a child. I couldn't even imagine. But the thing is, I don't know that. And that's the thing, when we talk about perspectives, when reading these books, not everybody's going to have the same thing. And people are going to have criticism. That's fine. Of course. But the whole, but we can't just go like, oh no, that's fucked up. You can't do that. I'm offended because of me. You can't do that. It's like, hey, relax a little bit. Maybe somebody else feels a little different who's actually been through that circumstance, For sure. And again, I can't write to every audience. It's impossible to. I don't know what they're going to read. But I did want to make it very clear on the stream that like, I completely understand people who say that they don't like that chapter, the title of that chapter. I think they're totally entitled to that opinion. I just want to make it really clear that I believe in context. I go right into the middle of, I go right into that chapter saying that I think it's kind of really insensitive to even talk about the loss of a child in relation to a movie at all. Like one shouldn't have anything to do with the other. But it was impossible not to tell the full story of what happened on Justice League without involving Autumn. Like if it were up to me, I might not have even tried to go that direction anyway, for fear of treating it in an insensitive way, because that's Zack's personal tragedy, and that's for him and Debbie to deal with. But it really got to a point where, in order to fully tell the story and to also include the reason why AFSP is so important to the movement, you have to mention it. You have to get into it. And it was one of the toughest chapters to write. And so I wanted to bring that up because I've seen a lot of conversation online about it. And and I wanted to bring it up here. So
I mean, there is. I mean, yeah, and I mean, I we'll bring in the panel here pretty soon, and one particular person has lost a child in it, which is Garza, which you've quoted many times, and you quoted in that chapter as well, which I thought perfect, because we know that he has lost a child, and I remember he's even like, because we know we share group chats, and he talked about it, and I think he even tweeted about it too, and it's just like, I mean, the way that chapter struck him, and I'm like, yeah, that's not how it struck me, because guess what? I haven't lived through that, but yeah. He has, and here he is right here, man. What is going on, Garza? Hey, you said to bring. I saw you in the chat. Like,
I know, man. Because I'm like, because I feel like. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You hear me fine? Okay. Because I've spoken to all of you guys. Y'all know how I feel about this, and I think that the moment that I saw people kind of attack that chapter. It fucking pissed me off. Like it stirred something in me, because I was like, who the fuck are these people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, trying to tell people that don't know anything about context that this chapter is insignificant or treats Autumn's passing as a joke or as a comic reference. Like, I got fucking heated because I was like, now I've lost a child, and when I read it, I didn't feel like it was disrespecting anything. I didn't take offense to the fucking chapter. I went, it's the title of a comic book. I'm reading a book about a movie that a director was making that is a comic book. That's the relation. You see that relation. And there is no, let's just put it in a perspective that you don't know it's a comic book title. You read A Death in the Family, you're going, this title is obviously something is happening in this title or in this chapter.
That's another thing that we talked about. It's like perspective.
Yeah.
It's an outside audience. You're not going to know that title, that it's a Batman title, Batman story.
Exactly. And so, at the end of the day, I was so fucking pissed, man. I couldn't believe somebody was telling me that I should take offense to that fucking chapter. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I was so
well, that wasn't the goal either.
I know. I know.
Mad.
Of course. Well, right. No, and that was it. And that's the thing, though, is that it was kind of like, it was almost like I felt disrespected by those people. And you know what? Guess what? I wasn't bashful. I fucking called them out. You know what all of them did? You know what every single fucking person did that I called out that night? Because it was at nighttime. It was like at fucking 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, it was late.
I was fucking fuming. So you know what? Every single person I called out they were like, well, I don't know. Well, that's just, yeah. Oh, well, I'm not. And all I could say was, exactly. That's what I fucking thought. Because guess what, dude? You're not going to tell me somebody that has been through that has been there with Zach. Believe me, I fucking get it, dude. But you're not going to fucking tell me, or at least try to bring up that's a reason for somebody not to like the book, because you have a fucking problem, because you're an idiot. You don't know how to read. Like, it's not my fault, dude. I'm going to fucking call people out. Like, I was heated.
Yep.
Like, period. And that's why, when Sean reached out to me, I told him, I said, dude, I'm fucking here day one. I don't give a fuck, man. I'm the fact that I heard that I was seeing that, and it was just on my timeline, and I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. I went to bat. Like, I don't think people realized how serious that subject was. Because guess what? And I'm being dead fucking serious. 2 days later, I haven't heard a fucking thing about it, have I?
No.
I haven't seen it pop up once.
It went away fast. And
in fact, Sean, your book, nobody is talking. Oh, well, no, it's not including all of these people around the world, and it's talking about Autumn's death like disrespectfully. All of that shit has stopped, didn't it?
Yeah,
it did pretty quickly. Yeah.
Well, then, and we also got to treat it like, I mean, it is kind of funny too, because what do we always talk about when first reactions come out on social media for movies or Rotten Tomatoes? Everybody always goes, hey, don't listen, see it for yourself. And at the same time, it's like, yeah, okay, read it for yourself if you want to. If you don't, that's fine. You don't have to. That's the brilliant part about this.
And also, I need to emphasize that not every review needs to be positive. Like,
no.
People can hate the shit out of this book, Please, it's not a flawless book by any stretch, But that wasn't also the intention. It's not like you were sitting there going, "I'm going to be writing a dissertation,
and it's going to be put in to the Louvre, and it's going to be brought out. It's going to be on stand in museums.
It's going to be
it was just and that was the thing that was so important about this book is that guess what? It literally told the story of what there was no listen. And I know you guys are talking about it. I'm so glad that you wrote it because you know what? You're a Marvel fan. I'm not, dude. I would have sat there and I would have literally spent. I know.
Stop it.
Listen. I would have spent a full, maybe I would say maybe 3 chapters, maybe 5 fucking chapters of talking shit about Marvel and how much I fucking hate them because of what they did to all of this side, right? But guess what? And I wouldn't have included like some of the people that you included in the book. You know what I mean? I don't know. Fuck you. I'm not adding you. So
that's what I even said that too. Like, it's not a biased approach. It was like an outside perspective.
Yeah.
But of course, there's people that think it was like a biased approach because, I mean, Sean, you like the Marvel a little bit more.
There are people who I wish I could take out of the book. There are people who, if I could revise it really right now, I would.
Hey, would you revise your list? I guess, you probably would.
Maybe.
Don't say that. All right, we got Mr. Scott McClellan joining the freaking panel here. What's up, sir?
Hey. Good to see you, man.
Hey, look at that shirt you're wearing. You got the Steppenwolf shirt going, huh?
Well, I got the Merchmate thing going, so I feel like I'm like the walking model for the merchandise that I'm trying to get out to international people.
I was DMing you about the situation of like, wait a minute, how do you figure out how the costs and everything like that? It's kind of a little bit of a struggle because I'm trying to be like, okay, I'm going to order these shirts for these people, but I'm also going to order them for me too. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, I got to figure out some of this stuff.
Math. It's a lot of math.
You're an English teacher though, man.
I know that's the struggle is real.
Hey, but real quick though, I want to say this real quick, just to put a burn on him. And I know I came in heated.
You? What?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Your language is offensive.
Now, Sean.
Yes, sir.
How does it feel to know that you were wrong about Green Lantern?
Are you still?
Why are you the way that you are?
Garza, you're not still holding on to that, are you?
Bro, I literally have the receipts that I could drop at any moment.
The back and forth that you guys had. I mean, some people were. I mean, I was even like, dude, Garza, dude, that was like, oof.
I've heard the comments on Sean's videos with Hannah. That's the best part. That's what the one I'm enjoying.
So, I mean, how does that feel though, right? Because, I mean, let's put it this way, dude.
Yeah,
I was more right than you were. Okay, and you called me fucking crazy.
I'll be ready to eat crow if he shows up. So what do we think? Do we think the 7th member is Martian Manhunter, and we're not going to get a lantern? Is that the deal now?
Here, I'm gonna break the exclusive, which it shouldn't have been because I broke it already a long time ago.
Okay,
Exclusivo.
But where Manhunter is where the Jon Stewart and how we're gonna be.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Wait, that's not exclusive because Sean just said that on his video. I watched that last night. It's in his video with Hannah.
Because
it's not even exclusive because I've even mentioned it too. Like on my show.
That's included. The war is coming, like credited to.
Well, no. It's
that's
not
very deliberate.
But that is because he couldn't get Ryan Reynolds and another actor I won't be naming.
I think I know who it is.
Jon Stewart. Well, don't say it.
I think I know who it is. Oh, wait, you might have told me. Never mind. Maybe that's why I can't say it.
Why you gotta call me out like that, man? Damn it. That's right.
All right.
You didn't believe me.
Time to invite Mr. Stephen Colbert.
No. I remember that. Yeah, because you were like, nah, bullshit, dude. I was like, I'm just telling you. You were like, nah, well, I'll still whatever. I'll believe it when.
If you guys enjoy what Garza and I do on the timeline, where do you see what we do in our direct messages?
Yeah, right.
It's really heated.
Sean, I wanted to share this because, you gave me the opportunity to read the book as well. And I was able to publish a review on Goodreads. And I've been trying to publish a review on Amazon, but Amazon won't let me post a review right now. No. It's locked. I'm not sure if that's a publisher choice or not.
Okay.
Well, it's until the book releases.
Amazon's weird. Like I could write like with Justin, I was able to write one for him before it got released. So Amazon's weird like that. I do want to say this. I know you said not to share it, but just for the sake of what I wrote, I did pass the book on to my dad because I needed to get, like you've been saying, you're hoping that it reads well to someone who knows nothing.
Well, look at this right here. I mean, Tom A is talking about he red pilled his father about the Snyder Cut via Cinema Blend videos. I mean, that's reaching out and like getting these people that didn't have no idea about all this shit. So,
but going back to what Dave, what you specifically brought up in your review and what you guys have already talked about, when you talked about the chapters, my dad told me, oh my God, I'm so glad I had those chapters to explain the movie business to me because I had no idea. I didn't know about any of that. Like my dad's reaction was, wow, I didn't know how any of that worked. So I wanted to let you know that it translates to someone who knows nothing.
Good. That's great.
Nothing whatsoever. So my mother-in-law has already pre-ordered the book, and I've already like texted it to my pastors at my church because we like to geek out about this kind of stuff.
Nice.
You're gonna preach it?
yeah.
Literally the Snyder Bible. You're gonna preach the
Snyder Bible. Yeah,
It's gonna be that good book.
But I think that if I have to communicate anything to someone about my opinion about the book, is that it truly needs to be something that you share with someone that person that goes, so what's this Snyder Cut thing again? This is like,
here you go.
Here you go. Like it's the best.
Yeah.
And because
we're all going to be Jehovah's Witnesses on fucking bikes and fucking.
This is called this.
Have
literally,
you read the good book of Release to?
No, I have at some points very sacrilegiously referred to this as the Watchtower, like going door to door because it did feel that way. Because I remember in my review, I think I said something like, insiders won't get much out of this, but this is great for someone who is casual or uninitiated. And then when days later, my dad responded back to me, and we had like a 25-minute conversation about the book. And his comments were, I didn't know any of that stuff. I'm so glad that was explained to me. It wasn't difficult for me to follow. And he also appreciated, he said, he commented on on the voice in the book, the tone of the book. He said it was very funny. It was very conversational. It was very easy for me to read. And I enjoyed the style that it was written in. So I wanted to make sure.
It was written. Yeah, it's written like you were talking. Which is
right. Which was
amazing.
Very appealing to someone who, like my father, who like the most he knows is he goes sees the movie and occasionally he listens to his son rant at random times of the day. So I wanted to let you know that was definitely that is what at least a complete noob, normal, general audience person. That was their reaction to it. And I needed that because I'm reading this, unfortunately, from the perspective of,
yes,
I literally followed this for the last 5 years. Like,
I
know this information.
There's some chapters in there where it's like, I could kind of like skim through this. I already know this stuff.
What? You skimmed through it?
I mean, I read intently.
Jesus, man.
Scott, you have your father Venmo me $20, please.
Oh no! You don't understand. Do not.
Yeah, exactly.
You do realize that I've pre-ordered the book, right? I've had the book pre-ordered for
but you've only pre-ordered one. That's
no. Did you not hear? I have not only have I personally purchased this book, I know for a fact that I have been responsible for hand selling it to at least 2 or 3 other people. You got to remember, Garza, I worked at a Barnes & Noble for 9 years. I know what I'm doing, which is also why some of these criticisms that get levied, I do have to sit back and go, that's not how that works.
Yeah.
Like the fact that I'm going to make a ton of money off of this.
Well,
listen.
I have made the joke about you try to show me where the film and television section is in a Barnes and Noble. I'll wait.
God, no. And before Steven joins, because I know he has something to say about this too. When people were like, "Oh, he's just using his quotes," and Zack didn't intend for him to use the quotes on his site. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, Zack interviewed him. Like, do you think like Zack's going, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what he's gonna do with my quotes. I mean, who does he write for? Like, what does he do? Like, if he's gonna write my book, do you think that if I have any quotes in this book, that it's just gonna stay in the book? Like that's right? Like, nobody should be taking my quotes and just running with them, right?
You know who's the most savvy marketing director in the field right now?
Yeah, fucking Zack Snyder.
His name is Zack Snyder.
And listen, so whenever I saw that and I was like, oh, I just don't, man, you know what? I don't know why, isn't it like a conflict of interest because he works for Cinema Blend and all? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I would literally use every single avenue that I have of any kind of marketability of anything I'm creating. I don't give a fuck what it is. But if I have an audience, guess what? I'm using it. That's the whole point. Like, it blows my mind that people, and then to go to, oh, well, he's just taking advantage of it. Like you said, dude, we had no idea we were getting this when you started writing this book. Okay? Yeah. It's not like you went like this. Hey, as soon as this gets announced that it's going to be, out, guess what? I'm going to write a book on it and I'm going to make buku fucking bucks. So it's so like all that shit. You're just like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Why don't you just say you don't like him? Like, if they were to say, I just don't like Sean.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool, dude. Well, great. What does that have to do with
that? Yeah, on a daily basis.
And what does that have to do with
my house?
and I would also like to point out that I think there's nearly at least 30. Like, when we were talking about those messages to Zack from the fans, I think that's nearly about 30 pages. Like, I counted. It's about 30 pages.
Oh, let me address that because my agent said like. It's like a third of the book. And I was like, no, I know. I get it. But it's so important for me to have that in there. Like, when I put that call out for people to give those messages, and I got as many messages as I did, I made the conscious decision of like, everyone who sent me a message, I'm going to get it in. Now, some people sent, full pages, and I had to trim down just to get something of their message in. But I wasn't going to pull anybody, and I didn't care if the book was, if a big chunk at the end of it was dedicated to that, because I just felt that was that important.
Well, I think. No, go ahead, Steven.
Anyone that's like around,
let Steven talk. Jeez.
knows that. I don't know. Like, if you know the people that like know and talk to Zack on a regular basis, and you see people tell them all the time, like, hey, when you talk to Zack, can you just tell him how important this is to me? Or like, hey, tell Zack that this movie is my favorite movie, or it saved my life, or like what? Like, people say this stuff, or you look at his Vero comments, and people are like, Zack, I just need you to know that
it needs to be Charlie Hunnam for Green Lantern.
Oh,
I just need you to know that.
Yeah. I just like, thank you, Sean. I needed to tell Zack that Charlie Hunnam will it be Green Arrow.
Don't do this to me. God.
And so the second that you said, like, I'm gonna open my book, my first reaction when I saw you say that was like, oh well, he's got to know what he's offering here. He's got to be aware of it. And then I thought about it for another minute and was like, you know what? No, like, that's the point of the book. Like, you even set out from the very beginning. You always said, like, I'm not saying the behind the scenes story is not going to be here, but that's not the story I'm trying to tell. Any behind the scenes, like, juicy stuff is more of a residual impact of me getting the story of the fans and telling the story of the fans and how they got from A to B to C, and the friends they made along the way or otherwise. So giving that opportunity to say, hey, if I didn't get you in an interview, or even if I did, do you have a note for Zack? Put it in here. Because, like, for example, if I get my mom to read it, she's like, watched some videos from like the comic movie marks, and she was like, oh, that's really cool. They talked about an article you wrote, and but doesn't know like the full story. That's the type of thing where she would read and be like, oh wow, it's amazing how much of a personal connection people have to this director. And like, it's hard to, like, you can say that in the book, but I mean, you've got 30 pages of this is how personal this is for these people, and that's amazing.
I'll tell you guys too that I sent the PDF, the manuscript, over to HBO Max to my contacts over that way, and was told by one of them, like, thank you very much. This book is really helping me prepare for the release of the movie because they just were not up to speed on it. Nor would you really expect them to be, right? If this wasn't their world for the past 3 years, this is all still
listen.
an unknown
bring
people
up
in the industry.
I'll bring up a perfect example because I literally just finished watching it before I got on here. Dark Phoenix. I have no idea what the fuck happened in that film as far as behind the scenes. I don't know. Dude, you know that it got fucked with, okay? You know it. You know that Simon Kinberg didn't direct everything on that film, okay? But if you were to tell me, man, there's a story behind it, I'd be like, oh, dude, I'm all ears, man. I don't know. I have nothing to say about Dark Phoenix. You know what I mean? Same with New Mutants. Like, I don't know anything that happened or transpired, dude. That is not my world. But you know what? If there was like a group of fandom like that was like, no, this is all the shit that happened. I mean, imagine that kind of like noise being brought up over and over. And you'd be like, well, maybe I am interested in this. I don't know what happened.
Well, I've been told you just have to go to the internet and read it because
that's
it's
it.
all there.
Yeah, send it my way, dude. I'd love to find out what happened to X-Men Dark Phoenix.
But that's even another thing though, because like I would love to know that too. So that's not to diminish your point or say that I'm not interested in that, but I think
I'm still on fan 4 stick.
Yeah, even when there was a phenomenal article put. Oh, Sean, do you remember who wrote that? That did a long interview with Trank for Polygon, maybe Matt Patches or.
It was Pat. Yes, it was Matt Patches for.
Man, I read that. It was phenomenal. I got excited for reading your book when I read that because it was so revealing and personal and go check that out if you haven't read it and are interested in Fan 4 Stick at all. But I think what a lot of people, I'm reluctant to say even the fans because I don't want to discredit how aware they are of who Zack is and what he's accomplished. But you see stuff like the Ayer cut, like release the Ayer cut, or like remember there was a release the JJ cut was a the Star Wars fandom is way bigger and way more engaged in so many ways than
hates their product more.
Yeah, exactly. You know? And like the Snyder Cut movement got there and it formed and people got to know each other and like the community, it's way more organized for better or worse than other fandoms. And so like where Star Wars is so huge, you don't have something that's like the tip of the spear that's so refined and impactful. But like you would expect that to take off and be way bigger just because of the size. And obviously there's questions of, there's not a JJ cut or whatever, but even look at, we know for a fact there's an Ayer cut, right? Mm-hmm. And it literally they were test screening it alongside the alternate cut like a couple of weeks before the movie came out. So it's done, right? They just need to ship it. And then we've known it existed that whole time, but it never took off in the same way. And so I guess you could say like, well, it's not Justice League. And sure, that's true. It's not the same characters, but Zack is a filmmaker that has he inspires something in people, and he has these passionate fans that drive this. That I'd be shocked to see something like this happen to almost any other filmmaker. Well, I mean, the only people that this would ever happen to are people that this wouldn't happen to, right? Yeah. Like Christopher Nolan. This would never happen to Christopher Nolan.
James
if it did,
Cameron.
Yeah, if it did, then the movie would get released. But this would never happen to them, and it happened to Zack, and it shouldn't have happened to him. But that's the only reason, because nobody cares. I don't want to say nobody cares, but people don't feel that way about Simon Kinberg. They don't feel that way about Josh Trank.
Right. With those examples too, those directors are usually really quick to come out and snuff the idea that there's an alternate cut in the first place. And Zack never did that. Like Zack has always said that he's had the footage subtly, early on with Vero posts and things like that, or, tipping it off to people in the movement of saying like, yes, you're right, keep fighting kind of thing. But like, there's another group who's trying to get Mark Webb's extended cut of
I saw that on Twitter. Right people were sad about that.
And Webb, came out just like 2 days ago and said like, hey, I love your passion. That's super great. You should dedicate that passion to go making something creative of your own, thank you so much. God bless. Have a great day. And that's all a director needs to do to nip it in the bud, essentially. I think Abrams came out, and said like, guys, there's no.
There's no. I think it was an editor. I think it was the editor or somebody that was like part of the like behind the scenes or whatever. But yeah,
Well,
it's like, nah, there's
and it's also just like, you know, like what Dan said right here. It's like when Zach's quotes about the toxic fandom, and you know, it's like, you think that Zach, like, you know, when that quote came out, you think he's just going to be like, oh yeah, I need to call out like some of the bad apples. Like, no, he's going to talk about the good about the fandom raising $500,000 for AFSP. He's not going to be like, oh yeah, I should probably call out the guys that dogpile. And it's like, no, that's for us to do.
And the second Zach makes that his responsibility,
no,
it's over. Like he can't make it his job to call out trolls, because like then it's his job to like moderate his own fandom. Like moderate yourself.
Let's also point out the fact that even when you call them out, have they stopped?
They're not going to stop.
They double down.
No, Scott Middleton is perfect, right? He literally got embarrassed by Zach. And what is he still doing? He's like, well, he's still talking shit. You know what I mean? And like, to the point of now, look at all these people reacting to an R-rated Justice League. I'm like, in my head, I'm going, what the fuck is y'all's problem? We literally got a PG-13 film in 2017. Okay.
That was something that I think was interesting earlier, that we were talking about, like, how is it going to break outside that bubble? I think that the R-rated news, and kind of I was looking at the reaction to that, is the first example of this movie is people are starting to pay attention who haven't been paying attention, because we've known, like, who didn't think this movie was going to be rated R?
I know.
Like, he said it in that Entertainment Weekly article like a month ago. Like, this is not.
He's been talking about people cutting off
breaking news. Water wet.
He's been talking about cutting off heads and spiky fuckers and like all this, and besides that, you know that even if it was PG-13, they'd say the exact same thing about it. Like, these people, they think it's too dark, they think it's too brutal, they think it's too violent.
But they've always said that. They've always said that about his movies.
The theatrical cut of BVS too. So like, it didn't matter if that was R or not. They said the same thing about it.
And they're surprised. And they're surprised. Yeah. And they're surprised. They're going, wait.
Well, I've been conversations about that, and I don't think they're actually surprised. They're just using it as an opportunity to say, like,
I know they are.
Look, here is more evidence that thing that I always say must be true.
Yeah. Well, it's just it sounds so stupid, right? Because it's like, oh, Snyder's movies are dark and gritty, and they always have violence, and they're not made for kids. And then all of a sudden, the Justice League film gets rated R, and it's it's for violence and language, and you're like, oh man, I can't believe Snyder would do that. I'm like, well, you fuckers were talking about that literally in 2015 and 2016, like. At what point do you go, oh, you know what? That's just Snyder as a filmmaker.
They're talking about like the F-bomb being in the movie. Meanwhile, every other day on Twitter, there's like hashtag insert the F-bomb into a PG-13 movie. Like, you're granted one. Like, and even Snyder's PG-13 BVS didn't have the F-bomb in it. Like, it's so
the PG-13 didn't, but then like Ultimate did, and then it had like a little blood splatter, but it was like. And I think, Steven, you even brought up a point like one time, like I think talking just like within like behind the scenes was like, you look at the Matrix trilogy, okay? All those are rated R. Should they be? It doesn't seem like they like warrant like those movies.
Why are they for violence?
I know. I guess
it differentiates between like if it's more like if you could show the same violence, but if you show, there's a half a second here and a half a second there of I haven't been able to find it, but I do remember a few years ago reading something about there's something the MPAA has about like being kicked in the head. Yeah, like, there's specifically kicks to the head is like if you show it, and that's why I guess I shouldn't say that's why, because I need to verify with watching. But if you look at like MCU movies, there's a lot of cuts away from the impact. And that's the difference that you see with like Snyder. Like, look at the alley fight in Watchmen. You don't just see the impact; you see the impact, the bone break, whatever. Whereas the Marvel movie is like you see the impact and it cuts away. Marvel movies are like a half a second here and there from being R-rated. Also, now it would be a really mild R. It wouldn't be quite as R as Snyder's movies, but it wouldn't take much at all. And also, like, we're talking about we're talking about 13. Like, first of all, who cares about PG-13? They let 8-year-olds see it. No, they're cutting out everyone under 13.
Came about in the 80s. I mean,
Jaws
was PG,
and then people under 17 can see R. So we're really talking about like a 4-year gray area. I don't know. It feels stupid to even break it down, because I think it's a disingenuous complaint in the first place.
I have more of concern, and I wonder if you guys do it all too, in that this is footage he shot in 2016. And just the idea of a comic book movie and the tone of comic book movies has evolved a pretty decent amount in the past.
Listen.
Hogan.
No.
Shout out to Watchmen.
His BVS film could come out right now, and it still would be fucking top tier comic book. No one has touched that. So what I'm going off, and I've said this numerous times, and guess what? Zach even proved it, that he was shooting his version of his own film, and he was shooting another version for the studio execs. He didn't give a fuck at that point, because at the end of the day, he was like, if this is my last one, I'm going out with a fucking blaze of glory. I don't give a fuck.
In the chat, Paul Smith says Joel Silver said The Matrix was rated R due to kicks to the head.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. So that must be where I got it from.
Hey,
there you go.
To the
Sean,
head.
I got a question for you, Sean.
Sure.
Because I really got engaged with your release of Snyder Cut videos over on Cinema Blend, especially when you brought in Hannah, because I thought she definitely adds a completely different dimension and perspective to those videos. And I've been curious about what has the process been like partnering with Hannah, not just behind the scenes doing the video editing, but actually as an on-camera personality for that series.
She has always been an incredibly gifted editor and would be very content being a behind the scenes person, making all of those video packages the best they could possibly be. In Hannah's perfect world, it would be me on screen and her chopping it up behind the scenes. But I drag her on screen because I tell her she's great. Like, I legitimately think she's compelling on screen and she's super interesting. And so in order to get up to speed on this, on the Snyder Cut in general, because we had decided we were going to make this into a weekly series, she took the time to plunge into the material because she was not a fan of it. You know, I'm not saying she didn't like it. She just never watched it at all. So she started with Man of Steel. She watched BVS Theatrical. She watched BVS Ultimate Edition and realized how different it was. And then she's been through Justice League Theatrical multiple times. And she is all in now.
That's cool that she watched the. I would not normally recommend that someone watch the theatrical, but given the nature of what she's doing,
yeah,
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it's really cool to be able to see the difference there. And because I feel like if you watch the Ultimate and then you watch the theatrical, you'd fill in those blanks yourself and be like, okay, but not knowing the bullet plot, not knowing like all this stuff, and then having it filled in would be like, oh, that makes sense.
And part of this, the joy of that series is seeing how invested she has become, you know, because she's legitimately become somebody who had zero knowledge. And really this was a job, you know, an assignment to work with me. And now it's become something that she comes up with the ideas every single week, like what we're going to talk about. And she'll pitch like 3 ideas at me, and I'll sort of pick like which one I think is a really good one to go with. This week we did scenes we're most looking forward to, but the two of us went back and forth on the ones we wanted to pick. She's all in. She's all in, and it's phenomenal. And so yeah, that's been super rewarding because
she looks genuine. Like it doesn't look
it's not
it
fake.
Doesn't look fake like at all. And that's the nice thing about it.
Well, it's funny that you say that about getting more invested going into it, because I was just today re-listening to the to parts of the Screen Rant Editors Total Geek All podcast. It used to be SR Underground, now it's Total Geek All, and they did the BVS reviews. That would be Rob Keyes, Ben Kendrick, Andrew Dice, Kofi Outlaw, and Hannah Shaw Williams. And they were one of the only ones at the time that they were all like, yeah, it's got issues. I mean, they talked about the issues with it, but they were like genuinely positive, and they were like, why is this so negative? And it was really interesting that one of the things that stood out to me, and I think Kofi and Ben, but I think they all kind of commented on to some extent, was look at how this builds on Man of Steel and changes the way we see Man of Steel. And they were saying, look, you know, this stuff, the things that people are complaining about with this movie are going to be fixed in Justice League. That's the way these franchises work now. And they'd say like the Nightmare, for anyone who was hesitant about the Nightmare or confused about the Nightmare or didn't know what was going on, okay, just hold your breath. You're going to find, they even said it, one thing that people don't talk about often that I think is cool is imagine seeing Flash jump through that hole from the other side and seeing Bruce through the portal at his desk, or you know, stuff like that. And it was so funny listening to them say that in a recording from 2016 and thinking, wow, look at we're 5 years later now and deprived of that is what they were deprived of, and BVS had the staying power. That BVS is really the reason the Snyder Cut movement exists, and because they loved and defended that, and so to see them say, and I think I agree with that. A lot of the things people complain about is the type of stuff that Justice League now is going to be like, okay, here's what Batman's arc in BVS resulted in. Here's why Superman's death was needed to happen, and all that kind of stuff. All the payoff to the setup in BVS was totally scuttled in Justice League. Superman coming back, not worth it. So therefore, the death in BVS for a lot of people, not worth it. And it got me really, really excited to think about, man, there's so many people now who are going to be rewatching BVS possibly for the first time in the next 6 weeks, but B, all these people, a lot of people, their impression of Man of Steel improved after seeing BVS. I'm so excited for, hopefully, people watching Justice League and being like, wow, Superman's death means so much more to me now. I didn't get it. Now I get it. Or, man, I hated how brutal Batman is, but they really drove home how lost he was and how he was redeemed. And it's so exciting to know, like,
and then looking forward to how he's going to be in Justice League dealing with Clark's death. Like, hey, fuck, I fucked up. I messed up.
Yeah.
Now I got to deal with it. Now I got to be like, I got to get back to where I was. I got to put this team together. Who's
the real dirty deed to me, the more I think about it, is obviously losing Justice League in and of itself is just tragic and horrible and a dirty thing to do to a filmmaker like Zack. But on top of that, the exoneration for the things that he was criticized for in BVS was also going to come from that. And so not only does he not get his Justice League movie out, but the criticisms from BVS that would have been resolved for some people were still left hanging or compounded by the changes Whedon made. It was kind of a crazy angle that I don't think is talked about as often.
Do you guys think the photo that Zack just put out of Batman in the nightmare scene is him approaching Joker?
I think so.
I think so. Yes.
At the end of that long hallway is where Joker is.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's where we get that scene. That's where we get that F-bomb. It's going to be a fucking glorious. I mean, I'm hoping it's like to the level of the fucking interrogation scene in Dark Knight with Batman and Joker. I mean, who knows if it is? I just want that so badly with Leto and Affleck. Like,
is it Arkham? It's not Arkham, right?
I mean,
Okay.
listen,
Could
listen,
be That'd be pretty sweet.
This is what I'm thinking / I've heard semi-heard is that Joker is the warden of Nightmare Arkham, and he's wearing a police kind of get up, and that's he's the arms dealer of that world. So Batman has to get to him to do, I don't know what he does, but I'm interested to see, we know for a fact that if we think about it from this point of view, right? When we saw the Nightmare the first time, it was when Bruce is getting the information, he's doing the leash. And so that was a pivotal moment to actually go in time and point in time, because that was right when he was discovering the League. So I'm going, this Nightmare scene has got to be pivotal. So something has got to happen when Cyborg plugs in to the ship, not just the Nightmare, but something else. And so I'm curious to go, but why would Cyborg see Batman meeting Joker?
Flash is using the Speed Force.
Well, but also you remember what Zack said on Dave's stream about the fact that part of the backstory that he's envisioned is that Joker's the one who steals the mother box so they can build the cosmic treadmill.
Oh, right.
So I'm curious whether do we get set up for that backstory in that Nightmare scene, this is Joker giving him the mother box, or is this him kind of hiring Joker to go steal the mother box? I would be, because you get the sense that because this is the new stuff. This is the new new time, but this is the additional photography. This is the scene that Zack shot specifically. Now that HBO Max kind of gave him the reign.
Yeah, we got it.
You got to remember, Mira's there too.
Yeah.
So
maybe.
Well,
if it's Arkham,
right. Wait. What I'm wondering is he directed Ezra when he was on Fantastic Beasts set, right?
Correct.
So Flash is there too. Wow.
Yeah. If it's Nightmare Arkham, I'm wondering. That photo looks like a set photo. And with the blank walls, it could be cool with the blank walls. It's a really surreal kind of dreamy look to have the walls blank. But also I was thinking about it and realized if they wanted to have him like walking the halls of Arkham, and they're doing this in additional photography and don't have the money to go to be on set or build an Arkham set, it's just to do it on a blank wall and just insert the cells digitally, which they can do easily, right? And then and you do it on post. And think about your hiding spoilers. Then also think about hypothetically if that wall is lined with cells, who and what is in all those cells.
Zack
actually in additional photography.
Good thing I'm sitting down right now.
Like, Zach would love to be like, oh hey, you know that 4 extra minutes that I shot Warner Brothers? Yeah, there's Penguin, there's Two-Face, there's
Also, I think he specifically handpicks what he shares too, right? That he's got like something up his sleeve to say like, oh, remember that Batman shot I showed you and it was over his shoulder and that was a little bit strange. I showed you his back, right? But really what you should have been looking at was the walls because I'm going to fill them with cells.
Oh my God, can you imagine that?
Nightmare Arkham. That's great.
I'm going to have a late dream tonight. Jesus Christ.
And that's what's so cool about it, because it's like, when you think about Justice League, the theatrical cut, and we can harp on it all we want, but I mean, talk about not connecting to BVS, period. Like at all to the fucking max. They were like, nope, we can't have anything. The only thing we can have that can connect BVS to Justice League. Yes, that's it. That was literally, they were like, look, we don't want anything to do with that film. But Josh and Jeff came up with a brilliant idea. You remember that line when Batman was literally approaching Superman and he was fucking dead set and he said, do you bleed? This Superman, even though he can't remember anything or anybody, even though he can't even remember Batman.
Not at all, but he goes, do you
He's gonna remember that fucking line. You know what? That struck him really hurt. He was really hurt at that point. So let's go ahead and write that. That's the only
I don't not
like you
guys. Why are you making me relive?
I know.
I just watched it like 3 weeks ago. Okay, I don't.
But seriously, if I was answering the what am I looking forward to, it is definitely by all fucking means the history lesson. And you know why? Because guess what? We know the violence is going to be in this movie, right? But you know where the violence is going to shine in this fucking movie? When they didn't have guns. History lesson. When we're seeing fucking the Atlantean King fucking stab people with his trident.
We've seen the stunt viz. And they animated all sorts of blood.
They animated the blood all over that place.
And because they stabbed the head.
Well, those are all the guys they did 300 with, so I'm sure they're like, let's do it. Zeus is using his lightning to fucking go through like 8 fucking parademons. You know what I mean? Like, dude, we're gonna see some classic gold shit that I don't even like. I don't think. And you remember. Fabian Wagner said this on The Real Emotion, if you remember. Oh wait, no, he didn't. Damn it! No, he said it on Justice Con. But either way, I'm still plugging. Wrong. But he said, Justice Con coming out. Fuck that guy.
Later on, fuck that guy. Fuck Fabian Wagner. He doesn't know what he's talking about. No. He said.
Everybody got that?
Listen, I had asked him, hey, was the history lesson more akin to Lord of the Rings? And he said, actually, it was more or less like 300. And that shocked me. And I was like, holy shit. Yes. So 300 violence. History lesson.
I don't think it'll be as gruesome as that. I mean, but it's going to be. It'll probably be close. I don't know.
You remember hearing about the parademon? The one of the Amazonians. She gets turned into a parademon. She killed herself. You not remember that? You don't remember that story?
Lesson?
That sounds
in the history lesson. Yeah. It's like literally it happens in the history lesson where there's an Amazonian that's getting turned into a parademon, and she knows she's getting turned into a parademon, so she offs herself.
Okay, let's just jump to Nightmare for 1 second again, too, because rewatching the BVS one this week made me try to anticipate like the types of things that we'll see in Justice League Nightmare. Do you think Henry shot Superman stuff back in the day that will be included? Superman will be in the Nightmare sequence?
Well, the only Nightmare we have confirmed is we know that he shot. Henry was not on set when they did the reshoots, which is Nightmare. And the nightmare the only other nightmare we know of for a fact is Cyborg's nightmare, which has the dark side vision in it and the Hall of Justice
shot
and all of that. So I don't
But
know.
could he have shot stuff back in the day?
I think
That Zack
so.
just
Well,
didn't
obviously
need
they
to
shot
pick up?
something back in the day.
Well,
Yeah.
but also keep in mind, could he have shot the Lois death scene? I think he did. Now I'm going. Dude, you obviously-
not that.
I'm bringing it up. I'm sorry. Bring it back.
Well, Mask of Shy brought it up too. It was like he
Yeah.
said to ask Sean, "Do you think that they shot the Lois dying scene?"
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
I still go back to Pasadena where he said there that they didn't do. They
Well, you know
didn't
why?
shoot the scary
You know-
thing.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you know why he said that? Because he had no deal, dude. You know what he did? Was he was playing like, listen, I'm thinking of like him. Imagine you're trying to sell your idea of getting this film greenlit again, right? You're going, yeah, you know what? There was a scary idea. We didn't really film it. Whatever. So it's not even there. It's not even in the, they're not going through the dailies or any of that. And so he's going, all right, yeah, cool. Like he doesn't know if he's going to get to talk to these executives again, right? And all of a sudden, he gets the opportunity to talk to the executives. Meanwhile, he knows he shot that scene. So he's just going.
Well, the only things that going strictly by the things that he's absolutely confirmed about it was at SnyderCon in Pasadena. He said, we rewrote it, and most of it was the same. We shot all of it, or the only thing we didn't shoot. He specified the only thing we didn't shoot was the scary idea, which was Lois dying, being killed by Darkseid. And then on Dave's interview with him, I think it was, might have been with Chris. I'm pretty sure it was with Dave. He said the version of the script that he is returning it to is the one that they did. The script that they used
That was on Chris's show.
Oh, that was on Chris's show. Okay, so
he said that on Chris's show.
Chris Long Swenson, who's on a date with his wife. Congratulations, Chris.
Yes, yeah,
Nice.
Ping Pong Flicks, subscribe.
Yeah.
So I'll throw out that when I mentioned to Amy Adams that I had done this book, and she said something that I found really interesting, which was she knows what was in the script, and she is wondering if they're going to, she's glad that Zack is going to be able to restore. And she wonders if they're going to be able to expand the world a bit, is what she said.
Mm-hmm.
And she was being very diplomatic, but maybe she knows that in the original script, she had a death scene.
She has been very quiet during all this. I remember your Hillbilly Elegy interview was like the first time I can even think, like in the last 3 years, of her
talking about this,
it at all. And I know that there's some very passionate Lois Lane, Amy Adams fans out there who feel like
out there.
One particular.
No, actually, I'm not even talking about who you think I'm talking about. I shout out to Rebecca Johnson at Supergirl Radio.
Ooh, Eric's gonna be mad.
Nice.
Oh, Eric can get mad. I'm gonna give Rebecca some love, okay? Because Rebecca puts in the work. Because she also got to interview Sean at the Flash podcast on YouTube. But people don't talk about Lois Lane and Amy Adams a whole lot, which is weird because we all know how important she is to the overall arc of the story. But I think it's also been kind of aided on by the fact that Amy Adams has just been very quiet this whole time.
Well, she had a bad experience with what's his name, David O. Russell on American Hustle. Like I didn't know that. I had no idea, and I love her in that film, but she had a bad experience on it, and she never talks about it. So I don't think she likes to be controversial.
When she opened up about Zack and being so excited that he was getting to get his vision back, like just the way that she talked about him in that very brief amount of time reminded me like, oh shit, yeah, you've been there since day one, like,
Yes.
Yeah.
like you are just as integral to this, and whenever we talk about all the people who are involved in the vision, we do overlook her. And I think that that's kind of crazy because she is super important to not just the story, but to Zack's, his process, the way that he's been getting into all of this stuff. Lois is the key. I mean, that's there for a reason.
Yeah, she's the key. She's not the
that's the reason why we get to Nightmare World and Justice League 2, because Lois dies. That's the whole reason why she was going to die in the original one.
Speaking of the Justice or the BVS theatrical versus Ultimate Cut, that's the biggest like injustice of that whole thing was they snipped out
her out.
They snipped specifically
A lot of her.
the Star Labs scene
Yeah.
and
her going to the apartment and
The
going
apartment of
around-
Wallace.
yeah, exactly, and a couple others, and like the cumulative effect of that is that the bullet plot doesn't make any sense, and so it looks like Lois is just doing. It looks like they gave her a wild goose chase female side character. We need something to do with her plot. When actually, when you watch the Ultimate Cut, it's like, oh no, she.
Well, then there was
everything revolves around her. She's the only person that connects.
There was a lot of people that were like, "How did Superman not see the
Clark
bomb?"
and Lex.
Yeah, how did Superman not see the bomb? And there's a scene where she talks to what's her name and goes, "Oh, it was surrounded by lead. He couldn't see it." Like she knew that he couldn't see through lead. It's like, oh, there you go. There's that answer. I was like, there's so many times when I first watched the Ultimate, and I was like rubbing my eyes, like, how did you guys like? Even like down to the fucking security footage of Batman just dropping down and bringing up a guy that like Luke. I'm like, why would you even get rid of that? Like I don't even understand that. That's so fucking awesome. That is like the best thing I've ever seen in my life as a Batman fan. And like they got rid of that. That was like literally like a second and like 1.6 seconds of like footage. Like, why would you do that?
Maybe it's technically a kick to the top of the head.
That's what it was. They were like, that brings to the R-rated right there.
Sean, I got a question because I'm kind of curious, just because have you heard anything, or if you heard any rumblings? Because I know a question that some of us have started to ask with, okay, we know the date. We know it's March 18th, but it's an HBO Max release. Do we have any indication about a release time of when this is coming out? Because several of us need to make plans. Just saying.
I have heard nothing, but I'm going to assume that it's going to be a Disney Plus type drop, which means midnight. PST.
Yeah.
Midnight.
Oh my
Pacific.
God. Midnight. Yeah. My God.
I think it's midnight PST.
Oh man.
I'll be setting an alarm. That's all I gotta say.
God.
Although it's unfortunately it's the cleanest time to drop it. I mean, it really like you can't pick like 2 p.m. EST. Like everyone's gonna be all like, what are we doing here?
No, but at the same time, the only thing I probably side with you, but like to be a little bit devil's advocate, but also to kind of open my mind on it a little bit. This is very different than any other HBO Max release or anything else, and so I can almost see them simulating a 8
p.m.
Well, like what's the normal time of like a Eastern,
when did
5 p.m. Eastern?
Wonder Woman dropped noon Eastern, which was 11 Central for me, which would have mimicked probably the first, because that was a day and date with theatrical. That would have mimicked the first time that a theater screening would have been occurring that day.
But it was Christmas Day though.
But even with Christmas Day, movies open that early.
Oh yeah,
so they know that it's going to generate buzz, and so I feel like they're like, not that WandaVision and Mandalorian don't generate buzz, but I feel like they're going to want to drop it at whenever they know it's going to trend the best. Basically,
it's going to trend all weekend.
Yeah,
regardless, people will be chatting it up.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of curious as a Marvel fan. I mean, do you even think that even with it going up against, Falcon and Winter Soldier releasing the next day, and because I'm just generally curious, because WandaVision I've been very excited about. Falcon and Winter Soldier personally for me doesn't have that juice.
Doesn't have that lure.
Doesn't have that allure for me. But I'm curious about you, Sean, because you're more invested. What's your thoughts on that?
My concern is that I want the most optimal viewing experience. I wouldn't start watching it in the middle of the day, if only because the biggest TV I have is in a room that's flooded with light, and I can't darken it enough. So I'm essentially going to have to wait till the evening, because and I don't think it's the type of movie that you can get. Well, I guess you can get spoiled on it, but it's the experience of watching it from start to finish. So whenever it drops, I'm envisioning like a 7 o'clock start. I'm just going to wait.
That's what I was thinking. I was like an 8 o'clock, Eastern time. Maybe there'll be something like that. And I'm like, it's good for me because that'll be 5 o'clock for me. And I'm like, plenty of time.
Yeah. I'm less concerned about that because I'm going to dictate when I start it myself, basically. If only because, But
it's going to get
announced.
It's going to get announced. It'll get announced. Like Snyder will announce it. Something will be announced beforehand.
Yeah.
Well, but also IMDb has it as 2 episodes, so I'm confused. Maybe they're going to try to.
I remember you brought that up. That was pretty interesting to me too. Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying, what if they announce it that week? So all it says is streaming. It doesn't say see the full film, on the 18th. I'm thinking if they were to do it, like if this is their consolation of, okay, well, it wasn't a 4 weeks, but we'll give you 2 weeks. Whatever. You know what I mean?
A midway point cliffhanger.
Exactly. So it's like,
I estimated. I don't know, but I'm putting together the series of events. If they end it like after Superman comes back and it's like, oh wait, no, but he's bad, and then they're like, find out what happens next week.
I know. Like, what if they found some like little loophole that like put it in 2 parts?
What if the last line before it breaks is Ezra goes Pet Cemetery?
But Sean, I gotta ask you, Sean, just in case you ever talk to Tarantino again, because this is a bit. I know you're a big Tarantino fan, like I am. I need you to fucking talk to him about what his thoughts are about this whole debacle of not only the Snyder Cut, what he thinks about Zack Snyder as a filmmaker, but also what would happen if he was in this situation, like how he would treat it. Because like as of anybody, like I've never had a situation where I felt like a Tarantino film was like chopped up because of studio execs, right? Yeah.
No, he wouldn't let that happen.
And I think it's also because of the lack of understanding about exactly what even happened. You saw like James Mangold, for example, was like, you never get your cut out there anyway. Like, and it's like, I love James Mangold, but that's not what we're talking about. I mean, he wasn't being malicious. He's like, as a director, he's like, look, this is just, even your director's cut is kind of, a
compromised.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying, like,
a chance to talk to Quentin again. I will definitely.
Dude, like, please do. That would be like literally. I just want to know what his thoughts are about Zack as a filmmaker, like, because that would be interesting to me. Because
I'll tell you this, I guarantee he has them because he has talked about everything.
There's no way that he hasn't seen a Zack Snyder.
I mean, he commented on Joker this week.
I know he did. I know.
That was random.
Yeah. As I'm saying, like, he loved it, but I'm like, I know, but what does he think about what is happening with this film? Because I mean, you can just imagine somebody that is specifically, such a film fan. Like I know he sees so many films. For him to go,
he sees them all,
dude. I almost wonder, like, did he even attempt to see? Like, imagine Tarantino watching Justice League.
Who is it that publishes that has like a letterbox? There's a director that has or a writer. Oh man, I'll have to look it up. But it's one of the directors who like they get coverage for like their yearly letterbox. They like every single thing they watch, they rank it. They don't say anything, they just like give it a star score. And I was like, oh, that's curious. And so I started sorting through to see what they thought about everything. And got really curious when I saw like no like Zack films were on there. And I went all the way back and like not a single he sees every single DCEU movie, but skipped over. He saw Suicide Squad and Wonder Woman, but not BVS, and not even Justice League. And I was like, that's curious.
Weird. Yeah. Sean, I'm
Soderbergh. I think it's Soderbergh
because I saw your video about criticizing the marketing, and I'm curious now. Within the film journalism community, what is the discussion? What is the conversation regarding this film now that in some ways we can say with the posters dropping a week ago that marketing has kicked off? Like, are people aware? Is there conversation? Like, I'm just kind of curious, like in the professional circles, what are you hearing?
It's all over the board. I hear people who talk about the fact that they still plan to go into it with an open mind, the way that they would approach any film. I hear people who talk about the fact that they just want it to be out so that we can move on. They're tired of hearing about it. For the amount of times they've heard about it.
Exactly what's going to happen when it comes out. Is people are just going to be like, "Oh, we're done talking about that." Now that that's over,
I do hear certain people talking about the curiosity factor of how it's going to. They're still trying to figure out whether it's better episodically or whether it's better as a 4-hour cut. honestly, opinions seem to be all over the board, and it's Zack is just a polarizing filmmaker. There's no way around it. Like you don't get a bad. There's no one who's just like, he's pretty good. It's either super far this way or super far that way. And but I do think the majority of the people who I speak to legitimately are going into it with a curiosity factor of saying, we definitely want to see what it is. And there have been plenty of conversations leading up to all of this with people who I trust who said, like, the worst possible thing that could happen for that movie is that it gets released, because the version in your head is so much better than, like, I can't imagine the expectation, that's on.
Yeah, but here's the worst thing that can happen.
Sam Benjamin.
Is that, guess what? No. This is the worst thing that can happen.
Charlie Hunnam, will it be Green Arrow?
No. No, this is worse. The worst thing that's going to happen to this film has already happened. It's about to come out, and you know what? Everybody's going to be watching. They're going to go, wait, what? What did they do in 2017? Why the fuck did they even replace this film? Like, regardless of how long it is, they're going to look at this film as far as a Justice League film, and they're going to go, this is so much better than what happened in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Yeah. Who was the incompetent person that was running the studio?
And that's
not even
Toby,
better or worse.
Toby Emmerich goes,
yeah,
not even like a better or worse, like from a quality perspective.
Yeah,
but obviously that's a factor, but also just strictly, the lighting actually matches on these edits. Like that fundamental, like amateur hour,
simple stuff.
You even use that word. I think you say amateur hour in the book when you're describing the like. It's insane, and like it's one of those, like, what do you can't put the rabbit back in the hat or whatever. I think people.
The toothpaste back in the tube. I'm like, I'm trying to understand the metaphor you're making here, Stephen.
Once it's out there, because there's so many
you don't go back,
because there's a lot of people that, because of how polarizing or negative they are on Zack Snyder, a lot of the criticisms you see is stuff like, it's filmmaking 101 that you have to have establishing shots, or whatever this, like, the word of the week is, reverse shot, and
there you go.
Plant payoff. And that was my favorite thing about BVS. The cycle afterwards was every week there was a new, here's the reason BVS is bad. It's because of the editing. And the next week they're like, actually, no, it's because there's no establishing shots. And then the next week it was
there's no titles to tell you where you're at or what time frame you're at. It's like,
and it was just hilarious that every week they'd find a new reason that was like, here's the intro to filmmaking chapter that explains why BVS was bad. And it's like, or maybe you're just struggling to process something, and instead of letting it process, you're trying to apply labels based on your film studies book. But the point is to finish this toothpaste back in the tube thing, so that it actually makes sense before I get for Scott, is that because those criticisms are so prolific, of like Zack Snyder doesn't know what he's doing from a filmmaking perspective, that there's no other way to view this but to say, because a lot of people they're like, even Zack Snyder would have had bad color matching or whatever because he doesn't know what he's doing. And there's just, objectively speaking, you'll be able to put two scenes side by side and be like, I don't know what director, editor, I mean, I say colorist. I don't mean to. I know it was still Stefan that did it. I'm not going to criticize him, but like, what combination? They all had people that were approving these shots. Like, what producer allowed this? Like, there's so many. Where did the buck stop?
But I want to say,
on that movie, that's going to be the question. Where did the buck stop with Toby Emmerich? Right, and that's where the failure is.
And then I'm going to bounce, guys, because it's like 1:15 here.
Yeah.
This is not a movie that I don't think that we can snap judgment on one view, right? Like, it's just not. And all of the discourse that kicks off within the first week, first month, it's going to have to be absorbed. Like, it's going to have to be. This is going to be a semester's worth of conversation. Like this. There's no other way to like, even the people who try to get through it in one sitting, it's not going to be enough. Yeah. And so I don't give a shit what the reviews of this are. Like this is going to be something that we're going to live with, and it's going to fit into the grand pastiche of Man of Steel, BVS Ultimate Edition, and this 4-hour cut. We're going to be talking about 10 hours of content, 10 hours of a story arc, that to just dismiss it, to even positively say like, yes, it's good, or no, it's bad. Like that's not going to be enough for this. It's not. It's going to warrant so much more conversation.
Well, I will say this though. In 2016, when all those articles were coming out about, oh, Snyder doesn't know this, Snyder doesn't know that, he doesn't know framing and all that. Guess where they were from? Screen Rant. That's where they were from. No, listen. They were all that way because guess what? The only ones that weren't that way were written by you and Dice. So that's why I fucking know that that's what they were. Okay, but wait.
I'm saying that like objectively, like that's not the type of headline we even run.
I know.
I'm not going to name it.
But listen,
like that's the headline that I can name the publication that comes from.
I know you could, but my point though is that those are the articles that I remember seeing from Screen Rant. Right? It was like, well, Snyder doesn't know how to edit and all that stuff. And this time in 2021. They're not going to get away with that shit. And I'm not talking about Screen Rant. I'm just talking about in general, those kind of articles, they're not going to have that kind of freedom to literally do any of that kind of shit because guess what? We're going to be sitting there commenting. We're going to be writing our own articles. We're going to be doing our own video essays going, you're fucking wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Let me show you why you're fucking wrong.
Well, it's going to be on a streaming service where no one, besides paying for the subscription to the streaming service, it's not like you actually have that opportunity cost of having to drive to the movie theater and sit through a 4-hour movie at a movie theater. You can watch it at home. You can pause it. You can break. You can do it all in one. I mean,
look at the way high quality Wonder Woman 84 gifs were on Twitter same day. Like that's spoilers. And I don't want to encourage that, but at the same time, like you're talking about a Snyder movie, it's going to be spoiler central. But also you're going to have 4K gifs from this movie circulating. And so if there's a Martha moment, yeah, sure, that's going to be getting the elbows and stuff. But also, it's a Snyder movie. There's going to be a lot of,
but you know what?
Like, whoa, that's in that movie? What the, like?
There will be a lot of moments like that, but I guarantee you, Zach's optimal viewing is not at home where the disruptions can happen. We talked to Pete Docter, the director of Soul, and he was lamenting the fact that Soul is the first Pixar film to not get a theatrical release.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful movie.
So great.
It's amazing. But he talked about like, he goes, I just know that like some people are going to have it on their iPad as they're starting to cook dinner, and that's how they're starting to watch it. And no filmmaker wants that. And no filmmaker wants that for a 4-hour cut that they've been working on for 3.5 years, 4 years. He wants you to be in a theater with all of your attention focused at the ready. And it kills me a little bit that he's not going to get that for everybody. That there's going to be people who do watch it at home who, yes, maybe, okay, you want to pause it to break it up. But I can't tell you how, even in something that I'm loving, I pick up my phone, and I'm just like, what am I going to?
I'm turning my phone off. I'm turning my iPad off. Yeah. I am doing, Sean, I'm not lying. I literally, at 7:30 in the morning was when the date was announced. I walked into work. I clocked in. I took a sick day.
Yeah.
I am like, no, don't even bother me.
Yeah.
On the 18th.
Yeah, I know. That's fair.
I'm done.
That's fair. Boys, I'm going to bounce.
Well, okay, Sean, but can we just get one fan question in just before? Yeah, because I had a couple of them, and frankly, some of these guys just don't shut the fuck up. That's just the way it is, No, I'm just kidding. No. But I just wanted to get one. Somebody who submitted a fan question who has not before. It's Anthony. He had a question for Sean, and of course, all of us. So here we go.
Boys, how are we doing? Sean, it's a pleasure to have you on, man. Been loving your weekly series that you've been doing on YouTube. It's been keeping our feet wet until the 18th. Mate, just 2 real quick questions. From Sydney, Australia, as you know, there's no HBO Max available here as of yet. Cinemas are open. What's your inclination as to how global release will go? Am I going to have to get an American account, get a VPN, watch it like that? What time are we thinking? And also, just in terms of a Superman solo movie with Henry Cavill, As you know, last time we saw him, he was in a coffin, and we got the threat of Darkseid looming. What possible story could we tell, or could they tell, to warrant and do justice to a sequel? We've waited this long. Is it going to have to be a self-contained story within that time period, or how would you go about that? You still have to address the fact that Clark Kent was dead at the end of BVS. So, yeah, just a thought. What do you think, boys? All the best.
First off, literally, dude, that focus. Holy
the camera is amazing. I want to know what he has.
The best quality video ever submitted. When I saw that, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, Neil, the gauntlet has been thrown.
Yeah, everybody else is in portrait mode. Yeah, yeah.
I feel bad, dude. Listen, I got a fucking door behind me. I feel fucking horrible right now.
All right. Let's Sean answer.
I thought that Zack had said something, or at least they keep hinting at the fact that they know, they are aware of how global his fan base is, and they know that it's not fair to anybody to have it screening in a particular market territory and not be available to as many people physically as they can. And I guarantee you right now, they are working behind the scenes to try to get it available through so many different, and Dave and I were talking about this earlier, it's just like the amount of red tape and the amount of coordination that has to go into getting this movie available to everybody. And so all I can say, my friend, is stay tuned and pay attention to where it could potentially screen. If theaters are open, I think you have a pretty good shot of it maybe getting some type of a theatrical run in there. It sounds like HBO Max is a little bit open to letting that happen, especially in places where they're not available, because as we talked about at the very early part of this stream, Zack's audience is worldwide. And I know he knows how long everybody has been waiting to see this. And there's no way that he wants you to watch a pirated version, a poor quality version. I guarantee one of the hardest things he's working on right now that it's finished, is making sure that he can get in front of as many of his fans as possible.
Indeed. And then, like, what would be the ideal Superman sequel for you, Sean?
I don't know, because none of Superman's villains, now that they've done sort of Death of Superman and Doomsday, his villains don't move the needle for me all that well. The way that like Batman has such an amazing rogues gallery. I do think that Henry has been jobbed a little bit with, for Man of Steel, he had to be like at odds with his power. Like, is he going to finally become Superman? He finally becomes Superman at the end of the movie. In BVS, he has to share it. It's not like a traditional Man of Steel sequel. It becomes an extension of the world. And I would like to have him have another standalone film. Brainiac's a great example.
Of course. Brainiac, Metallo, there's all,
I just don't know, like, it doesn't feel like Zack would take a swing at those characters, like he seems to think so much bigger. And those seem like kind of kitschy. Like there's a reason everybody uses Lex Luthor over and over and over again. He's the most compelling Superman villain to me. So I don't know. I would like a Superman focused individual story again. And I hope that Henry gets a chance to do that. However, I don't mind if the way that they figure out how to continue him is to bring him into the Black Adam franchise. Like, that's okay with me. I think that would be fun as well too. Yeah.
Good with that too. All right. Well, I mean, you have to take off, Sean. I appreciate you coming in, man. I mean, as always a good time. I'm glad you stopped by and had a drink with us and everything. And like I said, if you guys want to get his book, the link is provided down below. And I'll share the screen right here just to show everybody, because look at that beautiful cover and everything like that. The crazy true story behind the fight that saved Zack Snyder's Justice League. Gotta love it. Paperback and Kindle. So do all that. And then go ahead and promote yourself, Sean, before you leave.
No, I'm plugging is gross. I had a great time with you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you for having me. Hopefully I'll get to come back sometime. And
for sure, dude.
Good talking to all you
Doors
guys.
always open, man. Doors always open. We appreciate it. We all enjoyed the book, and we'll take it easy.
Tarantino, get him on there and ask him, dude.
Thank you, boys. I appreciate everything you've done for me.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right. Well, there you go. There's Sean.
Dave, by the way, I have to say that this vodka stream is a bit of a milestone.
Uh-oh. Is it?
Yes. First vodka stream that I'm actually drinking vodka.
Oh, there you go. Cheers, Scott.
I know. I've done all the other things. I'm running out of booze. I got to tell you, I have this bar over here that has had booze for literally the last 11 years. I have not started to work through it until I became a regular on this path. You have turned me into a drunk, sir.
That's what I do.
You have turned me into a drunk, sir.
That's a lush. That's what that's called.
Lush.
Yes.
That's what I love it. Thank you, Garza. Yes, I'm a lush. Thanks.
We rented it.
And guess where I got that word from? From my emo days, listen to Taking Back Sunday, dude. Yes.
I do appreciate the fact that I'm drinking out of my bombshell Wonder Woman.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, look, dude, she's on my arm right now. Well,
there it is. Bombshell right there. Look at that. Sharing the bombshell. All right. Let me bring in another question from Carrie. Let's just listen to you.
Hello, Dave and gentlemen, and perhaps ladies on the vodka stream. Sean, hope everyone is doing well, but Sean, hope you're doing well and very excited and looking forward to the book. I got my Real Blend shirt on here, representing you. Here's my question for you guys as fans, and being a little optimistic here, assuming that Zack Snyder's Justice League is successful. And that, HBO Max says, we want to continue your vision and your story, and they give them the chance to make a Justice League sequel. What is something that you would want to see, just purely as a fan? What is something that you would want to see in a Justice League sequel that either Zack perhaps has teased or maybe has not teased at all, but it's just something that you would, within the world that Zack has created, that you would really, really want to see? Thanks, guys, for all you do, and have a good evening.
Steven, I feel I think we've had this conversation, Steven.
Lois and Clark doing Baby Bruce. All right, you guys go. I gotta take this. Too much information, I know. Go ahead,
well, I know nobody started talking, so I guess I'll fucking talk. Fuck it, I'll just go. So, listen, my whole thought process on what Justice League 2 would be is kind of almost like it would have to be a story-driven type arc, because listen, as much as I love Zack Snyder's action, guess what, dude? We're getting so many action set pieces in Justice League alone, right? So in Justice League 2, how do you improve on that? Like, where do you go? You're not going to have this big other villain coming in. You're going to have Darkseid's impeding threat coming out, right? But you also are going to have the Nightmare World, but you can't have too much fighting. Like there's only so much fighting you can have, right? So it's like, what could you have in this? Because the third act is going to be the League versus Darkseid, but in Nightmare World, whoever's left. But that middle part, that second part, who are you fighting? Who's the villain that's in this world that's bigger than Darkseid? Because if Darkseid's that entire world, you don't get any bigger than Darkseid. So it's not like some other minion like a Brainiac would come and be like, oh, hey, I'm here too. And Darkseid's like, get the fuck out of here, peasant.
Okay, Garza, to answer that question, I feel like at that point, if you've got the Apocalyptian family, for me personally, we're talking like Granny Goodness and the Furies.
Yeah.
That gives you some incredible fighters, some badass fighters, and you get that wonderful female representation that Zack likes to have in his films, and it gives you a group that survivors can fight.
Okay.
There are many different examples in the comics where whenever you deal with Apocalyptians, what you do for an Act 2 is you bring in Granny Goodness and the Furies, or like you get Big Barda and all the other Furies that she has, and they fight. Like I think about the Supergirl arc in Superman Batman that was adapted into the animated movie Superman Batman Apocalypse, which I think you can watch on HBO Max right now. That's a really great example.
Exactly. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, when it comes to like continuing like Justice League stories that, how do you challenge this League of Extraordinary Beings? I mean, I think, God, which Justice League story exposed all of Batman's like
That's Doom.
plan
Doom.
two? It was Doom, right?
Doom.
Tower of Babel.
Well, the comic book story was Tower of Babel.
Okay,
it was adapted into the Doom animated movie where he's got the contingency plans.
Yeah, all of Batman's contingency plans were active. Where like Batman was like, "Holy shit! Somebody just like knew my contingency plans, and you guys are all fucked. I know how to like get rid of it all. But you guys are fucked right now. Flash, you better keep on running." It's just like,
well,
I mean,
but even then though,
so good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you?
Too.
So like, would you? And that's the whole point, right? Like in this world, right? If we know that we're going to Nightmare no matter what in part 3, do you add and that would be a good reason why the Furies go, right? Because Darkseid is coming, but he's sending his generals or he's sending people before he arrives to make sure it's like scouted and whatever. I don't know how he'd want to do it, but it's like you couldn't send, or I guess like, and I know this is going to sound stupid. I don't mean it this way, but it's like you couldn't.
What an idiot.
Like you couldn't go like Darkseid, right? And then go, yeah, but what about Deathstroke, right? I mean, Deathstroke, he's on Batman's level. Like, can he take the league on?
That's why Zach
no.
planned it. And again,
I know.
Don't understand what they were going for. Partly, I blame Warner Brothers didn't want to market it that way because they wanted the Marvel 20 film thing. But Zach set out to tell it. Like, that's why he brings in Darkseid. It's because he's like, no, this is a 5-part arc. And so I end it with the biggest bad there is. And so I don't think he intended to be like, they've defeated Darkseid. Now Brainiac. Like,
yeah.
Not that you couldn't do that because the comics do that all the time, right? Like I think that Brainiac as a solo Superman villain would be great, but I think as far as Zach is concerned, that would be like a, that's for whoever comes next. And I imagine there'd be some level of, because of the nature of the nightmare and everything, there's some level of crisis reset happening at the end there too, where he's like, okay, I did it. I closed it off. I set up the opportunity to like redefine the world because of time travel mechanics, and whoever wants to carry it from here can do so.
Well, it's kind of like Wonder Meg reminded me of this because she was watching Apocalypse War tonight. And like, that's what Apocalypse War, spoilers for a movie that's over a year old now, but that's what Apocalypse War did was let's fuck everything up. Mm-hmm. And then at the end, it's like, and Flash. And that's why we can get away with just going like
buck wild, kill everybody.
Buck wild, let's do everything.
Everybody's getting off, and it's like holy shit, and then all of a sudden it just ends with like boop,
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know if Andrew Dice is still in the comments here, but as mentioned before,
who does Andrew Dice work
for Screen Rant, and he's my co-host on the BVS by the Minute podcast. And he did an interview with the writers, I think, for Apocalypse War, and they said that there was one thing they had to change because they were cagey about it, but I think they said it conflicted with something that was happening in the movies, and that the timeline on how long it takes to develop these animated movies is a lot longer than people realize. We don't even usually know they're in development until they're like a few months out, and they've been animating them for years. Hey, there's Dice. And so, so I think you can clarify the comment probably, but the writer said basically, if you can put together the pieces, implied that it was too similar to what they were doing in Snyder's Justice League, and they changed. Mm-hmm. And then obviously Snyder's Justice League got changed, and it was nothing alike. But anyone who's seen it recognizes there's a number of pretty significant parallels. There's some major departures also, but a number of pretty significant parallels to what the two were doing.
Also on HBO Max, and I would highly recommend that you watch. It's a fabulous movie.
Oh, it's insane.
It's R-rated as hell.
Oh, I mean, even if you have 5 minutes, watch the opening scene, and then you know everything you need to know. You know everything to know about what's in store for the movie in the first 5 minutes.
Which is exactly why I feel like, listen, like that first hour, probably that would be stretched out. That would be what your Nightmare 2 would be. Like, okay, look, we're going to fight Darkseid, and something happens, and it fucks up, and all of a sudden, war is taking over our world, Earth, And now we have to literally find these other heroes that we're not really sure of. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like Justice League Dark, if J.J. Abrams did exactly what I believe he should do, is create his own world outside of Zack's world, but still be like, yeah, but Zack's world is still canon. And if they wanted to, they could literally do what they did in that animated film, only on a different level. You get what I mean? Like, imagine Constantine's
It's weird to me that the animated movies, or like the animated continuity movies, I think I refer to them as the DC animated universe.
DCAU.
DCAU.
Well, I because DCAU is where I refer to like Batman, Superman, Justice League Unlimited, Batman Beyond. Yeah. I just because, as Dave is fully aware, I'm such a fan of that franchise that I have to differentiate. And it was weird watching them. Like, I knew Apocalypse War was happening, and I remember hearing that Apocalypse War was going to be the last movie in this continuity. So I did like a massive rewatch where I cut out everything in between. I just watched the continuity movies. And it was weird to look at those movies, one, and realize this is kind of what, when people want to talk about Warner Brothers trying to copy the MCU model, that's what those animated movies were. There were like 18 of them. There were 18 of them in that continuity. But what's also weird is to watch them. They got more mature as the line went on, to the point that like 5 or 6 of them by the end were R-rated. Like you had Suicide Squad, Hell to Pay, and you had Apocalypse War, and like they got
Constantine City of Demons.
Like,
dude.
And that's what's so funny about the I have to call it faux outrage over the BVS R rating, because literally, like, when people are like, oh, superheroes are for kids or whatever, literally we're talking about animated movies here. And I know I saw some people that were like, I don't know if that should be whatever, but like to suggest that it is so heinous for Justice League to be rated R, and then I don't remember really, at least not nearly so much, like coordinated outrage over not just the dark side war, but also just like anything else in that universe that leaned into the R rating.
Well,
and it's like these are animated movies. If you talk about something that like a parent might put on for a child and leave the room, that's way more likely than one of Snyder's Justice League.
Well, and it also isn't helping the fact that like Target would put them in the kid and family section. That I would just want, of course, like, as I'm walking to a Target, I just want to go. You do see the R-rated sticker that they've put.
It says it right on the box.
I'm just
well,
saying.
That's a general problem with animation. Period. Is it's a for kids thing, and so kind of most places just kind of categorize it as that, no matter the fact that there's lots of adult animation out there.
Right. Well, we got an extra person joining right here. We got Mr. Ty from Pop Culture showing.
Hey, Ty!
What is up?
I feel so bad because when I was on Ty's show, I totally had to bounce because my wife came down and gave me the look, and I had to like totally leave in the middle of his show.
That's okay. That's okay. It wasn't the middle; it was the end.
Oh, Jesus!
Well, I don't know how long it went after I was like, "Bye, guys," and like closed the computer.
Yeah. It's
it happens. Don't worry.
We still love you.
Yeah. What's going on, Ty?
Hey, real quick, Ty. I know you're a big Marvel fan, and I know you do the whole midnight thing. And without giving any spoilers, because I just watched it like a few hours ago. Like, dude, WandaVision.
Oh my God, man!
Fucking changing the game, bro.
Hey, but
Woo!
no spoilers though. No spoilers.
Yeah.
But literally, I went like this. I went, wait, with the time. The years, like what? I guess. Oh, okay. I guess whatever. It doesn't fucking matter anymore. I guess
it's something they're gonna have to explain. Like,
you think?
I think they're gonna have to explain it well, because people like you are definitely like, well, wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Hey,
exactly.
Well, when it comes to that certain timeline, I don't think they really gave two.
I know
like,
they didn't give a fuck about the rest.
I mean, just listen. I mean, you listen to fucking Deadpool. I mean, he pretty much just like pointed out himself, you know.
Right.
Fake laugh, hiding real pain.
That was news like months ago. So unfortunately for someone like me, like within the last like 5 minutes of the episode, I was like, oh, this is what's going to happen, right?
But
and I hate that. I hate that when I'm watching something going, oh, yeah, I totally know how this is going to end.
It's like when you're getting towards the end of a movie and you slowly realize, like, oh, that trailer shot I haven't seen yet. That's the money shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing though, like David said it, you said it in your like little minute review, and you were like, oh, is this the cameo or is this the big thing that has anything to do with it? And I'm going, absolutely not, dude. No, you know what the fuck it is now. I know it.
I think I'm
not even I know. I know,
and I'm like, holy shit.
Is it gonna go there? Yeah.
Like
if they go that route, dude, I'm gonna be like, fuck. Okay. Sorry.
If the reaction that you had last night was a 7, the one that you're about to have is a 9. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a 10, but it's.
I mean, it opens up a whole new world, though, right? I mean, you definitely go. Well, okay. Well, if that's if that is if that's in this world, then everything exists. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like I almost said. I said it last night. I was like, it's kind of like the reverse of the source material, which is cool. Like, it's,
it's true. It's true.
It's
about it. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm super excited. Like, it's nice to because WandaVision was kind of a show where I was like, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it.
Oh, really?
You weren't feeling it?
Wow.
Like
not until.
Not
until.
Cute. I remember when I had my first beer.
It was the first
I was
two
saving
episodes
that one for the perfect time. I'm sorry, Ty, that you got that one.
Nope.
I was saving that.
I'll take that on the chin, bro. I'll take it on the chin. No, the first 2 episodes really it just. I don't know. But then once we get out of that,
yeah,
I think this is something that I was very defensive of the first 2 episodes because I was like, well, no, look, it's a slow burn. It's the sitcom. They're kind of committing to the sitcom idea, and I kind of redacted that. I feel like after the 3rd and especially after the 4th episode, because at the time, my perspective, I thought they were gonna commit harder to the sitcom idea, but ultimately what we got was they never fully committed to it, and then we realized the whole time they were ready to pull it out. And I really feel like if you put those together and it's made it a pure sitcom first 2 episodes instead of a Marvel sitcom homage episodes, and then in episode 2 is where you're like something's going. Like for example, basically just make it Vision's POV. Not necessarily literal POV, but what the audience knows is what Vision knows, which means that last episode is where you start to
sort of go like this. You're questioning things. You're like, wait.
Yeah, exactly. And if they had just matched the audience POV to what Vision knows, I feel like the reveal would have worked better. Right. But looking back, it's like those first 2 episodes are like, why? If you're not gonna just blow it all open, then why are we being cagey about this? If you're not committing and you're not blowing it open.
Right.
And I feel like this episode was the first time that it perfectly balanced. Like last episode was good, but this episode perfectly balanced the sitcom and the not sitcom. And it should have been episode 3. That was the one where you finally hit that firing on all cylinders, everything is balanced. Episode 2 should have been the what's going on. Episode 1 should have just been, oh, this is a sitcom. This is awesome. I know all this. This is I Love Lucy. And,
This is Bewitched and I Love Lucy and the Dick Van Dyke Show. And I think for me, that's why the first 2 episodes work so well, is only because I love those old sitcoms and I watched them so much when I was young that I think maybe the nostalgia effect worked for me, because I watched the whole thing going, oh, I know exactly what they're homaging this entire time.
I was curious about for this episode too, because I was especially in the opening credits, the opening credits,
the Family Ties homage.
Oh my god! I thought the same thing, Scott. I was like, wow, look at this Family Ties opening. I love it.
I'm way more familiar with that era of television, and so I recognized bits from the older stuff. This was those stuff that really registered because I'm more familiar with not just the homages, but the actual specific style. And so I was like, that's maybe part of it was I felt the sitcom resonated. But
I feel like that's why one of the weakest episodes for me was the 70s episode, because while the set looked like a Brady Bunch episode, the show wasn't shot like a Brady Bunch, like a 70s.
And that's where you
Brady
get into
Bunch
that. Like they clearly wanted to get away from the like we can't commit to this for that long. We need to get into the modern stuff. Or I feel like, for example, if so, either you stick with Vision's POV, or you do the entire show from the outside POV, like Darcy, for example. Make the entire show from Darcy's perspective, and make the entire
Kat Dennings. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying.
So make exactly. So make the entire our perspective. Our perspective.
I have feelings about Kat Dennings. Yes.
And in that case, our perspective on like the WandaVision, like what's happening, is through the TV. And not only does that like free you up from the balancing the two worlds, but also that allows, like, think of all the if you just want to do a clip show of sitcom homages, man, just have Kat Dennings sitting there watching episodes of the TV, and you can do 5 seconds at a time of, oh, that's Leave It to Beaver, oh, that's like whatever, right. And then like you come back to Kat and she's like, hey, they're in the 80s now. Like, and you don't have to worry about that, the widescreen matching and all that stuff. The problem, I think, then is then you have way less Paul Bettany and Elizabeth Olsen is probably why they didn't want to go that route.
Well, and I think
fantastic.
But also then you follow
them
Rambeau and that's how your intro into the world is by following Monica Rambeau into there, and then all of a sudden you're balancing the two worlds. Anyway, that's just.
But I will admit, though, the introduction with the sitcom is what drew me in, because as I was talking about when Ty so graciously had me on his show, as someone who is pretty much like punched out of the MCU because I just kind of got over it.
I think a lot of us after Endgame.
WandaVision, like, I want to watch the show. Like, I want to avoid the spoilers because they're doing something. So I think the problem is that when you go outside of Westview, they've at least done enough within Westview, within the sitcom world, that when you pulled me out and you gave me the MCU world, I was at least already invested in what was happening in Westview.
You want to know what the difference is? No, this is the difference. Is that when they got out of Westview, they treated it as a serious moment. They treated it as a serious event.
All right, now we can actually talk about that.
I know.
Opening, where people see Monica return from the blip where she was, and it's 5 years later, and it's at a hospital, and it's fucking
chaos.
And this is and this is what I mean by that, is that there was not it wasn't she returned from the blimp and they're making jokes about it, or there was even in this latest episode, there was not a bathos scene where I'm going, yeah, but did that really need to happen? Like, you know what I mean?
They did, it was intentional, where it would be like, whoa, that's dark. And then it'd be like, oh, but we're gonna laugh it off. And you're like, no, you can't laugh that off.
and that's the thing, though, because guess what? They went, yeah, but did you see this? And it's like, yeah, but no, it's not a big deal. And you're like, no, wait. This is the whole point that we're trying to make. And it's like, that's what I wanted to see in the MCU. That's what I wanted to see from Endgame. And from Endgame, it was kind of like, whatever.
But it's so weird. It's like we get that from Infinity War. We get that from Winter Soldier. Like the movies that like our crowd gravitate towards. That's what we get, which is why there are favorites.
Well, right. And that's why WandaVision, to me, as somebody that is a general audience Marvel fan, I don't know. Like, dude, when Jimmy Woo showed up, I didn't know who the fuck that character was.
Because he's only been an Ant-Man and the Wasp. Yeah,
exactly. And when Darcy showed up, I didn't know who that was. Like, I don't. Yeah, exactly. And I'm going.
They're just toned her down. Oh man.
Yeah.
Yes.
But they're characters in this show that I don't know anything about them. All I know is I'm seeing them in the show for the first time.
Okay, Ty, you seem like you want to say something. You stood up.
Oh no! But I just did 5. We did a watch party for Godzilla and Kong in a row.
So you've been
5 hours.
Oh,
yeah, and then I got your invite, and I was like, and I don't know if you guys know, but my 11-month-old puppy just
I saw that, man.
Oh
yeah,
man.
He snapped his femoral bone, and it's you know, I'm furloughed right now, and they hit me with like a $5,000 surgery plus $2,000 extra as whatever. So, but check this out. In one day, since I've been doing all this, whatever, like we're not film junkie, right? But we've still made some friends and blah blah blah. We raised almost $4,000 in one night.
Wow, man!
Wow,
One night.
That's awesome, man.
One fucking night. Like I am over. My dog was I had the options I had were give him up so he could get the care he needed, or like get put him amputate his leg. Anything that's cheaper, because a femoral fracture is it's a wrap. His leg is literally snapped in half, and that's my boy, right? I made the commitment when I adopted him. That's my man, right? I get a little emotional, but I just want to say thank you to everyone who shared it, because like,
wow, man,
I was able to schedule the surgery today, and like yesterday I didn't know how I was gonna do that, so like I teared up a little bit.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. That's amazing.
Tangential side point. Your setup there is awesome.
Yeah. Thanks,
yeah, no, man.
I've been like, listen, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I spent a little bit too much money on this, right? And then all of a sudden, my dog gets fucking wrecked.
Isn't it funny how that stuff happens at the time? You're like, I'll be fine, and then you're like,
when it comes to setup,
my head
do it. Like all this was like, okay, I'm gonna buy that, buy this, buy the table, buy.
Guys, trust me. The Snyder Cut merchandise is coming out right now.
My God.
The only thing that's saving me right now is I just did my taxes and I'm waiting on my refund. And I'm hoping that the third stimulus package gets passed so that I can get that.
I know, right?
So I can get that check. Because I'm figuring this is the only way I'm going to afford Zack Snyder's Justice League right now.
Right.
Because I've gotten two Darkseid shirts. I've gotten two Steppenwolf shirts. I just got the Black Suit Superman shirt. It's like, and I've noticed that new shirts come out every Monday. So it's just like, I'm just
what's next?
What's next? I mean, how are you gonna shut up? Take my money. You got my money. So
I'm not a big collectible person, especially like when it comes to figures. I'll get like maybe one every once in a while if something is huge. But like I'm looking at these like McFarlane stuff that is supposed to be coming, and I'm like, I don't know what the pre-order situation is going to be like, but I'm gonna drop every single like whatever as many of those as I can pre-order, like Cutthroat. I don't care who loses out on those because I'm pre-ordering them. Like,
well, and that's so weird is that like I've been talking to like my toy collector friends, and they're like, "Oh, we're fucked," because these McFarlane figures are sometimes hard to get.
Yes,
on a normal day, let alone the fact that you're doing Snyder Cut figures, and that's bringing in a whole different audience. Because like I even have like the checklist on my iPad, like I'm like ready to go. Like, fuck it, let's go.
Oh, man, when those Funko Pops,
pops
come out. Ooh.
There's the Dark Side one, the McFarlane Dark Side one is like what, like 11 inches.
And the Steppenwolf and the Dark Side are both going to be like mega figs. Yeah.
It's great.
Yep. But my question basically was going to be, Garza, are you liking WandaVision? I'm interested.
Dude, I'm
like, because you seem like you are. It's good.
Like,
we're all loving it. We're all loving it.
Listen, we're all loving it. As somebody that is a big major DC fan, that is somebody that's kind of like, I'm like, I didn't, after, it went from Civil War, like what I watched in the Marvel world, I watched Civil War and then I watched Infinity War. Like I didn't watch shit between that. Like I didn't give a fuck about any of that. And then I watched Endgame. And that was it. Those are the three last Marvel films I've watched. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm dead fucking serious. Those are the last three. I haven't seen Black Panther. I haven't seen Captain Marvel. I haven't seen Ant-Man. I haven't seen all that shit. All I've seen is Civil War,
the major
Infinity War, and then Endgame. Because I was like, yeah, fuck it. Who cares? And if any of those films had done what WandaVision has done is like taking it as a serious matter, right? Like, because at the end of the day, like I get the jokes. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sorry. Did Guardians did come out after Civil War, right?
Which one?
Guardians 2.
Guardians 2 did, yeah.
Guardians 2. Okay, so I've seen Guardians 2. I'm sorry. So Guardians 2, but
you should see the first one. Far better.
Well, no. I love the first one. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
So what I was meaning was I've seen Guardians that part, but
right.
because I love the interactions. I love the camaraderie, the like goofiness. You know what I mean? Like there's a purpose for that because of them being so fucking strange. But like what WandaVision has done is kind of gone. All right, well, yeah, all those movies that was catered to. You know, for at the end of the day, that was catered to the general audience, and they could, they had to be a certain way, right? With WandaVision, guess what? They already know that their audience wants these Avenger movies, so they can kind of treat WandaVision the way I'm looking at it. They could treat WandaVision a little bit more seriously, like it's a more adult content. Yeah, because at the end of the day, like, dude, watch the last 2 episodes and tell me if a kid that's 6 years old is going to understand what's happening. Yeah. They're not going to understand what the fuck is happening in this. They're not going to even understand the whole went in the last episode. I'm not talking about current, but the last episode when we see the dead Vision, like that was epic. When I saw that, I went, that motherfucker's dead, and she's doing something to his body, like that, like no bullshit.
Like a glimpse of him, just all fucking with no still.
Yes, nothing. Oh, man. It freaked me out. So I was going,
that was creepy, like, man.
These last 2 episodes specifically, they're not catered to kids. Like I don't care who you are. Now, like you're not gonna find a 5-year-old watching this.
Every time they do one of those moments where they fudge the editing, it's a little bit off-putting. Because like the first one, I had to rewind and watch a couple times because like it happened. It was like an episode 2 or 3, and it gave me like a weird feeling of what just happened. And then I had to go back, and then I was like, and sometimes like I know with like the Mandalorian, I used to have issues where like it would skip like 5 seconds ahead, and so like I refreshed the browser and I went back and I was like, no, that is baked into this episode.
Yes,
right. And it was, and then it happened again, and then it happened. It was a big moment where that happened in this episode, and except they leaned into it, and I was like, whoa,
These shows, these episodes are not meant for kids, dude. I'm telling you.
Right, and the thing is like. If you remember the first time, right? So take everything else away. The first time we ever meet Wanda, the first time she's very much creepy. She's a witch, right? She's doing freaky things, and she's like Age of Ultron. She's like kind of like coming at you like the Exorcist, right? And then and then all of a sudden she's like an Avenger, and it's like, well, what the hell? I want to see her do some creepy stuff. But this is kind of bringing that back.
Well, what's great about it too is like it's the fact that like she went from being bad to good. Now it's like we don't know like where's she at right now?
And speaking of which, while I'm probably more positive on this episode than I am on the other ones, I will say it was like exposition central when it comes to like this entire episode was like, oh, it's like, why is this character here? Oh, because they need to explain the plot. And they're like, I'm going to go on a diatribe about something that isn't really relevant to anybody except for the viewers. Like,
no, but I'm serious. And I feel like the reason why WandaVision is being almost more adult content than anything Disney has done is because they went, well, we already got the fucking everybody, all the kids and all the parents really have bought Disney Plus because of Avengers. They're gonna they're not gonna cancel because of WandaVision. Okay, they're not gonna cancel because guess what? We have Falcon of the Winter and all that shit coming up. So at the end of the day, we could literally make this more darker, more of an adult approach for people that don't watch this. Because guess what? That's getting my attention. I'm getting my attention.
Yeah,
it's getting other people's attention that don't watch this. So they're going, how do we take market from other people? We already know we have an audience built in. Well, if we're more adult oriented, where we don't have to cater to kids because they're already there, whether they watch it or not, it doesn't matter. They still have their monthly payments. Yeah, that's all that's all that matters. And I'm watching it going, holy shit,
and it makes me wonder, like, what's to come? Like when Winter Soldier and Falcon. Okay, whatever. I'm really looking forward to Loki. I mean, I've watched that again, and I was like, I'm really looking forward to Loki series more than anything. You know, I'm like, come on.
And so one of because I do have one more question to ask after this, but so I guess what I said earlier about not liking WandaVision is because I had a predisposition that I didn't think that they should have started with WandaVision. I wanted them to start with Falcon and Winter Soldier because it was more of what we
that
knew.
was the original
and
plan
it wasn't
before COVID happened.
It seemed like that would be like the right thing to do.
It'd be the best idea to transition instead of doing something experimental and that might not work. Start with something that you know that the formula's there, right?
Yep.
That's the way I would have done it, but COVID obviously changed everything. So I had a predisposition where I was like, I'm more excited for Falcon and Winter Soldier or Loki, and you gave me WandaVision. And I was just like,
Well, and
but then,
also,
listen,
WandaVision makes me a little bit less excited for Falcon and Winter Soldier.
That's right.
To be honest, because I'm like, well, especially because, like, I don't know, I'm so torn on WandaVision because I'm really positive on some stuff, and on other stuff, it's like I can see the seams of like, that's the MCU kind of typical, I guess,
right.
And so when I look at like Loki, and I thought the Loki trailer looked great. I thought the Falcon and Winter Soldier trailer looked great, but I know. I don't know. I for WandaVision, for me, was always like, what is that going to be? That's going to be the one that I'm not. I don't know what to expect from it. Even now, while
curveball,
I still don't know what to expect, and I like a lot of what they're doing, even though I've got some reservations. But like Falcon and Winter Soldier, I'm like, I know, like that's going to be like Civil War, or
that's why it's going to be something normal, and that's why if that would have come out first, the situation that would have happened literally in this last episode, we would have been mind blown. Like, because we would have been like, oh, well,
right.
Looking at Falcon and Winter Soldier, that wasn't anything like this. Now this introduced something so completely different. You're going, well, okay. So now that we know this, and now that we've seen this episode, when we watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier, we're going to be like, yeah, but
No, you understand.
Right.
I'm going to be watching Zack Snyder's Justice League. I will not be watching Falcon and Winter Soldier.
We can watch both.
We can watch both. That doesn't mean I'm going to choose to watch both.
Oh, I know.
I don't want to suggest that like they're necessarily scared and are going to delay it, because that feels like it's like way too like kind of fanboying out, and it seems a little bit ridiculous. But just strictly because of the way that Zack Snyder stuff trends on Twitter, like if Zack Snyder sneezes, or like if someone sees
the greatest,
or if someone pulls their toast out and like it looks like they see Zack Snyder's face, it's trends, right?
And Snyder Cut is fucking trending.
So and I don't know. There's a part of me that really does wonder if they're not going to say like, you know what, we should just release it a week later,
right?
And I don't even against Godzilla versus Kong, just because, like Sean said, is going to trend all weekend, and that doesn't. I would be one of the first people to say I don't think there's a conflict. I will probably watch both of those. I'll watch Zack Snyder's Justice League on release day, and then I'll watch it again the next day, and then I'll watch Falcon and Winter Soldier, and I'll be fine. But
that's the thing.
The discourse is going to be dominated.
Yeah,
it's just the first episode of Falcon and Winter Soldier versus 4 hours of Zack Snyder to talk about. I have a hard time believing that like they're gonna be able to compete in the zeitgeist for the oxygen.
Well, we're like gluttons for content right now, and it's like, how can we not? I mean, like, even if you have like Falcon and Winter Soldier, Godzilla vs. Kong, and Zack Snyder's Justice League releasing all in one weekend, can we not say that would not watch all?
We don't have time to watch all of them, but do we have time to talk about all of them?
Yeah, that's
the conversation is going to be dominated by one of them, and that is going to be the thing that is, especially because Disney Plus is famous now, basically for its ability to, WandaVision stuff trends all day, the Mandalorian stuff trended all day, and they're going to want the same thing from Falcon and Winter Soldier. And the only way they can get that is if they offset it a little bit more than it is now.
Yeah,
but you think it's
I get it.
Blah blah blah. Fake. Fucking fucked.
And that's crazy because I wouldn't have said that like a week ago. Probably I was one of the ones that was like, "It's no big deal. Don't worry about it." And now I'm like, you know what?
Right. Do you think it's too late though to do it?
No, it's streaming. I think they'll be fine. Well, the streaming stuff is so fast, and like I didn't get a chance to mention it earlier with Sean, but they're talking about marketing. And I know I've mentioned this a few times, but like specifically, like especially Netflix, but streaming in general, like the reason that you don't like, if you're worried about how much Zack Snyder's Justice League marketing you're seeing, part of the streaming, people keep on trying to fit these streaming movies into this, like, oh, here's how movies work. Here's how box office works. Like none of this stuff is relevant anymore, because with streaming, you don't have to convince someone to reserve tickets, to get a babysitter, to go to the theater, to plan on spending $50 on snacks and everything. You have to convince them to press play, and it's on this one instead of pressing play on a different one.
That one.
And so
Right.
as a result, streaming marketing, if you're gonna look at it as a product of like cash spent, or I guess of like intensity of the marketing campaign, it starts way later, it ramps up slower, and it crescendos. Instead of crescendoing like a few weeks before when pre-orders would normally open for movie tickets, it crescendos like the day of release, because they say, you're on your couch now, we want you to press play on this movie.
Right.
Because not only do you have to press play on this movie, you also have to choose to open
Right.
our app
Yeah.
to be able to, like, I have to choose your app to open your app. Because I remember when Netflix movies, normally I think the last Netflix movie this happened to me on was like The Old Guard, when I literally found out the movie existed on Wednesday before the movie dropped on a Friday.
Yeah.
Like that was my heads up of like, oh, this thing is a thing.
And to be clear, this is something that I've spoken specifically to people at Netflix about this. Like, this is not it's not as necessary. It's literally their marketing strategy, as like in their like manual is, don't, like, you're wasting money. Like, if you're going to start marketing 3 months ahead of time, you're sending advertisements to people who are like, well, I'm on my couch now, I'll be on my couch in 3 months. Like, why are you spending that money now to raise awareness for something that, like, you're in you already subscribed to the service, you're already sitting on your couch. Why are you spending money in June or whatever month, when it's 3 months from now that all you need to do is convince them to hit play, instead of an entire sequence of events that involves cash and scheduling and like whatever.
Well,
so
the only thing I can think of,
probably our money, probably.
Yeah. The only thing I could think of that might happen would be, okay, well, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, yeah, Zack Snyder's movie is 4 hours. What we could do is we could move it back a week, but release 2 episodes that week.
Yeah.
You know, the next week.
They're going to release multiple episodes. Guaranteed.
Yeah. Well, we don't know what we don't know, you know, there's only 6 episodes. You know what I mean? So
okay.
Yeah, so we don't know if they're an hour long.
Right.
You know?
And you have to make, like, what if, because I believe you, I think the same as you, because, like, what if that first episode of Falcon and Winter Soldier is an intro, kind of like the WandaVision one, where nothing crazy happens. It's a setup, right? And that's going directly up against the Snyder Cut, which is going to change everything, right?
Yeah.
So the only thing they can do is delay a week, release 2, release the whole season, because that's the only
maybe.
Well, I don't think they can try to, like,
the way it might compete.
Oh, you're chopping up there.
Double A, you know. So
yeah, you kind of chopped up there a little tight. Yeah,
I just opened. Yeah, I opened Twitter.
Is that what happened?
Damn it, Twitter.
See, that's what Twitter does. It fucks everything up.
Fucking tabs.
One sec.
Yeah.
I closed it. Did it fix it?
Yeah, actually.
Yes.
Actually, it did kind of help a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe that. Yeah. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Wow. But I was saying it's like the Red Sox playing the single A team, you know? So the Red Sox are Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Exactly.
So.
I like it. Yes.
Well,
how was the Sean interview? I was busy. So I didn't get to see it yet, but he was with us the other night.
It was pretty good. Like, you know, like I said, I finished this book today, and yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a nice, you know, like when I read it, I felt like it was, you know, if anybody wanted to do a documentary, I mean, obviously you add more to the documentary, but I mean, it felt like when I was reading it in my head, it felt like a documentary of the way he spread out all the quotes. You know, I thought he did a good job of like balancing like quotes from fans, quotes from, you know, you guys and everything like that. I mean, a lot of mention of all that. And then I thought he did a pretty good job of like, you know, with everything that was a part of it.
One thing I'm curious about,
and everybody had a contact, even with like critics and with fans. I mean, I thought he did a pretty good job with the book.
Yeah, I think one thing I'm curious about, and I think maybe I don't know if Scott's dad mentioned anything on this, or I'm curious to find out, like, from people who aren't.
No, Ty, because actually, I did give it to my dad. I was like, I know Sean said not to share it with anyone, but I needed a normie to read this book.
But I'm really curious about the normies' perspective on this. Because I'll probably see if I can get my mom to read it or something. And I'm really curious to see if every time he quotes somebody, he always gives like their full introduction.
Yes, where they're from, what they do.
Which I don't think it would be a huge deal, but I know like every single person, and so
that's
it's
what
funny
made
being
it
like,
It's like I can hear that person's voice. Like when it was like your guys' quotes, I'm like, I'm hearing Steven, I'm hearing Scott, I'm hearing Garza, and then some other people too. I'm like, I know what their voices sound like. So
Right.
Well,
I will tell you this. One, my dad did not mention anything about that. However, two, it is a style in nonfiction that I'm very familiar with. Like I'm used to in nonfiction when you move into different chapters, you being reintroduced to someone, even if they've been introduced before. My dad mainly had comments like that wasn't something my dad commented on. My dad commented on what the fans had to say versus Sean's introduction of them, because my dad's comment was that the author, Sean, didn't really do any commentary on the fan. He really just sort of presented what the fan had to say. And and basically my dad had commentary that was utterly based on the quote itself, which was the most, in my opinion, one of the most objective parts of the book. Was when the fan was quoted, like there was no commentary around the quote. It was really just here's the quote.
Here's the quote.
Well,
If you have any thoughts about the fan, it is based solely and utterly on the fan's words itself. Sean's commentary really comes in his analysis of the movie making process, kind of in like the Marvel versus DC part, which I'll be honest, kind of pissed me off as I was reading it.
I mentioned that too, and I kind of breezed through it. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking went and like I know all this, and I kind of went, okay, there's that next paragraph, next,
and it's stuff we all know, but it's kind of the mainstream perspective of.
But that's
Marvel
the thing.
Established it, DC rushed it, DC was chasing and it's stuff that we've all heard. And
for me, it's gonna be for the general public.
Exactly, and it's left up for interpretation.
Yeah.
So there's things where he'd be like, in my opinion, XYZ, and I didn't always agree with that, but also I was like, well, it's clearly from his perspective, and so I'm not going to fault him for the opinion.
And he also balanced it with fans who would argue against his opinion, which I thought was well structured.
Well, and he would always follow up his opinion with the fan opinion. He would never give a fan and then undermine them by saying, but I don't think that's true. He would say, here's my perspective.
People thought that was the case. Like it was like the Ben Fritz article. And I'm like, that's not that. I don't know that at all. I'm like, what? Yeah, I don't know.
What did he say about the Ben Fritz article?
I'm just saying like people were comparing it to the Ben Fritz article.
They're comparing Sean's book to the Ben Fritz article?
You've heard that? You haven't heard that? You haven't seen that?
That's bullshit. That's 100%.
Oh, yeah. There were some people that were, there was people that have not read it that were saying that.
Okay.
Oh, is this like the Ben Fritz article? Like the book version? I'm like,
you can pick it apart and stuff if you want to, but like the Ben Fritz article took interviews, selectively quoted them, left out important stuff like Jay Oliva, etc.
Narrative.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He fashioned a narrative out of it. Whereas here's everything, and I still need to finish it, but I have read one. There's one page in the book that I think sums up probably why it will be controversial with people. And I won't say exactly what all is on the page, but I will say it chronicles a specific moment early on in the fandom where it cites a half a dozen people or more that were involved in a particular activity that was a very it was a positive thing, but the perspective is split from like the top half of the page and the bottom half of the page. And I don't know if Sean even did it intentionally, but it's one of those things where people are going to read the top half and be like, why are they focusing on those people? How dare they focus on those people? And then they're going to get to the bottom half and be like, yes, that's what we're talking about. And then the other half of people are going to read the top half and be like, yes, these people are awesome. And they're going to get to the bottom half and be like, I don't think that needed to be in there.
I think Garza and Sean even made this point is that like, no matter, I think what you have to give credit to who's in the book is that people who we don't like are in the book, and people who don't like us are in the book.
Correct.
It's like it is about as objective as you can get. Because if you think about the tribalism that's happened over the last 3 years, guess what? We're all in this book together, even though the people who share like 2 pages would like yell and scream at each other, but yet we're all in the book. Like, how more objective can you get?
Right. And like when I had him on, I've had him on a couple times now, and I love Sean as a person. He catches a lot of flack for his ideas originally and his ideas now and how they've changed. I don't necessarily care that he didn't like it before, likes it now. I think he's a good guy, and I feel like he's one of the more perfect choices to write a non-bias, if it's non-bias, because I'm not fortunate enough to have the book, right? But he read me a part of the chapter, and it sounds pretty non-biased to me. I asked him straight out, is it you talking, or are you standing back outside of it, looking in and just telling the story? And he said, it's the latter. So I want someone who isn't like us and loves the Snyder.
And whatever he does,
I even said that too. I said that when we were talking. I'm like, I'm actually glad that somebody like from the outside who wasn't there from the beginning writing this book. I'm like, I'm okay with somebody within the whole thing to eventually write their side. Fine.
Well, there's definitely more versions of this story to be told, but I think a lot of people wanted from the book, and that might be part of the issue here, is that a lot of people wanted like the inside fan story, and this is not the inside fan story. A lot of people wanted the true behind the scenes story, and
they wanted a side. That's what they wanted.
Yeah, exactly. Well, not only just a side, but like for example, he'll talk about, so far the things that I've seen from where I am in the book, he'll talk about an event, and I'll look at it and I'll be like, oh, I know that event. There was conflict there. But he won't, but he doesn't present it from that. He presents it from here's what happened. Here's who organized it. Here's the results. For the people reading it, that's all that matters.
Quote from
what was happening in DMs and all that, fans that were involved might find that interesting. But like, that's not like, nobody wants to read a group DM chronicle of the organizing of a charity event.
And I'll say this, like, dude, if I was using Twitter when I first saw Man of Steel, and I've been on record saying this, I never shied away from it. If I would have been using Twitter like I am now, after I watched Man of Steel, you know what my tweet would have been? It would have been like, God damn, that third act, I didn't think that there was going to be that much action. Like, I think that action overwhelmed me. Like, I don't know if I needed, I don't think I needed all that. And you know what? Somebody were to pull that up, like, because that was my first thought. Like, I'm sorry, that's what I was thinking when I watched Man of Steel.
you know what my first
to me. You know what I mean?
My first thought of Man of Steel was I was like, hey, can we just put the camera on like a tripod? It's so shaky. I appreciate it now. I appreciate
it. Like now.
Yeah,
exactly. And that's what I'm saying. So like when I first watched Man of Steel,
I was like,
I wasn't ready for it. I was like,
what's up with all the crazy like zoom ins and like the shit? Damn. But then I'm like, I watch it now. I'm like, that was a brilliant choice that Snyder chose
to bring it full circle. The first thing I ever read from Sean O'Connell was a Man of Steel, and he ripped it the fuck apart in a review, right? That was the first thing I ever saw Sean write, and I hated him because I loved Man of Steel, right? But listen, he watched it in a new light.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like it when I first watched it, and I watched it with this, girl I was hooking up with. So it's not, whatever. That wasn't, you know what I mean? Like it was like even the Facebook post, because I was using Facebook back then. Like the post was like Superman that, and then I was like, wait, this is a movie. So it's like I wasn't taking it serious. So when I went to go see that film, like I wasn't expecting all of that shit to happen. Okay. So like if you were to like try to talk shit about my first thoughts, right? If they were on Twitter, because they're not, you'd be like, oh, you're a fake fan because you didn't like Man of Steel 100% right away. And it's like, I mean, I just didn't know what to expect. I'm sorry.
No, the same thing with me was like my only criticism was like the camera shaky thing. Other than that, I love the fucking movie, but I was just like, I was like, man, I wanted it to be more smooth. But when I watch it now, I actually appreciate that rawness that he was like, you know what? Let's make it where like these shots where like you zoom in on Superman and it's not perfect. And I'm like, that was like the fact, like at first I was like, man, I want it to be like smooth and fluid. That was it. That was the only
fans. You're all fake fans. I've loved this since day one. I don't know why I'm even here. I mean,
I actually said I liked it.
I get it.
It's funny because I remember I always thought that I was like really mixed on it. Because I remember walking up and being like, wow, that was loud. And a lot of my first reaction was I felt like it was just following like the BVS. Or not the BVS, the Batman Begins template,
exactly.
Which it did in a lot of ways, but I was like, it was just like a Batman Begins, like not a ripoff because it was Goyer, but it followed those same footsteps. But I don't think that template is necessarily the right template for Superman.
I remember,
and then I went back and a while back, I can't remember when, and read my review of it again because I always thought like, oh yeah, no, I was pretty negative on it, and I read it, and it was like a glowing review where I was like, I'm not sure this totally works, but it was great.
I loved it. I mean, I was looking for something dark, right? Like, I wanted something like it because at the time the Dark Knight was still like fresh in my head. And, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't a huge Snyder fan because I just didn't care. Like back then didn't really care. Garza said it before. He's like, I didn't know who the CEO of, Warner Brothers was back then because I didn't care.
There wasn't even really such thing obviously there was because he had a number of like iconic movies at the time, but the notion of what a Zack Snyder movie wasn't really quite because what he had Dawn of the Dead and then he had
Man of Steel was different. It was shot different. Like I said, that's why I appreciate the shaking him now.
Well, this is what it was. It was that. Like when I went to go see Man of Steel, I went to go see it because I was a Zack Snyder fan at that time. Like I watched Christopher Nolan's Batman films because I was a Batman fan. I didn't care about Chris Nolan. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that was the difference because I wasn't a Superman fan. You get what I mean? So like I didn't give a shit about Superman. I only went to see that movie because I was like, dude, I've watched all of Zack Snyder's films, so I'm gonna go see it. I just wasn't expecting all of that.
One of my biggest surprises with Man of Steel was like when you see like the craft like about to crash into Earth. I'm like, okay, we're gonna go through this again.
Yeah.
Cool. And then all of a sudden it went boom, and then it was like, hey, there's the little boat, and now Clark's like full on. I was like, oh. Whoa, shit! This is something different. Now all of a sudden we're like,
I kind of breathed a sigh of relief.
Dude, I was so
yes.
I don't need to see Clark lifting up some fucking, like little baby.
But that was a difference between why and it goes back to, I mean, talk about the action in Nolan films, right? Like there's really
let's not do that. Yeah.
Right. And so as a Batman fan, the way I was, right, that's what I was kind of like. There's barely any action in those films. So I went to go see this film going, well, I'm not really a Superman fan. I'm really a Zack Snyder fan in this film, in this moment in my mindset. So when I went to see it, I was like, holy shit, dude. Like it was something that was so different to me for what I was expecting just because I had experienced Batman and Chris Nolan and all his stuff. And I even remember like back when I was on Twitter back then. Don't get me wrong. I just remember seeing somebody like when they had somebody that lives here in Austin that's a nerd, like a bigger nerd than me, but he looks like a nerd. Like no offense, he looks like a nerd. And he had said something about like the trailer.
I will say that nice.
Yeah, And he had said something about the trailer of Man of Steel, and I was like, huh, like he had made that comment, back before it came out. So it was 2012. And I was like, huh, I didn't even know he was making a Superman movie. I'm going to go see it. Like, I didn't know, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't know that. I wasn't into it. And so like getting that first experience of Man of Steel, it was so overwhelming that I was like, I wasn't ready for it. And so looking back on it, because obviously with BVS, it turned out to be my favorite film, the theatrical cut, mind you. And I went, my God, this guy, the way he does his films. And so that made me, after BVS, made me really go back to Man of Steel and go, I need to really like focus on this film more than I did on BVS. And that was the whole basis of, dude, he was a genius in what he did with Man of Steel.
Oh,
and then
Jesus
he got to
Christ.
BVS. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna bullshit and I'm not gonna pretend like, oh well, up to BVS, like I was watching Man of Steel 24/7. Like, no, dude, I bought it, but like, dude, it was BVS. BVS is what made me go, I need to go back to Man of Steel. You get what I mean?
Yeah, like I said, like when it came to, I wasn't even a fan of like the Jonathan Kent, tornado scene for a bit. I was like, I like the fact that he like the heart attack thing, because that's something that Clark cannot help. I was like, I did not really like the tornado scene for a bit. I'm not gonna lie. I've said this before, but then after a while, I was like, you know what? Now I understand what Snyder was trying to do with that. It was like, no, we're not gonna do this. We're gonna do something where Clark has to make a decision. And his father is, he knows that, hey, if you reveal yourself, your life's gonna fucking change massively if you reveal yourself. And when he does it, now when I watch it, I get emotional, because when he does that whole, when we see Costner do that and you see Cavill's face, I mean, it's now I fucking love that scene. Well, it's crazy how you can like not like that scene at first, and then all of a sudden turns into like, oh my God, this is now.
So imagine you and I doing that, right? And me and you going, hey, you know what? Let me revisit that. Let me do all that. But also at the same time, having people all day, every day telling me that I'm a fucking asshole and that I'm a fake fan because I didn't like it at first. You know what I mean? Like, not saying I didn't like it, but I'm saying that's what it's come to. And like, when we see people like this Roxy chick go, hey, you know what? I was wrong. I'll admit there's a Snyder Cut coming out. I was completely wrong about it. I'm excited to see it. Imagine the kind of discourse that would be like if we would have done that back then. Like, we wouldn't have gotten that shit.
Oh, I just
exactly. It's like, how do you like?
It's so hard for me because I have people who are mutuals who, you know what, Snyder crawls up their butt and just like lives there. Like they just they don't get it, or just the fandom has just acted like that to them the whole time, and it just is like, I mean, turn. And I think that's the part that hurts me the most over the last 3 years is seeing mutuals and friends who totally would have been with me 3 years ago, but now take swipes and subtweets at something that I really love and enjoy. And I have to remember, though, it's not targeted at me because I'm not the kind of person that they're trying to piss off.
Yeah.
But yet it's pissing me off because it's like, but I like that too. So it's the generalization that really gnaws at me and really like eats me up. But yet the other part of me goes, but I get it because those are fucking assholes. And it's just so hard for me because like that's like, I wish the assholes would stop. But could you stop being assholes at the assholes? Because all you're doing is antagonizing each other. And I'm just sitting here going,
third act of Team America World Police.
Oh yeah. and by the way, I love how Dice is like trying to be like, Scott, tear them apart. We're gonna start our own stream. Fuck you, Dice.
Jeez.
What's Dice saying? I don't even look at the comments.
Just kidding. No, I'm looking. I'm looking.
Are you kidding me, dude? I've literally
Dice has been hilarious. Dice is hilarious.
I've spent like the last hour arguing with some dickhead in the chat.
I know. I saw you do. I don't know how.
Yeah, I'm fucking going back.
That's what I was reading. That's what I was reading. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
Like
I don't give a fuck.
This fandom has handled a few things incredibly poorly.
Yes.
And two of those things, and two of those things I think were really relevant. I was going to bring up earlier talking to Scott or talking to Sean. And those are one, knowing how to handle movie reviews. To be fair, the reviews, especially against Zack Snyder movies, take like liberties and to put it lightly, say things that are beyond like textual on point criticism, and they lean into like Zack Snyder ruined Superman. It's like, well, no,
yeah,
like as a reviewer, you can't, like, you don't say that. You say like, I was looking for X and I got Y, but like that doesn't mean that he ruined anything. It was. And so a lot of it like feels irresponsible, but then, or is irresponsible. I even to say it firmly so that anyone can question me. But then the other side is also like the idea of like objective, like reporting on the topic. And this is something that, I know like I've got a lot of flack for, even Garza and Dave got a lot of flack for some of this stuff. And that's that, things get viewed, and Sean's book is a victim of this as well. And things get boiled down into this perspective of, like, is it pro or anti Zack? And that becomes like an
guys.
Oh, great. You put it up there for
I love it.
Hey, we listen to us talk about Lex Luthor's piss.
Oh, get out
on
of
the
here,
newest
dude.
episode of Batman v Superman by the minute. While we're at it,
did it get fucking released?
Dice was editing it tonight. He said,
Fuck out of here, man. He's got time to be on the fucking chat, but he can't put out a few goddamn episodes that I've been waiting for. Fuck
some
off.
of us can multitask.
I'm just kidding.
Not
I
me,
love you,
but
Dice.
some of us.
I know. I love you, Dice.
But
Fuck off! Get out! Fucking out!
I think Sean's book is a kind of good microcosm for this. I've seen a number of people reviewing it as a with their barometer or their kind of their evaluation of whether or not it's a good or bad book is whether or not it's a pro Zack book or an anti Zack book. And I'll say, like, first of all, everything that I've read, and from what it sounds like, the rest of it is I wouldn't necessarily describe it as pro Zack so much as it is objective, and it puts Zack in a good light. And the way
I was surprised how much he takes digs at Joss Whedon. Like, for a book that is nonfiction, I mean, he gives Joss crap.
Yeah.
And Garza, Garza and Dave, as two people who've actually finished the book like me, like, would you agree with that assessment? Like that?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no, and that's what, what's so funny about it is you're reading and you're like, wait, I mean, well, he took a shot at Whedon a couple times and you're like, oh, okay, well, all right.
I think that it kind of bleeds a little bit into the movie review thing that I was talking about, but if you're going to review his book, the phrase pro Zack, or anti Zack doesn't belong anywhere in a book review. Right, that has nothing to do with whether or not it's now. We all like Zack, and we all agree with his perspective on movies and on these characters, and would prefer a take that puts him in a good light. Fortunately, this one does, but he's under no obligation to craft a book that makes Zack look good. He's under obligation to tell a book that tells the facts as they happened.
Well, and also look at the title of the book. I think that's something that, if you look at a title of the book, if you're concerned about bias or perspective in the book, a title communicates so much. I mean, the title of this book is "Release the Snyder Cut: The Crazy Fight That Saved Zack Snyder's Justice League.
The fact that he
not. Hey, this is what happened, and Josh Whedon came in and tried to save the day. Like Josh Whedon is not a part of that title,
Right? The release the Snyder Cut movement is framed within the title of the book.
I love it.
As someone who saved this movie. I mean, he talked about the original title, which was an inside look at the Lost Justice League movie. That was boring and about as objective as you can get. The current title that's on the cover of the book, let's be honest, if you want to talk about bias and perspective, the current title that exists communicates a, quote, at least pro-movement perspective, because it describes the movement as a group that saved the movie.
And the fact that he put it as Zack Snyder's Justice League also, which I like that too, because we all know that's what Zack wants for his title, to say fuck you to those Warner Brothers execs.
Well, and then you look at it from a journalistic perspective, not just the book, but also from like a larger kind of coverage area. Let's rewind back to like summer of 2017, where there was reports of the reshoots were happening, and that
was Mario reported that for the first one. He was the first one that said they were doing the entire film all over again in these reshoots. I was one of them. I was like, bull fucking shit, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
And what people said at the time too was, you're just anti-Snyder. You're doing this because you hate Snyder. You just love spreading. But like, look at that. Like, let's rewind. That's Paul Revere.
Right? Yeah.
It was literally like they were shooting Paul Revere for being anti. No. What he was doing was reporting the facts. Now, at the time, he happened to, or I guess even still now, probably he would prefer a different take on the character, but that doesn't change. Like Dave and I and a lot of people spent like that summer, those months. Like that's how I got to know Scott. Even was because I would write an article that would be like, here's all the reasons we know that Zack is still in charge of this movie, and then the Squadcast would be like, Steven wrote a great article, and then like the movie came out, and they were like, nobody read those articles I wrote. That was
nobody listened to our show. I mean, trust me. Like I think we even said it on our commentary episode 291. If you really feel like being abusive to yourself, watch the movie with us. And I think that's why I had such a violent reaction to the film at the time, was I swallowed the bullshit and made me feel like an idiot. And if anything anyone should know about me is, I don't like feeling like an idiot. I feel like my brand is almost knowing what the hell I'm talking about. So when you make me look like a fool, no, that doesn't sit well with me.
Well,
I'm
so
sorry.
like then when it comes to like me and Dave, then post November 17th, 2017, we're looking at this and we're getting this new information, and we're like, well, okay, first of all, let's not swallow the Kool-Aid on a cut exists or not. Well, then okay, a cut probably exists. Cool. Well, what we need to approach this objectively. Like, what will it take to get it released? How much will it cost? Whatever, all these things. And so for a lot of fans, they see that as like pumping the brakes, suppressing the movement. And it's like, no. I feel personally responsible in a lot of ways for like hyping up or like setting people up for disappointment to like walk into that theater. It's still a Snyder movie. I put
it's your fault, Steven.
Well, no, not my fault.
You did that to me.
Not my fault solely, but I mean, we fanned those flames to send people into the theater to being like, it's still a Snyder movie. That's all bullshit. Yeah. And then like I'm sitting there and like that first scene pops up and I'm like, I told people not to worry about this shit. Yeah. And so that doesn't just mean like I'm like flipping the opposite direction, but I'm gonna pump the brakes and say like, let's verify the facts here. And then that's something that people view as, and at the time, once again, that phrase comes up, anti-Snyder. And it's like, that phrase has nothing to do with factual or not factual, like whether or not it puts Zack in a good light or is encouraging to the efforts or whatever. The fact of the matter is that like you need the credibility and the understanding of what's going on to be able to talk about it correctly.
And look at what happened
in 3 years. And then like look at the Ben Fritz article. I think is a good example of what happens when you get hyped up over, oh, this is what we've been waiting for. and we all, we talked to people, and we knew we were communicating that we had
conflicting information. I mean,
Yeah.
even on Squadcast, Tim and I were like, okay, guys, seriously, we're hearing like we have people talking in our ear saying this, and we have people talking in our ear saying this. And after we got burned with Justice League, we felt a responsibility to our audience to go, okay, we have to responsibly report to you. So-and-so speaking in our ear saying this, and so-and-so speaking in our ear saying this.
And which one of those so-and-sos was right, Scott?
Well, it was you, Stephen. Let's be honest. I mean, if we're going to be honest, it was you that was speaking, because you were talking to Tim, and someone else was talking to me, and we were getting two completely different sides. And Tim and I were sitting there going, "What the fuck?" Like, and we didn't want to be trapped in another situation. Which then, of course, I mean. Sure, we pissed some people off because we were sitting there going, listen, 2017 made us look like idiots. We don't want to repeat that again. So we need to be very careful with what we propagated on the podcast.
Well, and that article was almost, I think, successful in its objective. What I was told before it came out by a couple different people was that they were told, like through the grapevine, that it would end the Snyder Cut movement.
Yep, that was the quote I remember hearing from you back in 2018.
And so I was like, look, like, let's like do the interviews and stuff, but there's nothing. I don't know. It's such a hard conversation to have, because like there's no such thing as good or as bad publicity, but also like bad publicity isn't a good thing.
Right.
But it's better than no publicity. So there's a lot of philosophical discussions to be had there, maybe. But what happens when you're fueled by Kool-Aid, and then you find out the Kool-Aid isn't real, is is like you totally crash, and you can actually see it like literally in Google Trend, like statistics. That article comes out, and until like November 17th, 2019, I think I don't recall, but if you sort the Google Trend stats by then, the highest point ever of interest in like Google searches related to the Snyder Cut was right when that Wall Street Journal article came out. And then after it came out, it went off a cliff up until like October of that year. It was like
that was when like the business, like those random sites started talking about the cut, and like some of us were like, hey, other sites are talking about it, because you started tracking the trends.
Yeah,
and,
but
it started like blipping up.
This is the only thing I'll say about that article. We needed it, because you know what that article did? And you know what it did? Like truly,
everyone to
what
stop
it truly did
around.
It went. Not only do people need to stop fucking around, but guess what? We cannot trust a single fucking thing that anybody has to say, because guess what? Jay Oliver came out and said, Ben Fritz, I interviewed you an hour's worth of my time, and you didn't even include my fucking interview. So what that did was that went, guess what? The media is going to lie to us as fans. This is what all of us fans said. Media is going to lie to us. So guess what? The fact that they all said there's no Snyder Cut in that article, that just told us, all of us, there's a Snyder Cut, and they're afraid of it. Yeah, absolutely. It literally ignited.
I knew, and I had information that there was a cut. Like that's
well, and there was enough information that was public, because that was what, like in January or whatever, was for my own personal timeline, not like this is the definitive thing, but it was like around like December and January that we were like, look, there's evidence that there was picture lock. There's evidence that there was like all these things. And like the thing that I wrote that I always then like based everything that I wrote for like the next couple of years off of was, here's what we have proof about what stage of the movie he was in when he left. And so I think what I said at the time of the Ben Fritz article, that a lot of people were so caught up on like, I don't even know, because I guess at the time they weren't as used to being lied to by WB saying like they had no intent to release it.
Well, right, because that was the first time that was like everybody was like, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe."
My immediate reaction was like, Warner Brothers just used the biggest publication in the world to like debunk you. Like that's not nothing. That's a huge deal. They don't do that for anyone. There was an article that was about the Snyder Cut.
Yes.
In the Wall Street Journal in July of 2018. Like if it was a fable, if it was nothing, if it was no big deal, they wouldn't even utter the word Snyder Cut, because once they
wouldn't have cared.
It's like I don't know. It's such an overreaction that
it's a bazooka to swat a fly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. At what point everyone's like, wow, why were they afraid of that fly? What's that fly doing that makes them so worried?
And they were like, wait, it's not a fly, it's a bird. Wait, it's not a bird. Oh, it's a plane. Oh, wait, it's not a plane. Yeah, exactly. And you see where it goes. It just keeps going.
That's what I said at the time. Was like the biggest publication in the world just treated you like a big deal. So like, stop acting like a small deal. Like get your stuff together. And nobody paid attention to me, and that's fine. Nobody ever did it anyway. But
I did, Steven. Don't worry. I paid.
I'm not even complaining. I'm just saying like
that's a Joker drop right there, dude.
It took a few months before people I think that they started to focus on the charity, and I think maybe to the movement's benefit, that's when they started saying like, okay, look, let's focus on raising funds for AFSP. Let's focus on these other things, which kind of gave it a new heart of like, hey, look, regardless of what they say about the cut, we can still make a difference.
Do something good, yeah.
By raising.
It's kind of like with Justice Pledge. I remember Justice Pledge was my first really interaction with it, because that was when I donated to AFSP. The amount, I remember I was like, okay, this is how much a steelbook at Best Buy would have cost me. This is how much a digipack at Target would have cost me.
Hey, you know who the first person was to write about that? Who was the first literal place that you could find that article at about you and Mick D donating your cost to instead of spending money on Justice League, to buy and send it to ASSP? You know where you can find that at?
I'm guessing Real Anarchy.
Yeah, because I was the fucking first person to write about it.
No. It was DC Film Club.
Yeah, that's true.
By the way, I would love to get a link to that article, by the way, because that's one thing that I would love. As this whole.
Yeah, that was it.
I want to direct this back to Ty for a second, because Ty, you're a newer voice in all of this, and I feel like some of us, we get crusty old man get off my lawn vibes, because I feel like we're like those vets that sit around the VFW, talking about
fucking hard fact.
Just saying. And I know some and I'm not belittling them, because trust me, some of those are my roommates and my best friends. But I'm just kind of curious, like for you, like you haven't read Sean's book, and I'm just really curious, like when you hear us tell these. Almost sounds like war stories. Like damn, back in the day when we had to walk uphill both ways through the snow,
barefoot in glass.
Yeah. We had to sacrifice our socks to make bombs.
Yeah,
I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, I already know the answer. But yeah, finish the question so I can.
But I mean, what is it like? It's a multi-part question, because I really want you to be able to.
How does it feel? How does it feel being around such legends? Is what.
Oh, stop it, Garza! Stop it!
I will fuck you up.
Okay, Ty. It's a multi-part question. Follow. Keep up. One.
Keep up.
What are you expecting when you read Sean's book? B, what is your reaction when you hear old fogies like us talk about back in the day?
Yeah.
And C, what is your personal experience as someone who was there but wasn't
Here.
on a you weren't here. You weren't on a platform shooting your mouth off for 3 years like the rest of us were. I'm kind of curious. I really want to hear your perspective on this.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the first part was Sean's book, right? So just repeat, because I got the other two, but for me you cut off. No, I swear to God. You said something about just the Sean's book part.
Yeah. What are you as someone, because you haven't read the book, what are you hoping or expecting from when you read the book?
Okay. I may, and they do all tie together, so the question makes sense chronologically.
Thank you.
I might not have been here. I might not have been with you guys, or technically on the front lines, because I like to think of you guys as the people that were on the front lines, and I commend you for that, because you did, whether or not anyone tells you, right, whether or not anyone says it to you anymore, remember that you are big parts to why on March 18th, millions of people will get to sit down and experience something that no one ever thought they would. So if people have stopped telling you that you fought the good fight, I'm here to say thank you, because I wasn't able to. I was one of the people on the outside still. So I was reading Steven's articles. I was, listening to Dave or whatever it was. And I did my part, donated when I could. And it's, it's really weird to sit in the chair and be here now, because it's come kind of a full circle way. And I don't consider you old or telling war stories, because the fight is still very much a real thing, right? We're trying to restore the Snyderverse now. But what I'm trying to get out of Sean's book is a non-biased view, someone to tell the facts the way that they happened, so that, because what we really need to do is we need to separate 2017's Justice League to 2021's Zack Snyder's Justice League for the general audience. They need to know why this is different. They need to know why this matters, and they need to know why we all did what we did. Because if the fight was never talked about, no one, not a lot of people would know the good that you guys did, or how hard and every single day, the sweat you put into it, the tears that you put into it, like this fight, this movement it means so much to so many people.
Well, not only that, and I just want to say this though: if Sean hadn't written the book and started writing the book the moment he did, guess what? This story, everything that Sean did in the book, it'd be lost to history, because he started writing it before it got announced, and he finished it literally after it got announced.
If you started after the fact, it would all be revisionist.
Correct.
Look at all
That's
the
my
people who
point.
praise Justice League.
Exactly.
That's the funny thing about the book is the number of people who I know were big
Yeah.
fans of the movie the day it came out, who were in the book were like, I was devastated.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I know, and I'm like, I know you don't. I have tweets that know you don't, but that's my point,
Right.
though, right? Like, had Sean not have written it at the way he did from his perspective, the moment he started writing it, guess what? We'd be reading not only a completely different book, we probably wouldn't even be reading the actual book of it. Like, we'd be reading it on a biased side, because unfortunately that's if somebody would have written this book. If somebody would have written this book, they would have done it exactly even before Sean announced he was going to write the book. So I call bullshit on anybody actually doing it. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think we as a fandom, we tend to look upon, because it's easy to forget the good that's been done, and it's easy to focus on the people that are making jokes about Zack's tragedy, making just awful comments, or they're living rent free in our heads, because like you guys did fight so hard, right? And like it's easy for you to get defensive about it because that's something that meant so much to you. And we need to tune that out because it's making us look a little bit bad, right? Like, so there are some days when I honestly, honest to God, there are some days when I'm like, fuck. Like,
yeah.
Fuck.
What was that?
And
yeah. Hey, imagine that, but like 2 years of building up that. You know what I mean? Like if you're going, God damn it, dude, we've been dealing with this shit for like 2 years, 3 years. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so just remember, you guys might be veterans, but you know, I will always salute your service.
We appreciate it. We appreciate
Thank you for your service.
Yes,
yeah,
that's what we'll do.
I truly do. To wrap it up, I respect every single one of you and anyone who played a part in this, because on March 18th, it all comes to fruition and we're all going to be able to enjoy it. And I hope that we can finally, because we should be celebrating right now.
Yep.
Truly,
we definitely are.
We should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get to that point.
I think that's the part that hurts me the most is, damn it, why can't I just be happy right now? like shouldn't every day every day I look on social media and shouldn't it just be a fucking block party right now?
Nope.
Should be.
I mean, well,
through
for the most part it is, you know, but there's just going to be
those... I think that there's a it's like I don't know. It's not the right time or number of drinks for me to come up with analogies on the spot.
Exactly.
But
I've been drinking enough vodka tonight. It's enough. For
I know.
Me.
Hey, now you know me and Scott are like in the same level right now.
Like people say that, and it's like, yeah, we can be excited. We just need to stop paying attention to the people that are not letting us be excited. Like there's 6 weeks left. Are we going to sprint to the finish line or like squabble with people for 6 weeks?
I know.
Like there's no reason. Like what are you hoping? Are you thinking?
I'm still trying to get shirts to 50 international fans.
I know.
Still need
Does anybody
shirts.
think that, like, the people that have disagreed with them for 3 years are suddenly going to be like, oh, you were right. Let's all agree to do things the same way now. Like, no. Like, no, nobody's gonna change their mind or start agreeing or saying kumbaya anytime in the next 6 weeks. Like if the movement is split or if people have different opinions on how things should be done or what happened and why, that's gonna be the same case 8 weeks from now. So like whatever you need to, like, if you think that there's something that you need to do to like promote it or like to get yourself hyped up or whatever, just do that. Go ahead and do it. Like don't try to get everyone else to. There's okay if there's 2 block parties. Like there's enough people to attend 2 different block parties.
Yeah. We're on a cul-de-sac anyways. It doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? Like
exactly. Cul-de-sac has the best block parties.
Exactly.
So stop getting mad that there's a second block party going on. Just enjoy the one that you're at and let's go to the finish line. It's so stupid.
This is a real question too. Real question, because it's almost so someone asked me the other day, do you think that this process of getting the cut released is going to take away from how good the movie is? Like, is the story better than the product?
I could tell you this right now.
I've been asked so many times.
And you know what you can answer? You'd be like this: did you watch the 2017 version?
Right.
If they say yes. And if they say yes, you're gonna go, I guarantee it on my life, it's going to be better than that version. If that's all that matters, that's the bar.
No.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Oh, there's gonna be fans that are gonna build it up too much. Like they still think that Sam Benjamin is fucking Green Lantern.
Yeah, and you know what? And guess what? Those are the people that are gonna get upset at us because we were telling them the truth and it didn't come out to be true. So they're gonna go, "Oh, well, you guys infiltrated Zach and told him to change."
We told them to cut him out.
And so instead of being mad at Zach, they're going to be mad at us. And you know what? I'm here for it. I'll take the blame.
Right.
I don't give a fuck. Okay. I'm sorry if that's what you thought.
Here's the thing for me.
Benjamin's not Green Lantern.
Yeah. Here's the thing for me, Ty. I'm not sure if you follow this or not. And we've kind of announced it on Twitter already over at Squadcast. But I love what my friend Tim over at Beer with Geek, my other friend, I have way too many friends named Tim. But Tim at Beer with Geeks over at Thought Bubble Audio said that is some universal serendipity with a little bit of God's will thrown on top. That for DC Film Squadcast, our 300th episode is going to be our review of Zack Snyder's Justice League.
It was meant to be, man.
It was meant to be.
I can't wait. I can't wait until Tim gets sick 3 weeks ahead of time, and you have to solo record, edit, produce an episode, and you're gonna do it because you're not gonna screw up that scheduling.
Right?
No.
So
I did. The man probably had COVID all of March of 2020, and I produced that entire freaking month.
And if you hadn't, think about that actually. If you hadn't held strong that month, you'd be on like episode 295 by the time the movie comes out. But because you stuck with it, Scott, it's not serendipity. It's grit. It's tough as nails. Podcast producing determination that's making this happen.
And 2 minutes worth of ums. Am I right?
Wow. Exactly.
But no, Ty. To your question, but to your point though, I am someone that I still think that the fact that I'm going to get a 4-hour Justice League movie, I don't think even I am prepared for what I'm about to see. I honestly believe that no matter how good I think this movie is, it's going to be better than I think it can be. I honestly believe that.
I think it's going to be literally. So BVS, I've seen it like over 400 plus times. I'm not bullshitting.
Oh yeah, 401 coming up.
Yeah, well, no. It's 400 plus. It's not 401. It's like 430 plus.
Can I?
Okay?
All right.
Now, when you say that, you mean like you have been in the vicinity as it played out that many times? Like I
literally fucking mean that I have stared at the fucking screen. Listen, who came up with the Easter egg that was on the phone when the president is talking that says line 1 975 or I forgot what it was. It was 7593. That was the line 1 93
75 in 1993.
Guess who found that fucking Easter egg? This bullshit. It was not everybody because I posted it up.
Sorry,
Zach was like,
you're kind of like Brett, I guess you're kind of like Brett Favre in that capacity though, where he's got the touchdown record and the interception record because you've probably watched Justice League. I can't believe I just used that word
exactly
4 times than anybody else.
Exactly. And so like I've literally watched it so many times where you kind of like you get that feeling and you've seen it so many times, but it's like it, dude. Avery will sometimes be like, "Hey, I want to watch BVS." I literally have to be like, "No, let's like we gotta watch something." Like, imagine me telling her no. Like she watches BVS.
Well, you hate Zack Snyder, so that's pretty easy to imagine.
Well, right, I'm anti-Snyder. So when it comes to like 400 times, I'm not bullshitting. So when I think of Zack Snyder's Justice League, I feel like this film is going to top BVS. Mm-hmm. Now, if it doesn't. It's not like I'm going to sit there and go, man, this is a shit film. I mean, it just means that BVS is still that great of a film. But here's the thing. I'm going, if I know Zach and the way he did his thing, the way he did it with, Zack Snyder's Justice League, I'm going, this can only be better than BVS. Like, and not only be better, but it's going to fucking topple it because of everything that I am in from 2016, the 4x3, the lighting, the cinematography, the score, like all of these assets are like on top of BVS. You get what I mean? So I'm like,
and you bring up a good point, Garza. I feel like the only thing that I'm like, I'm not a true believer in yet. And this is probably what's going to get me canceled. Of all the shit I've gone through in the last 3 years, this is what's going to get me canceled is I love Hans Zimmer so much that I'm waiting on pins and needles for when Water Tower Music finally releases Junkee score because I've listened to Junkee's solo scores, and he has grown as a composer. Absolutely.
But there's a difference.
But there's a difference. But there's a difference. And so I'm waiting to be like, okay, Junkee.
Yeah. When are you going to show me?
What do you got? What do you got?
I feel like I don't know. I loved, like, my favorite soundtrack like ever. Weird is Mad Max Fury Road. But I feel like what's different about that versus like a Zimmer soundtrack is you don't really have like the melodies. I feel like
there's no theme. No, there's no theme.
I feel like we're junk. Well, there is, but it's not like, I guess you have to listen to it as many times as I have to be able to say what it is. Whereas like Zimmer, you listen to it, you're like, I know what that song is. Yes. And so he doesn't have the melodies that Zimmer has, but everything else, I'll say maybe possibly is better than Zimmer, where like all of his like non-melody related, like just the chase scene music or whatever is gonna be like more intense and better. But then is he going to be able to create that or is he going to borrow, like, is he just going to be able to reuse like obviously I think the Man of Steel theme will show up and all that.
Oh, he's already confirmed that's going to show up.
Yeah.
That's the beautiful thing about it is that, like, here's the thing. Yes, Hans Zimmer was fantastic at Man of Steel, but if you had a gun to my head and you said which score is better, Man of Steel or BVS, dude, BVS all fucking day, dude.
Of course,
because of the combination of Zimmer and Junkee, because they created something that was so unique. And so
Junkee was there for Man of Steel. He was conducting the percussion orchestra.
And he was, but he wasn't like what he was doing with BVS.
Right.
And
exactly.
That's the difference. That's how you get a beautiful eye.
And then when we look at Wonder Woman 84, it's like they brought that.
Yeah,
but it wasn't. It didn't have that guitar or whatever the hell Junkee used.
Cello.
Sorry, I always get it wrong.
Electric
cello. I know. Yeah, it's but you didn't get that in Wonder Woman 84. But it's like, no, God, that's what.
But that's what I'm saying. Like Junkee has all of the he has that foundation already. And as a musician, like I am, right? Like I'm not saying I'm on his level or anything. But all I'm saying is that the way I picture Junkee going is that there's these themes that I can go off of that I have as foundation. I can maybe tweak or maybe remix or do some things like that, but I can also bring in my own elements because he's got 3 new characters that he's got to build themes for. Okay. Mm-hmm. And he's going, why am I going to sit there and try to reinvent Batman or Superman's theme? I don't need to. They're already there, right? Definitely don't have to reinvent Wonder Woman. So all I really need to do is reinvent these 3 characters, or not reinvent, but invent 3 themes and a theme for the entire league.
Which we heard a little bit at Fandom, and what he played at Fandom was reminiscent of, I remember the people, that was an interesting divide, because I've talked about this with Ray, a Flightcast over, from Fans with Boars on the Squadcast Media Network, that he hasn't watched. Look at all the plugs I did right there. I mean, that's a record.
I'm out of beer.
I still have more vodka, but it was interesting because I remember the people who that theme connected with more were people who watched the animated stuff like I did, because I heard the Justice League Unlimited.
I did too, and Garza said I was stupid.
But hey, listen, the only reason why I was like, dude, dick. Yeah, because here's what I did. Guess what? I was like, no, I don't think that's the case. And what did I do? I remixed that theme of of what I heard. It doesn't, like, what I created doesn't sound like the animated, and I used all the fucking same notes. So it was weird because you think back to like Hans Zimmer in Man of Steel, he basically took the Williams theme and he kind of reorchestrated. Right. Well, in X-Men Dark Phoenix, guess what he did? He also did the whole, the animated theme, and he recreated it. When I heard that, what does it say?
There's a new BVS by the minute episode, Garza.
Yeah. God damn it, dude. There you go. I'm not gonna listen to it right now.
Granny's peach tea, guys.
Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to it right now, but whatever. Anyways,
it's gonna be a good one. Oh shit!
Hey, sometime.
Steven exited.
Yes,
I didn't do that. I did not do that.
As he should. Anyways, because he got too hyped. But for real though, like when it comes to the score, I mean, dude, listen, like Zack Snyder Justice League, 4 hours, 3 hours of BVS, right? I mean, and I've watched it over 400 times. I could only imagine what I'm about to dive into with Justice League, because like, even though Zack might have been like more cautious, like I feel like Zack would have been like, okay, well, I know that I need to, in order for me to get away with the shit that I want to get away with, I have to be even more sneaky. So, okay, so like, for instance, and I know this is stupid, and I don't really think anybody's talked about it, but like when in BVS, when Lex is sitting in the chair, when Wallace Key first gets introduced to, Lex,
and he's in the electric wheelchair. Yeah.
The back of that seat is literally a Batman head. It's a Batman cowl. I don't know if anybody else has ever noticed it or ever looked at it. It is literally a Batman cowl. No fucking bullshit, right? And it's something like that it's kind of like, if you were a designer, you'd be like, well, why are we putting little, why are we putting that? And Zack's like, just believe me, I get it. Like, it doesn't make sense to you as a designer, but believe me, it'll work if somebody catches it. Well, you only see it in the Ultimate Edition, but you also only see it in that one little split second, and then he turns around, right? And my whole point, like, if we get to talk to him again, that's what I'm going to be like, hey, you designed that after the Batcowl, right? Because literally the ears and everything. And it's those little things where he's going, oh, man, I got to be more careful with it. So I can only imagine the kind of shit that he's stuck in Zack Snyder Justice League that he knew that would maybe be like, why are you doing this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I understand is it overhyped? Will anybody be let down concerned? And I think that might be the case for maybe some people, because we know that there's a lot of like rumors that are kind of not the most accurate.
Sam Benjamin
that people are like hyped up for. And having something like, expecting something like that and having it not happen, I can see being a letdown. And I also try to temper my expectations personally, just to avoid like drinking too much Kool-Aid and spoiling something for myself. But I think Zack is probably the only filmmaker where I'll go into something being like, look, I'm tempering my expectations, but if somebody is going to
blow me,
exceed him,
there's very few people, like, because any superhero movie in general, you're like, look, we've all got that fantasy of like, we're going into this and we're hoping to see all these different Easter eggs and stuff, and then you walk out of it and you're like, there's like half the number of Easter eggs in that I was hoping for, right? Like, you walk out of a lot of superhero movies and you're like, they had opportunities for all these Easter eggs and stuff that I didn't see. Not that that's the only barometer of quality or whatever, but you want all these like references and lines and things to happen.
You want something to speak to you as a fan that only you as a fan are going to know.
Yeah, and there's these like it's a fulfilling experience. And you walk out of it and you're like, look, that was good, but like, I want, like, why didn't they have this in there? And why didn't they? And so like, I get that concern, but of like anybody that's going to be making this movie, the only person who will walk out of it and be like, I can't believe he got this in there. I can't believe he got that in there. Like, that Zack is the only person I get that experience with personally. Like, that's why I appreciate his movies so much. So,
like I was telling the other when Garza was on the other day, I was saying that like Batman, so the Ultimate Edition, I needed, at the time that came out, I needed that movie. I needed it. It spoke to me on a level that no other film has ever done. And like the Martha scene and like everything that people didn't understand.
Specifically the Ultimate Edition, or you mean like BVS in general?
BVS in general the first time, but really the Ultimate Edition was like, I knew that something wasn't right. Like, something wasn't right the first time around, but I still enjoyed the film for what it was. And I was like, I chalked it up to studio, right? Like, they wanted it this way. He had a time, whatever. But then when I finally did get to see the Ultimate Edition, like, that is the only movie that I've ever like looked back at and were like was just like, I needed you right now, and you did everything I needed. Thank you.
Yeah, and what was funny is that his co-host Drip, like, I explained certain aspects of BVS of why I liked it, because he asked me like straight up, he was like, well, why do you like it? And so I explained to him like certain aspects, and his co-host was like, holy shit, like, dude, you just explained it more. And this is his opinion, obviously. I can't change his mind on what he thinks of the film, but he was like, you explained the film better than the film explained it to me. And I was just like, that's just probably because I'm explaining it in a thorough way. Whereas, with the film, the way it looks, it's
well, because you've taken the time to, it's a movie that begs to be explored. And if somebody isn't prompted to explore it, then they need somebody else to explain that. And so a lot of people say like, oh, you're just too dumb to understand that. And yeah, there are some people that are too dumb to understand stuff. But I think the biggest thing, and why I think I mentioned earlier when Sean is on, I'm really excited for the next month, especially as the co-host of a podcast called Batman v Superman by the Minute, that people are going to be, I think a lot of people for the first time ever rewatching or possibly watching for the first time ever, period. There's a lot of people that just never watched the movie at all.
No.
Because of like the reaction to it. And they just but then even the people who did only saw exactly. And all the people that did see it only saw the theatrical, and then we're like, there's never a reason to rewatch that. But now that the Snyder Cut's coming out, it's like it's reevaluation central.
Well, my dad has actually never watched the Ultimate Edition of BVS.
Oh wow!
And I've actually told him, because I'm sure it will shock you that I've shared my HBO Max account with my father, and I'm like, you do need to rewatch Man of Steel and BVS Ultimate Edition. You could watch on my Vudu account, but how about you watch on HBO Max, because I think they'd appreciate the traffic leading up to it. And by the way, while you're at it, you can finally watch the Ultimate Edition of BVS, which you haven't seen. So to your point, like there's this opportunity to open this up to an audience that are going to experience certain versions of these films that, I mean, now that HBO Max has the Ultimate Edition, and whenever we're going to get this remaster of BVS, and however that's going to be delivered to us, because that's still a question I have. Like, is it only going to be digital? Am I going to be able to buy a physical copy? Like, I don't know.
That's another good point. That's how, especially if it's on HBO Max, it's going to like there's already going to be a desire to rewatch it. On top of that, if it's, hey, there's a new remaster, that's going to drive that even more. It's crazy that Justice League is coming out, yet I think that February or part of March is also going to be like, oh, hey, let's talk about BVS a lot. Like, that's always awesome.
And Garza is Garza. So Justice was my co-host. His name is literally Justice, by the way. That's his actual name is Justice. How ironic, right? He was so enthralled by the way that Garza explained it that he was like, he texted me on the phone, and he was like, he didn't want to say it to Garza. He was like, hey, we should watch BVS Ultimate Edition with Garza. He said he likes to do that. So on the 13th, we're actually going to do that. And it's going to be funny because he's never seen the Ultimate Edition. And having Garza kind of break it down for him throughout is going to be interesting to watch.
I'll be schooling him. Like, I'll be like, this is why certain things. He'd be like, oh.
Well, but that's also an interesting point, because there are certain people who have a perspective that if you have to watch a movie multiple times, the movie has failed. Like, that's a belief. You can have that belief. There are some people who says if the movie can't communicate everything it needs to communicate in the first viewing, then it's not good. It hasn't succeeded. Whatever your opinion is. I disagree with that. Maybe it becomes from being a reader that I'm someone who truly believes that if something is of value, you reread it multiple times, and you're always finding something every time that you read it. And I interpret watching a movie as reading a text. And I feel like, and that's something that I love about BVS and a lot of Snyder's films, is I can watch them, I don't know how many times, and every time I'm like, oh, I still never noticed that before. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I know. There is that. There's that.
And as anyone who listens to BVS by the minute with me and Andrew Days will know, like we haven't seen it 400 times, but we both watched the movie a ton of times, and obviously we've spent hours and hours and hours talking about it. And every few minutes, there's something that comes up where we're like, we never saw this, or even if it's not something like we're constantly noticing, like, whoa, did we know there was a horse there? And then it's not only that, but also stuff that, because we took the time to like focus on a specific minute earlier, we'll find a new nuance. Like, for example, we talked to Zach about this directly on Dave's show when he was on, about, we were like, wait a minute, you built this 1 minute at a time. Like, this movie is cut into 1 minute chunks. And he's like, yeah, basically. Right. And it's fascinating, and it works perfectly for the podcast accidentally. And we noticed that, like, right now we're at the Capitol bombing that we've been working through. And as we work up to that, we're like, whoa, the editing in this it starts off and it's like every once in a while you reach a point in the movie and you can tell how deliberate the editing is, because it punctuates the ending of every one of our episodes is like punctuated in the movie by something big. And then it got to the point where it was like every episode was like 2 sections. They were doing like 30-minute punctuated chunks, and it escalated up until the Capitol. And like Superman walks into the Capitol, and all of a sudden, like, the editing slows down, and it's like the pacing there is insane. That's the type of thing like you wouldn't even. I would have never noticed or appreciated or been able to verbalize why I liked that without viewing the movie that way. And not that viewing a movie minute by minute is the optimal way of watching it, but now when I watch it in its full length, there's that moments like that are going to jump out to me, and it's awesome how like infinitely fulfilling it is just to look at it that closely. Not many movies are that rewarding to look at under a microscope.
And Dave, I appreciated the super chat question that you
Me
just
too.
threw
I was
up
going to
there.
say that.
That is incredibly important. Okay, so the question for you guys, is there anything that we haven't been doing as a fandom that we should be doing to get the attention of the general audience? I think, one, we have to stop assuming that people know what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
That we have to get out of our own way. I think you need to, as a fan, find those people in your life who aren't the fan that you are, and turn to them and go, do you have a HBO Max subscription? Do you know there's some cool stuff that you like literally,
it's like a smaller thing that has like Turner Classic Movies that you can watch. I
think a lot of people are
I was fixing dinner the other night. My pastor texted the pastor I was talking about, who I sent the link to for Sean's book. The pastor was texting me to just ask me how the family was doing. And then was like, hey, are you watching WandaVision? And I said, yeah, I'm watching WandaVision. Oh, by the way, do you have HBO Max? Zack Snyder's Justice League is coming out on March 18th. Like just doing that. Like, he doesn't have HBO Max. And I was like, well, this movie's coming out. And then I sent him the link to the book. And then it was like, oh, and I'm in this book. And so like just to kind of like to build that personal relationship of, hey, you really should get HBO Max and watch Zack Snyder's Justice League on March 18th. You know, like because I feel like what we're not doing as a fandom is buying our own hype and getting sucked into our own echo chamber. Like, everybody knows what the hell we're talking about. They don't. If we're outside of our circles, they don't know this is happening. And I think that's the hardest pill to swallow. And what you have to do is talk to other people.
Oh no, it's funny when, like, you know, the whole announcement of the R rating, like 2 days later, my cousin like sends me a screenshot like, oh my God, I'm so ready. I'm like, that was 2 days ago. You didn't know that till now?
It feels like a week ago when you're in this, like, whenever someone that's outside of the movie.
Oh my God.
Like,
I'm like, that, I was like, holy shit.
I always have to check the calendar because I'm like, that was like a month ago. Why are you just putting it out? I check it out. I'm like, oh no, that was earlier today that came out.
That was like 2 days ago. I'm like, it's crazy.
I think everyone would benefit from, like, if you're like really deeply involved in, like, if you've been in this cycle and like are hyper familiar with everything that has to do with this movie, go to the Comic Movie Marks YouTube channel and check out their like Man on the Street Snyder Cut stuff that they've done at the cons. And get a look at the number of people who are like wearing Suicide Squad inspired Harley Quinn cosplay, or dressed as Ben Affleck's Batman, or people who are at cons who are highly engaged with this stuff, who watch all the movies, who like don't know who Zack Snyder is.
Right.
Like you have to understand that when we're talking about like general audience, like that is not even general audience there. Those people are like way more engaged than even the general audience is. The general audience is even another step beyond that.
Directed the
And
movie.
so exactly. And so what you see fans of this stuff do a lot of times is it'll be like, oh, by Zack Snyder's Justice League. And they'll be like, well, the BVS Ultimate Edition wasn't the one released in theaters, and it would have made $1 billion if it was. But so they ruined Zack's vision for Justice League, and now they're finally releasing it. They're like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like literally, do you like Superman? Have you seen Man of Steel? Which one is that? Is that the one where he turns the world back? No, that's the like seriously, you got to approach it at that level. And
no, my mother-in-law. You want to see more Jason Momoa? That's all I had to say.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Do you want to see more Jason Momoa shirtless? I got 4 hours.
Totally like flexing like crazy.
Well, and that's the other thing also is fans, I think, want people to engage with things on the same level and in the same way as they do. Whereas like what Scott just said is all they need to know, right? Hey, you want Henry Cavill without a fucked up upper lip? Check it out. You want to see more Jason Momoa? That's all they need. Most people when they go to movies are like, oh man, Jason Momoa is hot in that trailer. I want to check it out. Most people, like when I say most people, I literally mean like 99% of the box office purchases. And I say that just because that's like traditionally the way that audiences are measured. Go to movies for that reason, and not that reason. Well, maybe that reason, but among that superficial of a reason, and
don't judge them for that.
No,
Play to it.
So don't be like, oh well, you have to know the story. Like whatever it takes to get them to be interested in it in the first place. If they like it, then be like, well, if you want to know the whole story, there's a book, or here's an article, or here's, I'll sit down in a chair and I'll yell at you for 3 hours.
Here's a novel you can read. Like,
and I pitched an idea to Darkside or Ray Porter the other day, and he's like 90. I'm serious. 99%. He's in. I just have to give him a copy of it first so he can make sure he's not gonna jeopardize himself. And because I had that idea, I was like, the general audience needs to know how to differentiate it. And it's not like Sean's book, or we're not trying to copy anyone, but we're trying to just play our part and do our thing. And I was like, I talk to Ray all the time, so let me ask him. He's a voice actor, so he just needs to get it cleared. And I think that's going to be cool. And like I said before, people need to be able to differentiate it, or they're just going to chalk it up like Justice would to the Ultimate Edition, right? Well, I don't care anyway. I've already seen it. I don't care because it already disappointed me. I don't want to disappoint him twice. Not 4 hours worth. Hell no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think what will happen with like the general audience that people aren't going to necessarily be prepared for. And I've said this a number of times, and I know some people disagree with me. Go talk to somebody who doesn't watch all this stuff and isn't engaged with it in the same way, and ask them what they thought of Joss Whedon's Justice League, or what they thought of the Justice League movie. Probably they'll tell you what they thought about Avengers, or they'll say like, oh, here I thought it was people that movie made what, like less than 700 million, I think.
It was 600 something, yes.
And so I think. And so we are evaluating this from the bubble of everybody who watches everything and obsesses over it for years at a time. And then anyone who's interested in like Snyder and the Snyder Cut is like an even more hyper focused version of that. Like, look at these people who live and breathe movie news, who every time something about the Snyder Cut comes out has no idea what they're talking about. And it's not because they're like, not always because they're intentionally misreporting the facts. It's literally because it is such a niche, specific, hyper-focused aspect of movie news that even the people who are hyper-focused on movie news don't know all the details. And then you look at like most people don't even know what movie is coming out until like they see a trailer for it in the first place, as opposed to like knowing when it's greenlit years out. Like a lot of people who are probably watching this would know.
So
even saying it's totally different from the 2017 version, they're gonna be like, well, what was the 2017 version? They don't need to be sold on the fact that it's different. Or there are some like there is a significant portion of the audience that will need to be sold on that. But there's a significant portion of the audience that doesn't even know what you would mean when you say the 2017 version. So saying, oh, it's totally different than that one, they're gonna be like, then which one? What do you mean totally different? They just need to know, hey, Ben Affleck, Jason Momoa, Henry Cavill, Gal Gadot, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman. Like those are the things that are going to stand out to them. And I'm really curious to see kind of how people react to marketing once that starts up, because they don't need to be sold on it's so much better than Joss Whedon's version, because they didn't even see that. And if they did, honestly, they're probably like, whatever. Like they have no like hard memory that they need to wash that taste out of their mouth.
Well, when my dad was reading Sean's book, he asked me questions like he read the Mustache Gate chapter. You know what his question to me was?
Which one's Henry Cavill?
No, he knows who Henry Cavill is. He saw Man of Steel with me. Like, dude, I have a whole dedication to my dad in that book. But no, his question was referring to Mustache Gate. Was it that noticeable?
Yeah.
And my point was, honestly, Dad, not if you weren't looking for it.
Yeah. Well, it's like a lot of people talk about how Tarkin was they think it was like really bad and fake in Rogue One. There were people that were walking out of the theater then that were like, man, who did they cast as Tarkin? He looked just like he did in A New Hope.
No, my wife, I was leaning over to my wife when we were watching Rogue One. I said, this is so cool. And my wife was like, why? I said, that guy's dead. And she's like, what? It's like, no, he's CGI. And she's like, I couldn't, like, my wife couldn't tell you that was a completely CGI character.
Right. So
it's not because the audience we're talking about.
It's not because anything's wrong with her eyes. It's because she doesn't know what.
She doesn't. She's not looking for it. But this is all I'm gonna say before I go, because I know it's 4.5 hours. So when I watched, because I'm about to go to bed because I got to get up early. But when I watched when I watched the theatrical cut of Watchmen in 2009, I had seen one trailer. I think one or maybe two trailers. I didn't know shit about the comic. I didn't know anything about the movie itself. I didn't know the process that it was going in. All I know is I saw a trailer. I was like, I got to go see that. I went to go see the movie. I enjoyed it. I liked it. Okay, cool. I left. Fine. 2012. So this is 3 years later, we finally get a director's cut, right? Okay. And I bought it because I was like, yeah, I really like that movie. But I wasn't sitting there clamoring for it. I was just like, yeah, I'll get it. Like, whatever. But dude, and that was somebody that's a nerd like me. Like, I was like, yeah, I watched all the Dark Knight films. I you know what I mean? Like, I was general audience, but I knew about these films. And that was me going, oh yeah, okay, I'll buy this Watchmen cut. Like, dude, this just is like, as far as general audience is concerned, I'm pretty sure they're either going to think it's a sequel, or they're going to just be like, oh, it's something new. Like, they're not even going to associate it with the exact.
Or even if you told them they fixed it,
yeah,
they'd just say, oh, okay.
Yeah, they wouldn't even know what you're talking about. They'd be like, oh, well, what was different?
Or even if they did, they wouldn't be like, they would never. Do you know the kind of logistics that Warner Brothers would need to manage with Zack Snyder in order to arrange the release of it? No, like
the distribution alone would be catastrophic.
Yeah, they'd be like, oh, Zack Snyder had an alternate version.
Go back,
cool. Like,
and to go back to answer the question with a general audience, all you need to tell them is you have a brand new, and I'm totally stealing this from Ray over at Flightcast. All you need to tell them is there's a brand new shiny Justice League movie you can watch from the comfort of your own home.
Yeah.
Like that's all they need to know.
Yeah. Well,
there's a really cool new Justice League movie that's streaming. Yeah. Enjoy it from your couch. Like, that's all they need. That's all the general audience needs. They don't need
I don't think they're going to be. I don't think they're going to be sitting there going, "Well, who directed this one?"
I would not be shocked, like statistically speaking, if the majority of the views for this movie come from people who have never heard of it, who see it recommended in their HBO Max.
It's gonna happen.
Or it's that opening image you get when you open the HBO Max, and they're gonna see Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. Like they're just
there's gonna
be
there's gonna be a lot of it going from. Why do I keep hearing about this? Just like, what is this? And they're gonna go and watch it. Like they're
the Queen's Gambit effect.
Exactly.
Queen's Gambit effect. Yeah.
And that's why it's important that it's called Zack Snyder's Justice League instead of Justice League: The Snyder Cut or the Director's Cut, especially that it's not called the Director's Cut, because it's
because you couldn't tell me who created Queen's Gambit, right? Right now, off the top of your head, because all you know is that it's called Queen's Gambit,
and I know who's in it.
Anya Taylor-Joy, which
Anya Taylor-Joy, yeah.
But my point though is that you know that it's called Queen's Gambit and it's starring Anya Taylor-Joy, but you can't sit there and say it's Justice League without saying Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Right, but also, if you looked it up and it was like Queen's Gambit, the Director's Cut, or Queen's Gambit, the extended cut, or whatever, you would either think, okay, I'll check that out later. Maybe that sounds interesting. Or you'd like Google and be like, well, what's the difference? Maybe I don't want it as an extended cut unless it's better. Like sometimes they just add dumb stuff in there. Like, and this is general audiences we're talking about. Like, I mean, obviously we're all like, ooh, director's cut. But like, if you have it is a general word in like, or is a general rule in like titles or like I know from like article titles or whatever, for example, if you're gonna give something a title and then include in it like, oh, but this isn't the original, it's not the whatever, people see that and they don't click, they don't read, they don't watch, they don't whatever. It's but you know, Zack Snyder's Justice League, that's a definitive title that pops up and you say, oh, this is a movie I'm gonna watch, not I need to Google and find out if this is worth watching instead of the original one.
But again, it also ties it to you knowing that this is Zack Snyder. Like it's not, you get what I mean? Like it's not like, just imagine the gall for that, right? Like if you were to go, did you watch Platoon? You know, it's like, well, you mean Stanley Kubrick's or whatever. That was his film.
Oliver Stone.
That was Oliver Stone.
Stanley Kubrick was Full Metal Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket, right? But so you go, oh, okay, you know those two differences. Like it's there.
The difference.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. To make your point.
Yes, to make my point. Well, right. But to make my point, though, you're going, you know, one's not like the other one, right? I mean, you get it, but you also like, I don't know who direct. Oh, well, I did, but I'm saying I wouldn't have known the director of Platoon. But you just all you got to say is Full Metal Jacket. Oh, okay, yeah, Stanley Kubrick. You know what I mean? Like Stanley Kubrick, he had those films where his name was on top of the film. You know what I mean?
Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. Like,
that's what it is. Yeah. You see that. You see his name right in front of it.
So,
all right, before we wrap it up here, guys, because it is we have to see Neil's video. You know, Neil,
of course we need
Neil. He's got a good one. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, he's got a good one right here.
He has depth of field and ambient bird noises. I gotta tell you.
Oh, I know. Anthony
has been raised.
Anthony stepped it up. He really did. But you know, Neil. He's got all the.
He's got all the wonderful toys.
He's got the props, and he's got
all those wonderful toys.
So here we go.
Vodka stream. Dave. Deathstroke here. Coming to you live. And wanting to know. Origin movie. Who's your director? What's your synopsis? And who are you going to cast as me, Deathstroke? And your stipulations are, you cannot use Zack Snyder, and you cannot use Joe Magnola. Oh, didn't say that right. Uh-oh. I know we all want this. Everybody wants to see this. But, like I said, origin movie, synopsis, and who do you cast?
Cheers.
Wow.
I mean, the fact that he takes off his mask and he has the eye patch, and he literally has like facial hair like Slade. I love the fact that.
So I take it.
Of course,
so
Scott pulled up a toy.
I had to do the prop. I mean, it's what I'm known for. I mean, come on.
Oh man, good old Neil. I love that.
Oh.
I mean, Jesus. Like,
I mean,
don't know.
obviously, if
Wait,
you're
we're not allowed to use Joe Manganiello?
You could have a Deathstroke movie that has Joe Manganiello as a present Deathstroke, but if you're gonna like go back like, I don't know, 20 years or something like that, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I guess maybe I don't know if this is going to betray any ignorance or not, but like, is there a young Deathstroke? Or is he always?
That's the thing, though. He's always like, I'm thinking in my head, I'm going
Origin, but like Origin, how far back does his Origin?
Okay. Do you want me to answer this question?
He's in the military. Yeah, he's in the military for a while before he even does that.
Yeah, he's already married with at least 2 kids.
Okay, so he's probably in his 30s at least.
30s to 40s.
No, maybe 40s.
Maybe 40s.
Maybe.
There's some variations of his origin story where the experimentation with basically the super soldier serum that they do on him is what like grays him up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the stress on his body from the experiment that does that. And then, of course, there's also the origin where the reason he's missing his eyes because his wife shoots him in the back of the head. So, hey, shout out to Marv Wolfman and George Perez for an awesome origin in New Teen Titans. Because that's another thing that people forget is that he was a Teen Titans villain.
I know, right? It's like that guy. It's like he's perfect for a Batman villain. He definitely is. But yeah, when it comes to origin, I mean, going by what Scott said, I mean, we can't use Joe Manganiello. I don't know. I mean, I'm like fucking, I got too much vodka in me. I'm just like, I don't even know.
Well, the only thing I could think of is I think of the rebirth version of Deathstroke, and it reminds. I don't know why.
He's obviously a good job at showing his origin.
Yeah. He reminded me of Don Johnson with longer hair.
I get it though.
Yeah, like
Tony Ravolori.
Yeah, maybe. Yes. I'm trying to think of like who I would want to be.
Another good young one I would think of would be like Jared Padalecki from Supernatural.
Woo.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm surprised that I'm like kind of okay with that. Give him like a proper conclusion to his unfinished heroes arc, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hold on, we got to see how tall he is.
No. I'm thinking of. I'm not thinking.
You're thinking of Milo.
No.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Milo.
Literally, that dude is 6'4", so he's perfect. You're absolutely right because I just saw his IMDb.
And I'm sorry,
long hair. Yes.
And you get him next to Jensen Ackles, who was the voice of Red Hood, and I'm like, I'm just. I'm down.
All you would need is the white hair, and yes, his long hair, the way he has in an IMDb poster, like that's how it looks like in Rebirth. Like, dude,
yeah.
So I put him in there, absolutely. But that's just casting. What's the story?
Yeah, I think it's that. Go by Rebirth. What were you gonna say, Ty?
I was I don't know why, but like. So everyone always says Scott Lang, I believe, right? Scott Lang. And I wouldn't mind. I know this is a cop out, but like Sean Bean, I never thought would be bad as Deathstroke. I know Sean Bean's he's not like the obvious choice, but Joe is my number one. I think he kills it. But if I was like, maybe Sean Bean, I don't know. It seems like a cop out.
Sean Bean, okay. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, like right now, I mean, obviously, like Sean Bean, maybe like early 2000s. I mean,
he'd be an older one,
like GoldenEye,
Sean Bean, 006 Sean Bean. Come on.
Why can't you just be a good boy and die?
Oh man, such a good Bond flick, my God, and the game that spawned from that. But
who is the guy?
No, sorry.
Go ahead. Who was the guy in the last ship? The captain on the last ship.
Wasn't that Chris Pine? No.
Eric Dane.
Eric Dane. I'm trying to remember who that is. No, I can't think. Somebody look it up.
Eric Dane is the okay. You're talking about. Hold on, let me get my camera here. This guy. That's Eric Dane.
Yeah. He looked a lot different in the last ship, though. He didn't look like a president.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, look at James Gunn. James Gunn looks like Slade nowadays. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
he does look like Slade.
Oh, Eric James. Oh yeah, he was missing. I love how Eric Dice. I said Eric Dice. Sorry, Andrew Dice. Sorry, the vodka is kicking in. He said McSteamy. So we all know that Mr. Dice is a fan of that hospital show. What's it called?
Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah,
there it is. I love the fact that he was like Eric Dane, McSteamy. Yes, my mom's a huge fan.
I still love the fact that Kevin McKidd from Grey's Anatomy was the voice of Thomas Wayne Batman in the Flashpoint animated movie.
Well, I'm trying to think of like what director. Like the only thing I could think of when it comes to like directors is somebody either way out that would not be able to do it, but it's like fuck it. If this is a fake thing, anyways, it would be Tarantino. I'd be like, dude, give me a fucking
Nicholas Winding Refn.
That'd be interesting. But then you're like, you still want to see what Gavin O'Connor. Well, it was Gavin
O'Connor. I think
it was Gareth. It was Gareth Evans.
Yeah, sorry,
the guy who directed The Raid.
Fucking mixed up. God damn.
You threw me off. Well, and then you also didn't even say Gareth Edwards.
Yeah.
No, I did because all the names bleed together.
They do. They do. Like I'm like,
no. Well, listen. It would either be Tarantino for me, or, and I know this is gonna probably get a lot of hate, but Jon Favreau. So
I'm thinking this is like a very suitable for like a neon noir or like a neon noir. Like
what we all wanted was kind of like what was it? What was that fucking movie? What's like one of the Jesus Christ, man, my brain is not working.
Ninja Assassin.
Not Ninja Assassin. Well, that's good, but
yeah.
What's God damn it? They were gonna remake it with Gavin O'Connor or Gareth Edwards. I don't know who. The prison. Shit. I can't remember the fucking name right now. Somebody's gonna say it right now.
Precinct 13.
Huh?
I don't know.
I know. I'm like, my brain is not working right now. The Raid.
I said that already.
Why okay, you did say that.
What? Gareth Evans. Why are we?
Yes, it's Gareth Evans' movie. Have you not seen The Raid, Dave?
The Raid isn't in his.
I have seen The Raid. I just couldn't remember the fucking name right now. No, I'm just saying,
about,
like, what?
What about Guy Ritchie? He did like The Gentleman and King Arthur, and I don't know.
Maybe I was just
different.
Like,
it's different.
Fight scenes and shit like that. John Woo. Somebody said John Woo. When was the last time John Woo directed a fucking film? Man, my God.
Alex Garland.
No, not Alex Garland.
No,
Alex Garland. I would want Alex Garland to direct a Cyborg.
Yeah.
Well, I just say him because he like ghost directed Dredd.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh my God, dude! And he did a fantastic job with that. Jesus Christ.
I'm just thinking about something that takes it that hard. I mean, that's what I would want from a Death Stroke.
Yeah, even Dice said Carl Urban as Slade too. That'd be that would be pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be sweet.
Casting. Dice is good with like the not what like Tumblr wants.
Yeah.
Like if you want something that isn't going to be the same as what Tumblr wants, but is also going to be like really good.
Now that's a pretty good one right there. Yeah, that's a pretty good one right there. All right, let's go ahead and wrap this up. We're almost going on 5 hours on this stream right here, which is, maybe a new record. I don't know. Who knows?
No, we've actually gone past 5 hours.
Have we? Yeah. See, usually the time I'm like supremely shit-faced. Anyways, oh my God, my mom is still watching. She said,
"Mama, yay!"
My mom is still. Look at that. She's still right there with you. Oh my God.
Yes.
Love you, Mom. Wow. See you tomorrow.
Your mom is like is legend, Dave.
I don't even know. That would just be so. Like I'd be like, Mom, what?
Oh, there's one. You just gotta pretend. You gotta
I
pretend.
know, but it's like, I know, but in my head I'd be like, no, I can't really, I can't.
Oh, I know.
I'd
There's
be like,
something.
I'd be like,
there's sometimes,
like, guys, we can't. No. We can't talk about that. Like,
my
literally.
mom's cool. My mom's cool with all that and stuff like that.
Dude,
You know?
I get that, but I'd be like, hey guys, no. Yeah.
I love Jake and Amir from College Humor started a podcast, If I Were You, where it's like a bad advice show. And Jake is one of the comedians' moms, listens to the show, and they like answer a bunch of really raunchy questions. And so my favorite part is always like, "Mom, turn off the podcast."
Like, dude, I feel like my mom. I feel like my mom would be like, she'd call me up after it's done. She's like, "I can't believe that I raised you like that. That's how you act in front of all these people." And I'd be like, "Mom, it's whatever."
Fabian Wagner is a very nice man, Garza.
Yeah.
You by your last name.
And then she'd be like this. Well, don't drink too much and just be safe. And I'd be like, Mom, what the fuck am I gonna do? Where am I gonna go? Like, well, I'm just making sure. Okay. Like, dude, come on,
man. That's great. All right, let's go around the horn as per usual and promote ourselves. All right. Of course, Scott, you're going to be last, and I will not forget you, especially because
your mom's watching.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Garza. Go ahead and plug yourself.
You know what? I'm going to be as kosher and PG as I can be. Now that we know. If you want to, you can easily follow me just having a fun time on Real Anarchy and Real Emotion. You can follow my Twitter also, where I have a lot of fun times. Just hanging out, talking with my friends. That's it. That's all I'm doing. So
wonderful.
That'll work.
Yeah,
all right,
thanks.
Steven.
I'm Steven Colbert. You can follow me at SM Colbert on Twitter, or find me at Screen Rant, as well as the Batman v Superman by the Minute podcast. As you may have seen earlier in the stream, we just published our Granny's Peach Tea episode. And if you go to Twitter and you check out the post for that, we have a fun little poll right below that. We'd love to have you vote in to determine.
Look at all that plugging. Oh my goodness.
Whether or not is the pee in this jar right here, does that belong to Lex Luthor? Is that actually his pee, and how did it get there? So vote now, and soon, sometime in the near future, we will be recording an exclusive episode dedicated to examining this very fact of whose pee is that? Is it pee at all, and how did it get there?
I just voted, so there you go.
There you go. All right, Ty, go ahead. It's Superman.
My God.
Oh, also, if my mom were here, she would close the stream down with us with a glass of wine, and act very offended at everything, but also not leave and still participate in the conversation. But
Love it. All right, Ty.
All right. So I'm Ty. You can follow. This is the Twitter. This is the Twitter at pop_culture 2020. We're also on YouTube and every major podcast platform. We have our month-long guest spot happening right now. Both of the guys above me were part of it. Actually, all three of them. I forgot. All three of them are going to be part of it. Well, were or will be. It's going to be fun. And then next month we're starting our thing up back with the movie theater. We're going to be doing a live show from Showcase for Godzilla vs. Kong. So it's going to be a really fun couple months.
Nice.
Cool. And that's it, right?
Yeah, no. Before Scott goes on, I know what my mom would also tell me at the very end. She'd be like this. Hey, and I think we need to reconsider going to church. Okay. And I'd be like, God dang it, dude. Anyway, so go on, Scott.
All right, go ahead, Scott.
Well, of course, you can find me at ScottDC27. Please check my Twitter so you can become a Zack Snyder Justice League merch mate. We need Americans. We have 50 more international fans who need a middleman to help them get some shirts. So please go to Scott's DC27 or the Nerd Queens to find the sign up. You can listen to me on my podcast at DC Film Squadcast. You can find that wherever you listen to your podcast. You can find us on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, and of course, you can find the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. I've had way too much vodka.
Yeah, I know. Oh man, there you go. Taking that last shot. Oh man.
What a savage. What a savage.
Oh man, that was awesome. All right, guys. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell, hit that join button if you want to become a Film Junkee member, or if you want to become part of the Patreon and get some early access and some exclusive stuff and all that and everything. And wow, the vodka has flown with me too. Follow me with the Sockments, Twitter, Instagram. There's also a Facebook page if you want to hit that like, thumbs up, go for it. And then of course, merchandise down below. Hoodies, shirts, masks, mugs, all that stuff. All right, guys, we love you. And then I'm gonna end it with everybody who with this, of course.
And also, I'm excited to watch the Snyder Cut because Joss Whedon sucks.
That's right.
Fucking hard fact.
All right, guys, we'll talk to you later.